Deadpool and Wolverine. We'll watch more trailers in a bit. We're gonna see what the fuck is up with this, because everybody's reacting to this right now, and I don't know what the hell's going on. I haven't seen any of it.
We begin in Payson, where a group of about 75 protesters showed up to Nebo Middle School today.
Nebo.
They say it's an issue over students who call themselves furries. But how much of that discontent is fueled by rumor? Our Sarah Murphy asked that question. She's here with what she found out. Sarah, what's this all about?
All right, Brian. Well, the term furry, it refers to someone interested in animals with human qualities. Now, they dress up like this as a cartoon version of an animal. Now, we've learned there have been reports at Nebo Middle School that students are getting mistreated over this topic.
I'm ready. I'm ready to see what the hell's going on. They're protesting furries. Sorry. First, I need to... Okay, it's Utah. I was like, what state is this? It's Utah. So, bunch of Mormons, I guess.
There was some kids dressed up as animals, and I heard that another kid got bit by one of them.
Damn it. Are we really doing this news segment with the I heard that? Are we really doing the fucking Joe Rogan, like, my friend's wife taught at a school where they had to put, I heard they had to get litter boxes. I heard that this happened. Really? Holy it's so frustrating. And then he wound up he wound up later admitting that he got duped, like he does a lot of things. Joe Rogan wound up correcting himself and being like, oh, well, actually, this didn't happen. And it was just a dumb rumor, and I get tricked by literally everything on the internet. Oh, this is frustrating. It's just people. Are we the new target now? Furries are the new target. Is this the new fear mongering? We'll find out.
Another kid got bit by one of them.
There's a lot of speculation surrounding the protest that happened at Nebo Middle School.
Okay, well, you can't have a kitty on the school and expect a furry kid not to go there.
Wednesday morning. Nearly 75 students and parents showed up facing the school, saying they're unhappy with how administration is handling reports of harassment.
Okay.
You guys cannot record me without my permission!
Sorry, which one's the furry? Like, is this related to the furry thing? What's happening here?
Okay.
You guys cannot record me without my permission!
That's a good drop right there.
This is video a Nebo Middle School student took last week. Parents say there's an issue between...
Oh, she has the tail? Wait, did I see a tail? Okay. Wearing a tail. So someone is getting harassed for wearing a tail, and now they're protesting this person, or what's happening?
Parents say there's an issue between some students and others who call themselves furries, or people who enjoy dressing up as cartoonish animals.
Back when I went to school, you couldn't dress that way, you couldn't do certain things, and I think it kind of needs to go back a little bit. Like,
how old are you? And also, someone's just wearing like a little fucking tail. Is that really that different than like, I don't know, having there was a kid that went to my school that did the dumb fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi braid thing on his hair. There's people that wear different jewelry. There's people that wear different shirts, express themselves differently, bracelets, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I'm gonna need a bit more from this news report to figure out exactly what the fucking issue is. So far, it's I heard that they bit somebody, which might be true. I don't know who this person is, the one furry at the school, or maybe a dozen or something. Yeah. Also, just FYI, there is some crossover between like emo scene kid kind of social outcast, My Chemical Romance listening kids. There is some crossover between that and like furry, for sure, like in the high school age. let's listen. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was also about to say, I think every school had a kid that like bit someone. So if it was a furry that did it, I don't know if it's not like being a furry. You're told to bite people, or you're expected that you should be able to bite people, or that's a thing that like furries do to people non-consensually any more than a non-furry would. If there's someone with like severe autism or like some sort of, learning disability biting people at school, is like, I don't know, maybe that person's a furry. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure out what this means, but it's not like there's it's not like this is a crisis or anything. It's not like we're just gonna have to see what the fuck this is.
Do certain things, and I think it kind of needs to go back a little bit. Like, I know kids need their own personalities, but it's ridiculous when kids are dressing like animals and licking and biting people.
What do you mean? It's not. Is the school condoning people biting other people, or is this, because literally this feels like it's another one of those things where exactly what happened with the litter box story, where all it took was some kids sharing something in like a social media app, being like, someone took a picture of a litter box in a school, that I think the origin of that was that it was set up for like some sort, like, I'm going to have to look this up. I'm going to refresh myself on what that was. But long story short, there were no kids peeing in litter boxes. There was no litter box put there for the furry kid. Let's see. Yeah. So this thing happened not too long ago. We're going to read through this a little. Yeah. And this was like a major talking point where I think Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about this. Joe Rogan talked about it. A bunch of shit where just people were repeating this obviously fake story where, like, I don't know if people just share things that they want to believe. Like, you don't have to be a furry to know that that's bullshit. Like, what fucking school ever, even if let's walk through the steps here. Let's say that there was a large amount of educators in American schools that accepted furries and their identity and were like, oh, but they're really cats because they believe they're cats. They still wouldn't let them fucking piss in a litter box. Like, even if we got to that point where it was like, oh yeah, that's their identity and we're not gonna, whatever version of reality that is. Yeah. GOP gubernatorial nominee Scott Jensen asked during a campaign stop, why do we have litter boxes in some school districts so kids can pee in them? Because they identify as furry. Like, this was literally, people ate this shit up, and I don't understand why. Two Republican state lawmakers discussed the growing crisis of public school providing litter boxes for children who identify as cats and claimed it's happening across the states. This literally never happened. Literally never happened. At least 20 conservative candidates and elected officials have claimed this year that K through 12 schools are placing litter boxes on campus and making other accommodations for students who identify as cats, according to NBC News review of public statements. There's no evidence, blah, 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 blah. But I remember there was an explanation for that picture. And the picture was literally just a litter box in what appeared to be a school room, maybe bathroom. But I remember there was an explanation for that as well. Does anybody remember what that was? Yeah, libs of TikTok. The usual suspects that just share things that they think will get people mad.
The kitty litter boxes is a weird one.
It is weird. It's more like an urban legend.
I fed into that, and I should probably clarify that a little bit.
Show the clip.
Him again. Not true. It's an internet rumor. So I contacted him again, and I said, tell me exactly what she said, and contact her and find out. She no longer works at that school. She works for another school. She contacted the other school. She didn't get a response. I don't think they actually did it. I think there was discussions about doing it because there was one particularly wacky mother But it doesn't seem that there's any proof that they
I like how he can't just admit that the whole thing was bullshit. He's like, I think there were discussions about doing it.
put a litter box in there.
Anyway, where's the fucking... I think it was like in a Twitter thread. It was like for something like a school shooting training or like a earthquake like it was for... I don't remember exactly what it was for. And I think the reason why I don't remember is because I don't remember how it made sense, but... Because that photo was explained somewhere. What am I looking for? There was a dumb rumor that furries were using litter boxes at schools and being accommodated, and it was used as evidence for like, look how far left everybody is. This is too extreme. But it was something that didn't happen. And there was a photo that went along with it, literally of just like a litter box in a school bathroom, but there was an explanation for that photo. And I'm trying to remember what the explanation was, so I'm trying to find that. There was like hold on. Oh, so some people are saying, and I want to find like an actual source for this. So now, okay, so it would be like emergency bathrooms during school shootings is the supposed explanation for that, but I just literally anybody could have placed that there, or there could have been a cat in, a bathroom that looked like a school bathroom or something. Like, I don't know. Hold on. All right, here we go. Finally. Okay, so it's on the Wikipedia page and there's sources. Thank Christ.
This is my 4th year. This is new, and it's showing, unfortunately, a need in our society. Today, during professional development, which is usually meant to talk about systems and structures in your school and curriculum, we were given buckets. We were also given first aid kits, toilet paper. We were given kitty litter to put in the buckets. And there is a pop-up tent to pop up around this bucket. These buckets are to use as toilets, because this is a need now for kids that have been on lockdown because of a threat. Need to use the bathroom when they're in for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours.
Okay, so apparently in like 2019, a bunch of school districts were given kitty litter for kids to use during lockdown scenarios where they wouldn't be able to use the bathroom. And so that could potentially explain the photo. And I guess that's what people are going with. But no, I guess nobody can really source what that photo was, but even that photo itself doesn't show anything, I guess is the point. It was literally just some kitty litter in a bathroom. And then I guess I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me correctly, that photo of the kitty litter came after the rumor. Like someone posted that as like reinforcement for the rumor, at which point anybody could take that photo. Anybody could literally just stage the photo. I don't know what that photo, I can't even find the original photo. So I guess the photo doesn't matter that much. Anyway, we're going to go back to this.
I just don't think that's okay.
But the Nebo School District tells us it's not that extreme. Seth Sorensen says no one was scratching or biting anyone, and that there are...
Oh, so it's literally just kids said something happened and then fucking telephone game. I don't understand how this gets a news story.
A lot of untrue rumors going around.
It actually is not something that's been occurring. In fact, a lot of the information that's been put out there is completely incorrect and inaccurate. And so we're still trying to get on top of that.
The thing is with furries is you could literally make up anything and people will just fucking go with it. There's that classic post of somebody on a message board being like, I'm raising my child as a furry and they don't like it. Just like a really obvious bait post. Like I keep biting the mailman and my kid doesn't like, just something dumb like that. And people were sharing that as if it was real. People were sharing that as if it was like a real thing. They're like, look how crazy they are. Are there crazy furries that exist? Sure. But that post was obvious bait. You can't fall for that shit. When something seems so meaty like that, when something seems so like, oh, this is perfect to share around, to be like, look how fucking dumb this is. Maybe be a bit skeptical about the information you're consuming. I don't know. All right, so let's see what this furry has to say.
Thank you.
This is Strudel, a member of the furry fandom. Though they've been a furry for over a decade, they have their own opinions.
It's crazy that it's escalated to this point where these kids are being so distracting to their peers that their peers want to stage a walkout. So to have, the next generation kind of muddy our name and not represent it very well, it is kind of disappointing.
That's so funny. So this is, okay. So people were acting as though this was somebody from the school, but clearly you can literally just hear what they're saying. There's somebody who's been in the furry fandom for over a decade, and the news just reached out to a furry to get their comment. And it sounds like this person has drank the Kool-Aid as well, and is saying like, "Oh, kids these days, I can't believe the younger furries are biting people," when it's like there's no evidence of this happening, right? Like, if a furry child bites someone, it's not... Like, kids, there's every fucking school everywhere. There's kids that bite each other, right? I don't think there's a school district or a school where they're allowing kids to bite each other and going like, oh, because they're a furry, no, it's okay. That's fucking insane.
Strudel believes there should be some limits.
Continue doing the things you like, continue dressing up, continue making art, but maybe let's keep it outside of school hours.
As for the school, Sorensen says they have one main goal.
We want every student to feel safe when they come to school, and we want students to get along. In fact, we want adults to get along.
Okay, so the district says they've worked with some students whose dress and appearance they say might be disruptive to the school environment. They say they do invite parents to talk with administration to learn more about how they're handling the situation.
Okay, so this is literally what it seems like is just a bunch of fucking, oh my God. What do we call this? Like satanic panic level hysteria? Because one kid showed up to school and with a tail. Like, that's all. This is the video footage we have of this kid, and it's just they have a tail and that's it, and it's a fucking tiny ass tail. This sucks. Are people really okay? Let's see. Oh boy, this is quite fucking ridiculous. How do people keep fucking getting duped every, 3 months now? How does that keep happening? All right, so this is the actual article without the video. A petition was started online on Sunday with an initial target of 500 signatures. And because it's online, of course, now it has thousands. We are asking Mount Nebo Middle School administration to start enforcing Section 3.1.8 of the district policy's dress code. Jewelry, accessories, tattoos, facial hair, and other elements of a student's appearance that draw undue attention, distract, disrupt, or otherwise interfere with learning atmosphere at a school or school activities and events, or create a health, safety, or welfare issue are prohibited. I mean, if that's a part of the dress code, if they don't allow any jewelry, but it says anything that would distract or disrupt. So I don't know. Anybody can get distracted or disrupted by anything. Like, if kids want to fucking bully someone over what they're wearing, then is the kid at fault because they're just being distracted over something? I don't know. The description for the petition says the administration of the school should more strictly blah blah blah. So yeah, Strudel gets the interview. How did they have a school walkout? What is wrong with? How did they do this? Calling for the expulsion and banning of furries. This really feels satanic panicky. This really just feels like there's somebody that's different. There's somebody that's different, and we're scared. Another sign read, "We just wanted to learn." What? Like, what actually happened? Like, Students said there were attacks from furries. Sorry, the students said there are attacks from the furries every day. What? But we're unsure of how many furries there actually are at school, shouting out numbers ranging from 5 to 100 students who identify as such. The students said there are attacks from the furries every day. So far, okay, so we've seen one video, and it's of a girl with a tail yelling at someone to stop recording them. And that's all. That's what we've seen. The school's furry population is accused of biting, scratching, spraying air freshener on, barking and at and chasing other students. I don't know if that's necessarily new. I don't know. There's some fucking weird kids out there, and before furry was, like a popular enough thing for it to even be, more or less in schools in some way. There's some fucking weird kids that would harass other kids or assault other kids. I don't know if this is it the case where the spraying air freshener on is weird. Obviously, if there are furry kids doing that, they shouldn't do that to other kids. Duh. But are you gonna fix that by enforcing a dress code? If you say the petition is to enforce a dress code, the walkout is presumably also to enforce a dress code, although some of them are saying expel or suspend furries. I don't know what the dress code is going to do to stop people from biting, scratching, spraying air freshener on, barking at, and chasing other students. It sounds like there's literal terrorism going on, but it also sounds like it could very easily just be one of those I saw the baby and it looked at me, like Ralph Wiggum things. People should really fucking pay attention to what the Satanic Panic was. There's some really good documentaries on it. There's a movie called The Hunt from 2012, which is essentially the same idea of you get enough people together paranoid about something, and then people will start believing nonsense, and someone will say something that they thought they heard to somebody else that's then like, oh, that's a real thing that happened because they said that they heard that, when in reality, who knows what the fuck. If you don't have any this is happening. Sorry, there are attacks from the furries every day. Biting, scratching, spraying air freshener on, barking at, and chasing other students. Every kid has a fucking phone. Where's the footage of this? I'm worried that there's going to be a point where people because if people are so hungry for this thing and so fucking gullible, the reason why people send those fucking forward this message 15 times or your mom's going to die. It's some things only exist because people are gullible enough to do them. I'm wondering if we'll start seeing really obvious bait. Some of the videos Joe Rogan reacts to of just clearly staged, clearly scripted nonsense, but he wants to believe that it's real so bad that he just believes it for some reason. We're standing up for what we believe is right, a student said. So the school officials are literally just saying a lot of the information that's been put out there is completely incorrect and inaccurate. So they've presumably been monitoring this situation to the best of their abilities, presumably. I don't know. I don't know these people. While Sorensen said there have been issues with harassment or students making others feel uncomfortable or unsafe, he said that most of the claims online are false. Ooh. Why would you do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? The administration at the school addressed it with the entire student body, they sent out a couple of emails. Sorensen said some of these emails were misinterpreted and parents took to online formats to voice some of the concerns and questions. Sorensen said students are not dressing up as cats and dogs. You'd think that there would be videos of it if they did. Okay, yeah. Literally, yeah. obviously, YouTube comments. This is literally how this shit works. This is literally how this shit works. Somebody just says something loudly, and people go like, "Oh, I want to believe that," and so they upvote it. And then people look at the amount of upvotes, and they go like, "Oh, that must be true. Enough people are saying this." The daughter of the principal is one of the furries, and they wear butt plugs to schools. This vid needs to go viral. This is on the comments for the. Oh my god. Oh, that's so funny. Source. Ban the principal. Like, okay, we have all these people in this comment section. Let's see if anybody asks for a source. Let's see the 15 replies on this 235 upvoted top comment on this video. Let's see if anybody asks for a source. Somebody's at least being ironic about it. Today I will take middle schoolers' ramblings at face value. Usually you can tell when kids are lying or exaggerating. Some of the younger kids may be exaggerating things, but when so many's '(s) of the things they say are more or less the same as each other, there's clearly something there. You haven't watched The Hunt. You have not watched The Hunt. I don't know what the fuck your problem is. You don't understand how information can spread. Misinformation. I think the thing is schoolyard rumors and bullying, but you can tell when a kid's lying, but kids can't tell, so they'll take the other kid's obvious lie and treat it as pure truth. Thank you, skepticism. What about the ones who appear to be telling the truth that are showing scratches they allegedly got from these students? Has a kid never scratched another kid at a school? Why is it different if they're a furry? Why is it different if they're a furry? What the fuck kind of school did you go to where no one got a scratch from anybody? There are also photos and videos of the furry kids in the school. Can somebody help me? Like, are there any videos other than, like, can somebody help me here? Can somebody... Is there more to it? Because I'd like to find it. Oh, God. Matt Walsh released a video that had pictures of the furry kids. So this... of the furry kids. Going to have to rewatch for the timestamp on other points I made that are in this video. We'll update later. Because I got the Matt Walsh video in the tab. We're going to watch that fucking shit, okay? Matt Walsh, the creator of the documentary What is a Woman, who later went on Joe Rogan's podcast and claimed that young girls were getting, or young trans boys, that children were getting mastectomies at the ages of 13 in the millions. And then he was fact-checked, and it turned out to be like less than 10,000, less than 1,000 over the course of like 10 years or some shit. Anyway, even though I'm paraphrasing and I don't have the exact statistics, the fact that he made a documentary on it, and he was not off by a little, but in a way that completely misrepresents the idea that this is some sort of like huge crisis that's happening. It's like, you made a fucking documentary on the subject. Like, if you're invested enough in the subject to make a documentary about it, you would think that you would want. Let's watch the clip, because I don't want to just say this is turning into a highlight, right? So I don't want to just say it and not have something to back it up. Unlike a lot of people apparently on the internet that just don't care about what they're saying.
Barely exist anymore because they've all become transgender. They've all this is what they do now. There are a lot of people.
This is after he made his documentary, by the way.
Doctors who got into the medical field and they did a certain thing, and then the transgender stuff came along, and that's their whole. That's what they do. Well, it's the same for a lot of plastic surgeons. That this is basically their whole business now, is doing the gender surgeries. And so you see the incentive for them. I mean, they have staked everything on this. They've also staked their professional reputation, because that's the other problem. Not only is it the political incentive and the money, but if they admit that they're wrong, then they're also admitting that they have horribly disfigured and abused thousands, maybe millions of kids.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, millions.
You're talking about hormone blockers?
Yeah.
Millions
blockers
of kids have been on hormone blockers? Really?
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on it, but my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah, that would be my guess. I can say for double mastectomies, I read a report recently that there were over 1,000 done between 2016 and 2019.
Okay, so I misremembered. I thought he was saying mastectomies in the millions, but he said hormone blockers in the millions, and this is why we look. This is why we look at things, so we're not just saying things without misremembering them. But the premise of my argument still stands because he's massively misrepresenting the numbers here. But anyway, let's see.
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
This says it's kind of undercounted, but that
would be a big undercounting.
Less than 1,000 people a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's way off. That's not millions.
I guess hundreds of thousands at this, but I could be wrong.
Million sounds great.
Is the screen blurred? No, it's just a really low quality re-upload. Anyway.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
The Media Matters will have fun with that clip.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh claims it was. But part of the problem, though, is that we don't. It's very hard to get numbers on any of this stuff, and who are you going to trust when they're telling you the numbers? So that's one of the issues.
All right. So you're just making assumptions, and anyway, so he got goofed on that one a little. I'm just kind of curious about the butt plug remark was at 3. Okay, so in this video we have we have some timestamps here. So this person is very invested in this.
With leashes hanging off, it's just
all right. Hold on.
Interesting.
Let's hear this.
What kind of animal costumes are they wearing?
Cats, dogs, foxes.
Like,
anything.
what do you mean, like a full-on bodysuit or what?
They're like tails, ears. It's very sexual and inappropriate. They're wearing butt plug tails under.
Do you think it? Because whenever I see a post on Reddit or anywhere of somebody wearing any kind of a fucking tail, top comment is always like, "Oh, I bet it's a butt plug." In an environment of fucking kids, do you think they're going to be any more careful about the assumptions that they're making? Did they show that? Did the furry show them? Did they remove a butt plug? Show that it's a butt plug? If the school administrators are coming out saying like, "Hey, there's a lot of misinformation here," and these kids are just kind of spreading rumors and it's getting out of control. I don't necessarily believe school administrators on everything, but like that seems like the most logical, realistic scenario here, and not there's attacks by furries every day, which is one of their quotes, and that they're going around school with fucking butt plug tails. Mate, I'm not saying it's impossible. There's some weird fucked up kids out there. In my fucking junior high, there were several kids who would do incredibly inappropriate things that were not furries. Some kids with mental problems, like fucking masturbated in class. Other kids thought it was funny to like jerk off in their hand and like fucking slap someone's face. I don't know. Did that happen, or was that also misinformation? I don't know. Right? Was that also misinformation? I don't know. Shit travels around when you're a kid. You hear these rumors. Some might be true, some might not be true. But it's not like furries existing or someone wearing a tail is some sort of new unprecedented crisis that needs to be addressed. That in of itself.
Underneath like skirts, they're wearing dog collars to school with leashes hanging off. It's just not okay.
Interesting.
Who cares?
How old are the kids in these classes?
11 through 13.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, 10 to 13. 10 to 13 or 14.
Yeah, it's just really bad.
Where are they getting these ideas?
Their parents.
Their parents.
Their parents.
I love how quickly they answered that. Are they going to say the parents are furries?
The internet, anywhere.
Well, we don't know if it's the parents. They might just be doing it themselves.
It is.
These are children. We're interviewing children. We're seriously interviewing children, trying to get like a comprehensive understanding of what the fuck is going on. This is so stupid.
The parents are a big part of their lives.
Children in Utah.
And that's probably one of the big reasons.
What's the point? What are they doing it for?
Attention.
Yeah?
They probably don't get enough of it at home, or their parents just...
What's the point of identifying as a furry?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel they're just sick and they want attention, and I don't feel like they get enough of it from their parents or love, so they try and get it from other places.
What does your sign say?
It says, we live not by lies. And other ones say...
We live not by lies. You're protesting furries and you're saying we live not by lies.
Comply, and you can't ignore us.
I see some big ones that say compelled speech is not free speech.
Yeah.
What's that about?
It's about us. We were getting 500 signatures to get them to stop this. And
to stop what? Fucking kids. I'm trying to... The kids wore all sorts of weird shit at my school. I don't know how it's a crisis. If somebody's fucking goth or a scene kid or just weird, especially, fucking shout out to all the kids who have to grow up in fucking Utah with all these crazies doing this weird satanic panic, moral panic on them. No wonder they want to express themselves as not being a part of your crowd. No fucking wonder. Holy shit.
Like Miss Taylor pretty much told me that she doesn't want us doing it, but she can't legally stop us.
So how they you said that they were spraying you guys, biting at you.
Yeah.
Is that how often does that happen?
Pretty often. Every day.
They bark
every single day.
every day, but they only bite like once a week.
And they spray us in the eyes with Febreze if they get a chance. So
is this in the
What the fuck? If that's happening, then like punish the kids. Are you like they're acting as if the kids aren't being punished because they're furries or something?
Classroom?
This is like after school or in the halls. They play fetch in the halls.
Why aren't the teachers or administrators doing anything about this?
They're too scared. They can't stop it.
They're too scared because furries are just have so much social backing right now. They're too scared. If they do something that's anti-furry, a lot of people are going to rush to furries' defense right now. That's where the culture is. Everybody's pro-furry. Oh, fucking Christ. What reality do you live in?
Sued or they can't do anything.
Yeah, furries have so much social power in Utah.
Would you be allowed to wear your Halloween costume to school?
No. We can't wear masks. We can't do anything, but these furries can walk around with full face masks.
What? Full face masks? We'll see. We'll see. It might be in the Mashwalt video.
Why is that? Is that a double standard?
Yes.
You don't know why they're allowing
Are they wearing it in class?
No.
Okay. All right. You guys should be filming the crowd over here, not me.
Are they being interviewed by Jimmy Kimmel?
There's more people over here than over there.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
Albert! Like on the news?
This is nuts.
Against furries. And there's been a lot of talk about furries in schools.
He does sound like Jimmy Kimmel.
Everybody says it's a myth. That's what the consensus was last time this came up in the news. But these kids are saying that it's not a myth and that there actually is furries being allowed in the classroom. They told me they're being attacked, they're being bitten, they're being sprayed in the face with Febreze.
He does sound like Jimmy Kimmel.
What news channel is on? What news channel?
Main Street Media.
You can't ignore us.
Hey, what's your...
Oh my god, the fuck... the paw print! No paw print! This is crazy. Oh, Utah, you're nuts.
Sign about?
If this, okay. If this was happening, it wouldn't be happening in Utah. It'd be happening in fucking San Francisco. Like, right? This seems like a fucking witch hunt. Really, really the furry population's just out of control in Utah, and they have so much control in Utah. I know it's Five Finger. It's stupid.
You can't ignore that. We don't want the furries here anymore.
Okay. All right.
What fucking assholes?
They bite and scratch you.
How about you guys?
Pretty good. How are you?
This sucks. That must suck to be one of those kids. A kid in school that's wearing a tail. One of these kids is going to be driven to fucking Minecraft, and that's like, I'm saying that word to not get demonetized. That's fucking serious. Shit sucks when you're raised in a fucking incredibly religious, ostracizing community. It sucks. Fucking shout out to those kids that are hopefully not biting people. So wait, this person's wearing what looks like a collar. Wait, excuse me. Sorry, I thought that... Wait a minute. What the fuck are you wearing? You're holding the sign. What the fuck are you wearing? You're not a furry. Those are headphones? No, what's that? There's something connected. There's something connecting on your neck there. Because it doesn't have a dog tag and it's not explicitly furry. That one's fine. No one's gonna harass you over it. You're wearing what looks like a collar. What's your fucking problem? I'm getting mad at kids as I do every day.
All right.
I will not comply. I'm actually upset about this.
What are you not complying with?
I will not comply. What are you not complying with? The furries. Are they trying to indoctrinate you?
Okay.
They're scary. Yeah, furries are scary. They bite ankles. No furries.
No furries?
We just want to learn, which is why we staged a walkout and are not at school right now, trying to learn.
Somebody was telling me that the furries were attacking you guys in class. Is that right?
Yeah, they bite kids. They bite people. They will bite ankles.
And how do they bite your ankle? Why would they?
They walk on all fours, run down the halls, and bite. Scratch people. They'll sniff your shoes.
They walk on all fours, run down the halls, and bite people. This is so stupid. Literally everybody watch the film The Hunt from 2012. Please watch that film. Please watch that film. It's about this exact same thing.
And then bite people. They scratch people, they bite
Thomas
people,
Vinterberg.
and one kid got bit, and then he kicked the furry, and then he got suspended. They won't stop biting us.
Sorry. Wait.
They walk on all fours, run down the halls, and bite. Scratch people. They'll sniff your shoes and then bite you. They scratch people, they bite people, and one kid got bit, and then he kicked the furry, and then he got suspended. They won't stop biting.
One kid got bit and bit the furry, and then one kid got bit and kicked the furry, and then he got suspended. I'm willing to believe that there might be like a couple fucking weirdos at this school that are like just have some brand of autism where they might be like, rawr. Staging a walkout? I don't know.
Biting at us. Yeah. It's not fair. We're not allowed to wear masks on Halloween, but then they wear masks every day.
So you can't wear a mask on Halloween?
No, we can't wear masks on Halloween, but they can wear masks any day. It's not
So
fair.
are they wearing a mask every day?
Yes. But every time they go, they're always just wearing a mask. But the principal finally stood up and banned those stuff. But they still wear them every day, and they don't get in trouble. The principal doesn't make them get in trouble.
They wear them every day and they don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
Because the video clip that we saw was just someone wearing a tail and their face was blurred, but they clearly weren't wearing like a fursuit head.
The principal says just be kind, be nice, and then.
What's the point of dressing up like a furry?
It's just I don't know. They think they're so cool that they want to be an animal.
They think they're so cool. They want attention. Why are you giving them the attention? Just fucking ignore them. Why are you giving them what they want then?
Attention. I think they want attention. So people can come at them and just look at them and think that they're so cool.
Okay.
Also,
are you guys?
What, do you think it's cool? You clearly don't think it's. Do you think it's cool? What do you mean?
Going to be in trouble for walking out of school today?
No, maybe.
If we go back on school grounds, we will get in trouble. Get suspended.
Hopefully not. We're standing for our rights. If we stay here.
We're standing for our rights.
But the furries are wrong. This is wrong. They should not be doing this.
Do your parents know you guys are out here?
Yes.
Okay.
They're all helping us get rid of those furries.
They don't care if we get in trouble as long as we can
Stay on the sidewalk, guys.
As long as the furries.
You guys stay on the sidewalk, okay?
As long as the people that get hurt,
As long as the furries are getting in trouble.
They get expelled. We will finish our job.
As long as they get expelled.
Bite people, we get in trouble for it.
They attack us. If they bite us and we just kick them, we get in trouble. They attack us.
They attack us and we get in trouble.
The question that should be asked right now is, did they bite you personally? Or did you hear about somebody getting bit? That's what, literally, that should be the question. I don't know what kind of reporter this guy is. He's just a guy with a camera.
And how else do they attack you guys?
They either bite us, they scratch us, they bark
pounce
at
on
us.
us. They pounce on us.
And then they run on all fours and pounce on people.
Why are they spraying you with Febreze?
Just because we apparently have rabies.
Because we apparently have rabies. That's funny. So, I don't think that this is impossible. I think it's exaggerated. I think that there might be like one or two fucking weirdos at this school that are doing like fucking weird things that they shouldn't be. But then it's like, okay, if you bring that to administrators and you have no proof of it, and then they're like, okay, well, nobody saw any of this happen, even if they did it, and you expect them to be expelled. But, you know, like, I don't know what's happening.
Remember that they were putting litter boxes in the girls' bathroom?
Oh, God, really? What do you mean? Okay, now we know that it's bullshit because they're repeating the litter box thing.
Spraying you with Febreze.
Just because.
Listen to this.
Because we apparently have rabies.
And there's a rumor that they were putting litter boxes in the girls' bathroom. And the boys. They started putting litter boxes. Yeah,
they're saying it so confident. This is bullshit.
I heard that was just a rumor.
No, it's true.
Is it something you've seen?
Yeah, they're putting litter boxes in the bathroom.
So we can't talk or say anything to the furries or even look at them, but they can come look at us and they can say stuff to us and touch us, and they don't get in trouble.
What? We can't talk or say anything to the furries, but they can look at us and touch us.
Oh, we get in trouble.
Interesting. That sounds like a double standard to me.
Yes.
Okay, you guys stay on the sidewalk, okay?
Also,
This sucks.
we're not allowed to look at them, go near them within like a 10-feet circle. Otherwise, the teachers will come and get mad at us.
We're not allowed to look at them or go within 10 feet of them. Otherwise, the teachers will get mad at us. None of these kids are being like, oh, that one's not true. They're all just going like, yeah. Every single fucking random thing that's being said, everybody's like, yeah.
No.
Okay.
They say.
Okay, wait. One said no. One said no on that one.
No.
Okay.
They say.
Not fair.
How old are the kids that are dressed like furries?
They're like 11, 12. They're 13, and they shouldn't be allowed to. They bring dog bowls to lunch, and you got a dog.
They prohibit us from wearing masks, but they let them wear full face masks.
Why do you think the principal hasn't put a stop to this?
Because her daughter is a furry, and she supports it. And if we get bit or something, they get mad at us.
If the principal has a daughter that's a furry, and the daughter's like, I want to wear a tail or some shit, and they're okay with it, is it really a crisis? If the daughter's allowed to bite people, then maybe the authorities should get involved, and maybe somebody should record one of these things happening. Right? Maybe somebody should record any one of these instances that happens literally every single day, according to these kids, and the kids should be punished. If that's what they're doing, they should be punished.
Suspended, not that. Even if they hurt us to do anything, we get suspended.
But like saying expel all furries is kind of a overreach, right?
Scratch, bite, and she's also afraid of getting sued.
Where are they getting these ideas, you think?
Their parents.
Why would their parents want them to dress up as an animal?
I don't know. But they're not supporting their parents.
They get it from
They're
YouTube
doing it
because
to
they
get
see
attention.
furries and they think it's cool.
Their parents aren't doing anything about it, and it's wrong.
They deserve to get in trouble.
What did you say?
I have scratch proof that they scratched me. Their parents have mental illnesses and they're giving it to their kids to believe that they can act like this when they're humans. They believe they're animals and they're not.
Okay.
I
So
agree.
that scratch on your elbow is from a furry?
Yes.
Interesting.
I have one on my leg, but I'm not gonna show
Yeah,
it.
you don't have to show it. That's fine. Well, you guys are pretty brave for walking out of class.
It shouldn't be allowed.
I'd be afraid to get suspended.
They can't suspend all of us. There's so many. They can't suspend all of us. That would be illegal. I got kicked in the leg.
You got kicked in the leg?
Yeah, it was
Hey, you guys stay on the sidewalk, okay?
I'm on the sidewalk.
What is this?
If the principal has a daughter that's terrorizing kids at the school, fucking get her like some help, right? Expel her, suspend her, whatever you need to do. She shouldn't be doing that. I don't know what being a furry has to do with this, right? That's wrong on its own merits.
I've asked teachers are.
They send us emails every single day about how we should be kind and respect.
And then they sent another one how they were
And respect.
So this looks like a Facebook post.
Yeah, that's a Facebook post.
Okay. And what is this saying?
It's about the furries. But like a month ago, I got.
So what is it saying though? Like, what's the gist of it?
Like,
Keep sending out emails about why we should be
read
kind
it. You can read it, Boston. Do you want to read it, Boston?
Okay. I got it.
There you go. There's something on my phone.
Do I have to read all of that?
No, just tell me if you read it before.
Yeah.
So what's the gist of it?
Just telling us about furries and how it's bull crap on.
And how we need to
Okay,
climb
you guys gotta stay on the sidewalk.
Yeah, how we
You don't want to get in trouble, okay?
How we need to climb together.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
It's mainly about how we should be nice to them no matter what they do to us and respect them, even if they hurt us or anything. We should just respect that their choices and what they're going through. But it basically says that we should not hurt them or not do anything about it because of it's their choices and their decisions. Even if they hurt us and stuff, we shouldn't do anything about it.
Okay.
And yesterday they sent out an email about
During sixth period.
during sixth period about why you shouldn't wear things that distract from class and all, but they're wearing these full suits and they won't talk to them.
We need to see the pictures of the full suits. I'm willing to if they have the shit, just show it. Maybe I should go to the Matt Walsh video and come back to this. Because someone was saying in the comments here that they showed something in the Matt Walsh video. I don't believe that there's no truth to this. And also, this is a weird one. Why do children have butt plug tails in school? Somebody should remember there's things that have happened with furries where literally someone will see where the current is going. They'll see where the direction of the wind is going, and then they'll stage things at conventions. Like this literally happened. A Twitter user that doesn't exist anymore, but they did this at several different conventions where they would just literally they would get their friend to pose and face the wall like this and just do that, and then they would take a picture of it, and then they would go, someone's peeing in the hotel at fucking this convention, and it just never happened, and they get hundreds of retweets just because they want attention. And that's what it seems like when I see a comment like this. Why do children have butt plug tails in school? Although I guess that one's repeating the comment from one of the kids, but still. Whew. They need to call the police for assault. Yes. If someone's being assaulted, it's a legal thing, right? That's a funny image. My son is homeschooled due to furry sexual harassment. I'm from a small town in North Carolina. The furry is male and was touching my child. The classmates and illegals. What? The furry is male and was touching my child. The classmates / illegals. What? The illegals? Thought it was funny. My son was touched under the table, licking motions to his face, kisses blown at him, and the furry would say, I love you out loud. Classmates laughed at my child daily. My child is just now... You can't even... Is this a copy pasta? The ... doesn't lead anywhere. What? I don't know what's going on here. So your son got sexually assaulted at school or sexually harassed. And did your school in a small town in North Carolina also said, like, furries, oh, we can't do anything because they're furry. They get special rights. Is that literally what happened there? All right. So I'm going to pee. I need to decrease the zoom. Thank Christ. Thank you. Is that what happened? Okay, hold on. Okay. Thank you. I didn't realize that would happen. My child is just now recovering from depression and anxiety. My kid is in 10th grade. If there's furries doing shit like that at school, then fucking punish them. This really reeks of just people repeating shit that they kind of want to believe. Here's Mark Dice, noted person in this ecosystem. That slippery slope the left said wouldn't happen when society largely accepted gay marriage has clearly happened and is far worse than anyone could have imagined. Slippery slope argument is funny to me because the slope didn't start with gay marriage. It started with sodomy in general. So if you've ever gotten your fucking dick sucked, that was the start of the slope. So maybe if you want to go back to only missionary, only for purposes of procreation, then you can make that argument. Otherwise, why are you arbitrarily starting the slope at gay marriage? Why are you starting the slope at gay marriage? Why not at sodomy? Why not at anything before gay marriage, right? Why did it start at gay marriage? Let's check out what Matt Walsh has to say.
Let's try to follow the winding contours of this rather bizarre story. It begins earlier this week with students at Mount Nebo Middle School in Utah staging a walkout in protest of all the furries that administrators have allowed to infest the school. It began with a petition which gained over 500 signatures in a few days, calling for the school to start enforcing its dress codes and stop allowing students to come to class dressed in their furry costumes. And then came the walkout. Adam Bartholomew is a local commentator in Utah, captured footage of the event and of the kids outside the school, talked to them and asked them what their complaints were. And let's watch a little bit of that.
So are they wearing a mask every day?
Yes. But every time they go, they're always just wearing a mask. But
We're protecting the kids' identities.
the principal finally stood up and banned those stuff. But they still wear them every day.
And they don't get in trouble. The principal doesn't make them get in trouble.
Yeah. All the principal says is just be kind, be nice. And then
What's the point of dressing up like a furry?
it's just
I don't know. They think they're so cool that they want to be there.
So people can come at them and just look at them and think that they're so cool.
Okay.
It's not YouTube policy because we just watched the original upload. I don't think it's YouTube policy.
It's not getting in trouble for walking on school time?
If it's YouTube policy, then we should censor the kids too, I guess. But I don't know. Fuck. Ooh. Do I have to censor every child actor that appears in a film that I shit on, or what?
Your parents know you guys are out here?
All right, I don't know. Let's see. This one's a cut. I know I've seen that other clip, so let's see.
They fight us and we just kick them. We get in trouble. They attack us.
They attack us and we get in trouble.
And how else do they attack you guys?
They fight us, they scratch us, they bark
pounce
at
on
us.
us. They pounce on us.
And then they run on all fours and pounce on people.
So the furries have gone feral, it seems. They're biting and scratching and pouncing on people. Some of the students have had enough of this behavior. They want to go to school at a school, not at a petting zoo, and that's why they walked out. So that's the story. But then the fact checkers leapt into action to throw cold water on this whole story, or
we'll find out
to do that at least. Here's the Salt Lake Tribune. Fact check. Nebo School District responds to claims about student protest over furries. A district spokesperson said the protest seemed to be organized after a message sent to families was misinterpreted. Now,
can we see the message?
What kind of misinterpretation can lead these students to think that there are a bunch of furries in school when there really aren't, supposedly?
Wait, what? Sorry. What the fuck? What? They didn't say there's no furries. They didn't say there's no furries. That's not what they said. That's not what they said. What do you mean? What could have possibly led them to say that there's no furries in school? That's not what they said. They said that a message was misinterpreted. That's all that they show the message. Like, what are you talking about?
Interpreted. Now, what kind of misinterpretation can lead these students to think that there are a bunch of furries in school when there really aren't?
What is that? What are you responding to?
Supposedly. Like, what? And what could you have said in an email that people would mistranslate as a reference to furries? Well, let's keep reading. Quote, video of middle schoolers walking out of a Nebo school district school in Payson on Wednesday quickly spread in conservative social media circles, with posts claiming the students were protesting because the district was allowing student furries to terrorize other students. Nebo School District spokesperson Seth Sorensen said that claim was false. He also said that students...
Yeah, the claim that they're terrorizing other students, they're saying is false.
Students at the middle school are not wearing full-body animal costumes to class.
Okay.
As furries, part of a subculture of people who sometimes dress up like animal characters but act like humans, are known to do. Dismissing the claim, Sorensen said the Wednesday protests seemed to be organized after a message the school sent to families last week was misinterpreted. The message was sent after a group of students had been targeting another group of students, saying things that were overheard by others that the administrators felt were inappropriate and shouldn't be said.
So the message was sent after a bunch of kids. Let's just, according to the school district, the message was sent after a bunch of kids were targeting another group of students, probably furries, saying things that were overheard by others, which we saw a lot of in that video. It just seemed to be the case. I mean, it seems to be the most logical thing to interpret from a bunch of kids going like, I heard that the baby looked at me in the closet and they bited me. Yeah. Right? So this seems like a logical argument so far.
Sorensen said. The group of students being targeted, he added, were students who sometimes come to school wearing headbands that may have ears on them. He said he doesn't think the targeted students necessarily refer to themselves as furries.
Necessarily, meaning they could be furries, and there probably are some furries at the school. Every school probably has a few furries. Furries exist. So nowhere in this article or response from the school district do they say there are no furries at the school. It's a pretty easy thing to interpret, but somehow Matt Walsh decided to interpret it a different way.
So the spokesman says that there are no furries.
He didn't say that. What the fuck? You're just. I hate right-wing fucking propaganda bullshit because they show something, and then in the next sentence say it's something other than what they showed. They say it's something other than what they just showed. You have the belief, and then you have what justifies their belief, and they don't fucking match. They just showed us. And then people watch this, and they watch it uncritically because they trust him, because they believe in the same social values, or at least purported social values of this person. And they believe him as a trusted source. And so they come away with his interpretation of what justifies his beliefs. They come away with it believing his interpretation when the interpretation is not based on the facts. That pisses me off. Holy shit, people are so stupid.
I guess the kids are lying or somehow confused.
They didn't say there are no furries. They didn't say that. Holy shit, I fucking hate this. Happens every single fucking time. It's so stupid.
So
they didn't say that. You just showed what they said. They didn't say that.
The spokesman says that there are no furries.
They literally didn't say that.
I guess the kids are lying or somehow confused. There aren't any furries, but there might be some kids wearing animal ears to class for whatever reason. And those kids, he says, may or may not identify as furries. It's all a big
Okay, well then you said they may or may not. They didn't say that there are no. Well, what are you saying? That why? Oh. They have a very uncanny ability to say two things at once. And then depending on who is in the audience and depending on how they want to interpret it, they just come out with whichever favorable interpretation that they would like to believe. It's so annoying.
Misunderstanding. But then he goes on to admit that there have been altercations over people being dressing differently, quote unquote. Back to the article, says, in one specific instance, the targeted students were sitting in a corner of the lunchroom eating as a group of friends when others began calling them names and throwing food at them.
This is exactly what I thought was fucking happening. Like, furries are kids wearing like fucking animal shit at school, right? Ears or tails or whatever, not full fursuits. Maybe they'll show a picture and maybe there'll be one kid that brought a fursuit to school one day and wore it in between classes and got away with it. But I really fucking doubt there's kids wearing like fursuits in class. Maybe one kid, maybe a couple kids even, had like a head and they brought it and wore it, like stuck it in their locker, and then between classes were like, oh yeah, I'm a dog, or whatever. Right? This is what upsets me about this. Is this these kids that feel ostracized and feel different and don't fucking fit in and are already fucking picked on don't need more bullshit. They really don't need more bullshit. They're fucking struggling enough. So they're saying literally from the school, and who knows, maybe the school's fucking lying. Maybe the school's lying. We're going to see to the best of our abilities how to interpret given the available information. But the school district is saying that the kids who may or may not be furries, just because you wear animal ears or a tail doesn't mean you're a furry, right? Sitting in a corner of the lunchroom eating as a group of friends when others began calling them names and throwing food at them because they were dressed differently. That sounds about like what I assumed the situation was, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Because they were dressed differently, Sorensen told the Salt Lake Tribune on Thursday, providing more details about the situation. After word of the altercation spread, the school sent an initial message to families last Friday stating, quote, we expect all students to be respectful towards each other while we are here at the school. We hope you will treat others how you would like to be treated, the message stated. Outstanding behavior might demonstrate curiosity, understanding, patience, and tolerance. But Sorensen said that he thinks some parents misinterpreted the note, incorrectly taking it as a message that the school was taking the side of a single group, saying, we want you to be this kind of group, but they don't have to be.
Okay, so he misread that. I'm reading the actual quote. We want you to be kind to this group, but they don't have to be kind to anyone else, is the misinterpretation that he also misread. So the school, according to the school, they sent out a message after some kids were getting fucking bullied and getting food thrown at them for dressing differently. Tale as old as time. And they sent out a message to people saying, don't do that. Be kind and tolerant over people, even if they dress differently. And the misinterpretation, people misinterpret it as, we want you to be kind to this group only, but they don't have to be kind to anyone else. And then Matt Walsh misread that, and I don't know if he intentionally did that, but
kind to anybody else. Nobody was taking the side of one group or another. He said, what we were saying is everyone needs to treat everyone else with respect.
Uncontroversial. So if that was what was said in the email that now a bunch of kids are fucking protesting over because some kids decided that means that you have to treat the furries nice, but not everybody else. That's fucking insane.
Okay, well, wait a second.
Okay, you found the actual email online? Okay, hold on. Dear parents and guardians, we have had several parents reach out to us over the past few days regarding rumors that are being spread about behaviors of a small group of students at our school. We hoped our efforts to clarify misconceptions would be sufficient, but it seems that we still have some misunderstandings. We shared a message with teachers on Monday, April 15th to share with their students in their 6th period classes. Students were reminded at this middle school, we roar by being respectful. We roar Oh, no. By being respectful, outstanding, academic, and responsible. We expect all students to be respectful with each other while we are here at school. We hope you treat others how you would like to be treated. Outstanding behavior might demonstrate curiosity, understanding, patience, and tolerance. One of our goals is to ensure that you are able to come to school each day to learn the academic curriculum and appropriate citizenship. As responsible citizens, we hope you will look out for each other, take care of each other, and treat each other with kindness. Please keep in mind that this district has policies that help us. Roar! Their school mascot is a cat. Big cat. According to this school district policy dress code, jewelry, accessories, hair, and other elements of a student's appearance that draw undue attention, distract, disrupt, or otherwise interfere with the learning atmosphere at school or its school activities and events that create a health, safety, or welfare issue are prohibited. We ask that any clothing item from home that becomes a nuisance item, a distraction to learning, or creates an unsafe situation will be left at home. Additionally, according to policy, blah, 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 written, verbal, or physical act that creates a hostile, threatening, humiliating, or abusive environment is not permitted. The continued rumor is that some students may plan to walk out tomorrow. While students may exercise their freedom of expression, disruptions to the school day will be handled as needed. We will follow, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this seems like a follow-up to the message that was misinterpreted before. So I don't know if the administrator sending that email meant, okay, we're going to, from now on, not allow tails and ears or whatever. I don't know if that's what that meant. I don't know if the video that we saw in that news segment was one of a kid from that school wearing a tail before that email was sent. I don't know what their current policy is or how they're currently enforcing it or what's happening. But so far, there was nothing in that email that seems like worth a walkout unless you intentionally go out of your way to interpret it in the most malicious and uncharitable way possible, which, anyway. The website also has videos and images. Okay, so can you link the whole article? Okay, we're going to read this article. Okay, we're going on we can't, this is funny. Contrary to Blaze Media, contrary to Salt Lake Tribune fact check, photos and videos appear to show multiple students dressed and behaving as furries at Utah school. Okay, this student is outside. This is a photo of allegedly a student outside, as in not in class. All right, let's continue. Earlier this week, a video went viral on social media. Like who? Outside. This is outside, by the way. Oh, this is so stupid. Earlier this week, a video went viral on social media showing students protesting furries people who identify as animals wear animal-like apparel and mimic animal behaviors. In Payson, Utah, about an hour south of Salt Lake City, so Mormon Central, as Blaze News previously reported, despite the number of students participating in the protest and the availability of evidence supporting the claims, the Salt Lake Tribune almost immediately issued a fact check, insisting that the furry allegations were likely false. Okay, well, let's fucking read what they said was false about this, okay? We can't just settle for just someone's interpretation of someone else's thing. Let's go to the source. Okay, so this is the fact check that Matt Walsh and the Blaze Media are getting pissed off about. Let's see what it says. District spokesperson said the protest seemed to be organized after a message sent to families was misinterpreted. Video of middle schoolers walking out at a blank, Nebo, I don't know how to pronounce it. School district in Payton quickly spread conservative social media circles, with posts claiming the students were protesting because the district was allowing student furries to terrorize other students. Conservative radio host Adam Bartholomew, who shared a video of the walkout on X, wrote in a post that the student who organized the protest told him to furries were biting, scratching, blah, 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 blah. The school district spokesperson said that claim was false. He also said students at the middle school are not wearing full-body animal costumes to class. Okay? This is the... I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume, because this is the first fucking image in your article, that we're not going to see anything much more than this. Because this is true. This is true then, that they're not wearing full-body animal costumes to class. Otherwise, there would be fucking photos of it. Right? All right. But by about 4 p.m. on Wednesday, the video claims picked up and spread by libs of TikTok, obviously, duh, an account on X that shares anti-LGBTQ posts and other clips geared at generating right-wing outrage. Bartholomew is married to blah, 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 who is running a far-right candidate as the Utah State Board of Education in District 13. Students claim that the furries bite them, blah, 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 blah. We know that. Dismissing those claims, Sorensen said the Wednesday protest seemed to be organized after this message to the school... After a message the school sent to families last week was misinterpreted. School's message encouraged respect. Officials said the message was sent after a group of students had been targeting another group of students, saying things that were overheard by others, but that the administration felt were inappropriate and shouldn't be said. The group of students being targeted, he added, were students who sometimes come to school wearing headbands that may have ears on them. He said doesn't think the targeted students necessarily refer to themselves as furries. Necessarily. That's a word in the English language that you should have an understanding of, Matt Walsh. These are pretty young kids, he said. You'll have students that show up with headbands and giant bows. You'll have students that show up dressed as their favorite basketball player or baseball player. That's just what kids this age do. That's a sensible opinion. That's the shit that I was saying earlier. In one specific instance, the targeted students were sitting in the corner of a lunchroom meeting as a group of friends when others began calling them names and throwing food at them because they were dressed differently, Sorensen told the Salt Lake Tribune on Thursday, providing more details about the situation. After word of the altercation spread, the school sent an initial message to families last Friday. We expect all students to be respectful to each other while we're at school. Here at school. We hope you will treat others blah, 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 blah. We read this part, understanding patience, tolerance. The note continued, one of our goals is to ensure that you're able to come to school. We read that part. The message reiterated both the school's dress code policy as well as the school's policy against written, verbal, or physical acts that stand to threaten, humiliate, or abuse others. And also, the dress code policy in that email is one of those where it's like, okay, it's up to interpretation, as in those words like distracting to students or like harmful or, pose a threat or danger. It's like, that's literally just up for the faculty to decide. It's one of those. And that's at every fucking school, by the way. But Sorensen said he thinks some parents misinterpreted the note incorrectly, taking it as a message that the school was taking the side of a single group, saying, we want you to be kind to this group, but they don't have to be kind to anyone else. Nobody was taking the side of one group or another. He said, what we're saying is everyone needs to treat everyone else with respect. Sorensen said some upset parents took to social media instead of discussing the issue with the school district. On Sunday, a Change.org petition was created titled Students for Humans at Schools, Not Animals, aka Furries, demanding that the district enforce its dress code. The online petition garnered more than 1,500 signatures as of Thursday afternoon. On Tuesday, the school sent another message to parents trying to clarify its original note. We have several parents reach out to us over the past few days regarding rumors that were spread about behaviors of a small group of students at the school, the message read. We hoped our efforts to clarify misconceptions would be sufficient, but it seems that we still have some misunderstandings. The note went on to quote the Friday message and concluded with an acknowledgement of rumored plans at walkout protest on Wednesday. While students may exercise their freedom of expression, disruptions to the school day will be handled as needed, the message read, citing district policy. The student protest ultimately came together Wednesday after some parents pulled their children from school, Sorensen said. Moving forward, Sorensen said the district plans to stay the course, aiming to foster a respectful school community. We hope that rather than parents just reaching out on social media and posting, that they'll actually reach out to the school and have conversations, Soren said, adding that the district would love nothing more than to engage in those conversations and find solutions that will make everybody happy. So nowhere in this fucking article is the shit that Matt Walsh was saying about them saying like, oh, there were no furries, actually. No furries exist. And so now, okay. Despite the number of students participating in the process and the protests and the availability of evidence supporting their claims, the Salt Lake Tribune almost immediately issued a fact check, insisting that the furry allegations were likely false. You believe every single one of the allegations, the Blaze? You believe every single one of those allegations by those groups of kids? Those dumb children? You believe everything that those children were saying? They attack us every day. And they show up in full fursuit. All right. Blaze News spoke with multiple parents and students, including Kendallin, the 13-year-old girl who orchestrated the walkout and attending the paper and online petitions. Very trustworthy source, the girl who organized the walkout. Through our conversations, Blaze News found evidence of students referring to one another as furries. Yeah, that wasn't disputed. The Salt Lake Tribune didn't say that there were no furries. wearing animal clothing en masse in defiance of understood school district dress code, and crawling about and growling in a manner that is likely to bother others. In other words, we have ample evidence that the allegations demand a good faith investigation from the media, an investigation that the Salt Lake Tribune has thus far opted not to conduct. All right, let's see. Just sprayed in the fucking eyes, clear evidence of a problem. Blaze News received nearly a dozen pieces of photographic and video evidence showing some students in animal outfits causing a disturbance and perhaps even physical harm. A former school employee, Katie Organ, as well as a 6th grade student there, confirmed to Blaze News that each of the following videos and photos given to us by a separate source were taken of Mount Nebo students on school grounds. Former school employee confirmed that it was on school grounds. Okay. The first video is the most damning. In addition to the demonstrating that kids in animal masks regularly gather on school property, the video shows one student apparently bragging, "I just sprayed blank in the fucking eyes." Several demonstrators at the walkout reported that furries have occasionally sprayed unsuspecting students with Febreze. Kendall told Blaze News that her friend was victimized by such an attack in the girls' restroom, outside of the purview of school surveillance cameras. All right, let's check it out. Okay, again, that's not full fursuit. That's someone in the ears, right? Okay, hold on. I thought you guys were animals. I want to try and interpret what every word is being said here. It's the furries. It sounds like they're being fucking bullied. Okay, that showed nothing. Let's watch it again. It sounds like someone saying they sprayed someone in the fucking eyes. Is that the furry saying it? Again, if there is a kid at school wearing ears and like terrorizing other students, that's bad. Just like it's really impossible to understand anything that happened in that clip. And I would like to point out the same skepticism that I think should be applied to any situation, right? Healthy skepticism. Conservatives are familiar with this skepticism when it comes to, claims of like rape charges, video or allegations about, people like Kyle Rittenhouse. They are aware of what healthy skepticism looks like, and then they throw that out the fucking window whenever it's something that fits their belief. They throw that healthy skepticism out the fucking window. I'm being a healthy skeptic about this right now. All right. Other videos show kids flailing about on all fours while screaming and barking. In one video, one female student can be even be heard exclaiming near a group of girls in an animal masks. It's a furry in action. Oh, this is fun. All right, hold on. Let's see. Oh, wait. This is 3 seconds long. Sorry, is this... No one's ever done that at school? Like, come on! Why does it matter that they're a furry? Who cares? Like, this video, this could be someone imitating a furry and making fun of them. This could easily be someone imitating a furry and making fun of them. Is that, if that is the case, is that also not permissible? Like, what, the kids were, oh, the kids were running on all fours at schools. Who cares? What the fuck do you think is happening here? Is this a moral panic? All right. Let's see what this is. Let's see what this video is. This is all the evidence, by the way. Fucking, what? They say that there's like 100 furries at school, meaning there must be thousands of kids at the school. Right? This is all the evidence we have? Let's see. So potato video of someone saying they sprayed someone in the eyes. Right? And then the recorder of the video going, I thought you furries were animals, right? Someone running on all fours in a 3-second clip. Now let's see what this 8-second clip is. Which one's barking? It's not the girl on all fours. No one even seems to be in any, like, distress. The camera person's laughing. Sorry, like, these are kids, like, playing. No one's, like, does this person look like they're being attacked right now? Like, the way that they were describing this in the protest was as if, like... First of all, someone on all fours would be, like, fast enough or, you know, like, as if human bodies are built that way. To be able to, like, chase people. To be able to chase people and, like, bite their ankles. And then they got in trouble for fighting back. They get in trouble for fighting back. This shows nothing. This shows fucking nothing. One of the kids screaming, making those barking noises, is one of the kids running away. That sounds like someone making fun of a furry, and we don't even know if this is a furry. This could be someone making fun of the concept of furries. This could be something completely irrelevant to furries. We don't know what the fuck this is. This shows nothing. What the hell? Were people seriously upset with this as the evidence? We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Oh my God, this is nuts. She did it for 8 seconds and then got up. She did it for 8 seconds and got up. The camera child is laughing. These people are... do I even need to explain? This person's reading a book. Person got their arms crossed. Maybe teen pregnancy. Maybe the body shaming. I don't know. It's Utah. Could be either way. All right, so that was nothing. We've got a lot of nothing. Let's continue. Because okay, sorry, the way that they introduce this, Okay, let's see. Is this going to be the smoking gun, or we've got? Sorry. They even say in the article, the first video is the most damning. The potato video, like where there's no context. Oh my God.
It's a furry in action!
They're outside! They're outside! These look like fucking masks that they made in paper mache in drama class. Those aren't full fursuits. They're outside. What do you mean? Who cares? If these kids are furries or not furries and they just identify like they like to wear some animal shit, maybe theater kids, maybe scene kids, maybe fucking, like, just, who cares? Who cares? You're creating an issue out of nothing, and you're making people's lives worse that are already feeling disconnected from society, that are already feeling like they don't belong, and you're making them feel way fucking worse, and you're being a fucking monster over this. Holy shit, I hate people. Yeah, and they're filming something, too. Right? Like, Is that a camera? What's that? Are they filming something? Sorry, what is this? Sorry, what is this? This mask right here looks like not a furry mask. This looks like a different mask. This looks like maybe kids were making something in drama class or something. Like, I don't even know. This doesn't, I don't know. They could be furries. We don't know. We don't know. But there's nothing about it. Where's the moral panic coming from?
It's a furry in action.
Okay, that one is an animal mask. Okay, there we go. It's a furry in action.
Meow.
So it sounds like they might be being bullied by the camera person.
It's a furry.
It sounds like they're just actively like mocking them, right? Look, they could be furries. They could be furries. They might be furries. There's furries that exist in schools. They exist. They have for a while. This isn't even a new thing.
It's a furry in action. Meow.
So, okay, I want to repeat that one more time.
It's a furry in action.
So this kid walking by them seems like he's mocking them. So from the group of alleged furries, and they might be furries. They might be furries. From the group of alleged furries, we hear meow. Just saying the word meow. Meow. To which the camera person, who seems like they're just bullying these kids and mocking them, decides to do this. Meow. If the issue that you're presenting is like kids are barking at people. Kids are barking at people. Is that not what the fucking cameraman's doing? Way louder than them? The meow? The furry kid said Iron Orchid, thank you for this up. The alleged furry kid group, they just said meow, and they just kind of wanted to be left alone. And the person recording is like, meow! Which seems like every single one of these videos is someone that's just harassing somebody. Which is weird because according to all these other kids, the furries are harassing them. You know, and I'd like to remind people, you know, if you don't have the full fucking story or the full fucking picture and all you have is like the end result, so like where this video starts of somebody saying, I just sprayed them in the eyes, allegedly coming from the furry, and it might be. Allegedly coming from the alleged furry. Do we know whether or not they were attacked by someone before? Do we know that? If the video clip starts after the altercation, and all the other fucking videos are people just going like, oh, a furry! Oh, a furry! And the email sent out in the first place that started this whole shit was the school district talking about how kids who were dressed differently got food thrown at them as they were eating by themselves, just being fucking different. Are we expected to believe that this altercation started of just like, they're spraying people, they just go up to every kid and they spray people in the eyes? Or does it seem more likely that they're getting fucking bullied and harassed, and one of them might be a weirdo, and maybe one of them like did that? I don't know. Apply some healthy fucking skepticism. Why are you believing just what kids say? Why are you just taking that at face value, you fucking idiots? All right. A small sampling of these photos show kids routinely donning animal-like clothing and accessories. Though no photos show an animal tail, Oregon told Blaze News she found a tail lying on the ground the day she resigned from the district. One furry lost their tail in the lunchroom, she said. And I saw it laying there, and I was like, oh, they're going to be sad that's gone. Okay, these are all outside. All right. This is not a full fursuit. Who cares? Oh, you have fuzzy socks and you have an extension to your headband. Who cares? Stop fucking bullying people. Oh, your mittens have a different design. Your mittens have pink on one spot. You're not allowed to wear mittens in school in Utah. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck yourself. This is so stupid. This is their evidence, by the way. We're done. Like, holy shit, this is stupid. Administrators plead for understanding and tolerance. As strange as some of the Mount Nebo student behavior and clothing has been, the response from adults in the building is perhaps more alarming. Various students at the walkout claim to have reported to teachers and administrators incidents of furries barking, hissing, preening, or even biting, only to be ignored or even disciplined for lodging complaints. The videos didn't show any of that. If we try to do something to get away from the furries, or we tell them to stop, we get suspended. Yeah, that sounds completely accurate and not exaggerated. One boy told the reporter. Yeah, we're getting a quote from a boy. We're getting a quote from a small child talking to a dude with a camera on the street as they're all protesting furries. And this is a news story. In late February or early March, Katie Organ, who's not a licensed teacher, but who until recently worked with struggling Mount Nebo students as a success coach, received a report from a frustrated girl who claimed to have been bitten by a furry after she repeatedly asked the furry to leave her alone. When the girl reported the alleged bite to another teacher, the other teacher supposedly invited her to exercise greater tolerance. This teacher said, "We just have to be nice," the girl claimed. Organ told Blaze News. "We can't discriminate." So again, this is the fucking telephone game. So this is now a person who's not a teacher but worked with them as a success coach saying that another girl said a thing, but it's not coming from her directly, and then she said that another thing happened, and we're supposed to believe it. And not be critical of this information at all, but be critical of people saying that we have no evidence of this happening and that it's likely exaggerated. Oh, we should be critical of those people, but not... We should take at face value the children in this fucking mob. Protesting furries. Ash Coconut, that's the claim. I don't know if that actually happened. There's no evidence of this happening. Though Blaze News could not independently verify this incident, we did receive a copy of a memo the day before the walkout that expressed a similar idea. What? Nowhere we read this earlier. Nowhere does it say, "Oh, you can't. You should be kind and tolerant to people that bite you." Nowhere does it say that. You should be kind and tolerant to people that physically assault you. That's just their way of living. Nowhere does it say that. We read that earlier. That expressed a similar idea. What do you mean? A similar idea to the claim that someone got bit? How do you say those words and then show something that doesn't back up what you just said? It seems to ask students to demonstrate curiosity, understanding, patience, and tolerance toward a small group of students at a school, almost certainly a veiled reference to the furries. So? That doesn't mean somebody bit somebody and then didn't get in trouble for it. The memo issued a blanket warning against violating dress code and creating a hostile learning environment. Students at the walkout were frustrated that this warning was sent to all students rather than those like the furries, who have allegedly disregarded those policies. They won't talk to the furries directly. They just send out an email and have the school, tell everyone. I don't understand the issue of this email. At about 9:30 p.m. on the day of Mount Nebo walkout, at about the time Blaze News was speaking with walkout organizer Kendallin and her parents, all three of whom reportedly attended the demonstration, the Salt Lake Tribune was publishing its fact-check article. Fact-check. Yes. That article written by Tribune education reporter Michael Lee appears to make little attempt to understand the nature or veracity of the furry allegations. Lee did not mention speaking with Mount Nebo students or other members of the community, even though anywhere between 60 and 150 students attended the walkout, despite a looming threat of suspension. Instead, Lee hinted that the apparent furry clique at Mount Nebo is little more than a boogeyman created by conservative social media circles. Yes. To foment right-wing outrage. Yes. The video claims have been picked up and spread by libs of TikTok, an account on X that shares anti-LGBT posts. He also pointedly noted that Callie Bartholomew, the wife of the Utah Main Street media reporter who documented the walkout and spoke to students and parents for over an hour, is running a far-right candidate for the Utah State Board of Education in District 13. In fact, the only source for Lee's self-identifying fact check appears to be Seth Sorensen, described in the article as a spokesperson for the Nebo School District. But there's no evidence for... the initial claim needs evidence, and you showed these... This is it. You made a whole article about... That's it. So, like it... Oh, my God. Sorensen's email signature provides two much more colorful job titles for him: Communications and Community Relations Administrator and Nebo Education Foundation Executive Director. Sorensen emphatically denied the existence of a furry group at Mount Nebo, dismissing the accusations as young kids occasionally playing dress up. That's not what they said. That's not what they said. You're lying in this sentence. Sorensen did not deny the existence of a furry group, and he did not dismiss the accusations of furries as being kids occasionally playing dress up. This quote here, you'll have students that show up with headbands and giant bows. You'll have students that show up dressed as their favorite basketball player or baseball player. That's just what kids this age do. That's not him saying that's what the furries are. That's him saying, hey, some kids dress differently. What's the big deal? If some kids have fucking cat ears and some other kids want to have a giant bow, or like that one kid that was in the protest have what was essentially a collar, but nobody's calling her out for that because it doesn't have a fucking dog tag on it or something. Like, oh, that collar's fine. The other ones are not. The furry ones are not fine. Mine's fine. So yeah, literally lying, dude. He did not deny the existence of a furry group. That's not what happened in the article. We read the entire article. Nowhere did it say that. And he did not dismiss the accusations as young kids occasionally playing dress up. This quote does not support what you're saying. That's not what he said. All right. Sorensen, who blamed at least some of the community outrage on parents, he claimed misunderstood a recent memo. That memo, allegedly issued the week before the walkout, reportedly called for a greater respect and tolerance among the diverse Mount Nebo student body. Some parents and students mistakenly believed that the school was taking advantage of a single group, saying, "We want you to be kind of this group, but they don't have to be kind to anyone else," Sorensen said. Lee admitted in the article that this outlet did not independently view the school memo, claiming that it was not immediately available, since Sorensen said the campus and its staff had since dismissed for the day and he didn't have a copy on hand. So yeah, I guess this is the only email. And in this email, I don't see anything controversial. So the original school memo was sent to teachers and is not available. Perhaps the campus didn't want that public. I don't know why. It would be interesting to see what that was. But it sounds like, what it sounds like is kids were bullying some furries eating lunch. And they told people to be respectful and not do that. Where did I leave? That email is not okay. That email sent on Tuesday and not last week does not reference another message of the unknown content that Mount Nebo teachers were told to relay to their 6th period classes on April 15th. School administrators, it seems, entrusted middle school students to pass along the message to their worried parents. Blaze News reached out to Lee for comment, but did not receive a response. We reached out to the managing editors at the Tribune to find out whether or not there had been any editorial oversight on Lee's thinly sourced fact check. One editor, what do you mean thinly sourced? What do you mean thinly sourced? The fact check didn't say that there were no furries that existed. Whatever. One editor responded and claimed that our inquiries had been passed along to Executive Director Lauren Gustas. That was the last and, in fact, the only communication we received from the Tribune. No masks or animal costumes. District denies furries' existence at Mount Nebo. Blaze News has also had several email interactions with Seth Sorensen, the representative of the school district, who likewise spoke with Lee during these interactions. Sorensen repeatedly denied the existence of a furry problem at Nebo, even suggested the media outlets such as Blaze News had misled the public in their reporting. All right, I'd like to see a quote for that exactly. In his initial email to us, Sorensen unequivocally stated that no Mount Nebo student had worn masks or animal costumes at school or engaged in the frightening animal-like behaviors. I would like to see the full quote, because you completely misrepresented the other quotes in the exact same way. But let's say that the school district, Sorensen, the guy representing it, let's say that there has been nothing in the school, as in the kids were in the field outside the school, maybe after school hours, because every single one showing them wearing an animal mask was outside. Animal costumes, that doesn't dismiss the, okay, maybe they have ears, maybe they have a tail or something, right? So it depends on how you define it. Anyway, there have been no incidents of biting, licking, costumes, or animal behavior at Mount Nebo Middle School. Okay, these rumors are unfounded and not occurring in our schools. It depends on what he means by animal behavior. But if this was the quote of them saying that he was like denying it, then this is closer. This is closer at least. And it also depends on what he means by incidents, like reported incidents. We don't know. All right. When Blaze News sent Sorensen an image and video that seemed to contradict some of his assertions, he became even more indignant. I forget how to pronounce that word. Indignant. None of the video or photographic evidence we have seen shows students dressing up as animals or acting like animals, as that would not be allowed. Okay, that's weird. He replied, "We cannot even confirm that these videos are of our students and in our schools." That might be true. I don't know. According to whoever the Blaze reached out to, who used to work at the school, these are apparently verified as being on school grounds. So now we actually have something that seems like them actually denying the existence of like furries. So in that sense, I can see why people would come away with that conclusion from a quote like this. But there's no reason to believe that this person, Sorensen, doesn't believe what he's saying. Because like him, I don't know if these are on school grounds. As in, this video is literally just someone playing. This video is literally someone playing. This video is literally just people with like that much of their face covered with an animal thing outside. Like the only times anyone's wearing an animal mask is outside, which I don't know how you could verify that easily, whether or not that's on school grounds. Anyway, approaching this with healthy skepticism. Because I don't... Is this... Because this looks... I don't know. There's some weird school grounds. I don't know what the school grounds looks like here. Like if the in school grounds is literally just like, oh, the perimeter within this fence, maybe at someone's house right there. Different schools are... I don't know. There's some... there's different schools everywhere, so I don't know. I have no way. I have no way to verify this. Blaze News then sent a copy of the video that apparently captures a student boasting about spraying someone with chemicals. Soren first claimed we could not open the video. We then sent along another copy of the video, but he made no reply. The last missive we did receive missive we did receive from Sorensen refused to acknowledge the existence of a furry problem and instead took aim at our previous coverage of the walkout. Several news outlets have even written articles debunking the information your group has presented as a fact in your group's previous article, or simply decided that there really was no story and did not do anything on it, he wrote. He did not mention the name of any such outlets. Journalism requires investigation and research, he continued. Just as note, those media outlets who have taken the time to come to our schools and visit with the administration have seen that there is absolutely no validity to the wild accusations being thrown about online. Kelly Taylor, the principal of Mount Nebo, did not respond to Blaze News' request for comment. There's no indication that the Salt Lake Tribune or any outlet actually spoke with the parents who were raising the complaint to determine whether they had evidence to support their claims, evidence that the parents were readily available to provide to Blaze News. I mean, I've seen the evidence. I just like... So far, what it seems like in this article is that at best, there are furries at school that outside were wearing a mask outside, maybe after school hours. We don't know. And maybe we don't even know how close to the school it was or if it's officially in the school grounds. And that there's other kids playing. And that one kid said that they sprayed someone in the eyes, but there's literally no context to that. And then if these are from the school, someone's wearing ears and fuzzy socks or leggings or whatever. And then like, I can't believe if you have to circle it, it's clearly not that much of a distraction for students. If you have to circle it, if you have to tell people what the issue with that image is. Anyway, so if this representative of the school is knowingly saying no one's dressed up in any animal thing ever unequivocally, then that would be a lie if those things were taken on school grounds. if they know about those videos also. Or if they don't believe that the videos that they were sent were from the school. Anyway, long story short, everything that we've read in this article, there's still no reason to have a moral panic over any of this. There's nothing here that suggests that there's... Anyway, well, I'm just looking for evidence. I'm just looking for actual proof of not someone outside with a mask at one point, but like the actual claims that the protests are alleging. Anyway, Caitlin, Katie Organ, and others in the Payson, Utah community who tell Blaze News they are fed up with furries and other disciplinary issues at Mount Nebo have not been deterred by the reports from the District of Salt Lake Tribune. If anything, they feel more compelled to speak out in the hopes of protecting students who just want to go to school without fear of torment. Oh, that's such a fucking framing, isn't it? The non-furries just want to be not tormented by the furries, is what's happening. The furries are not being tormented by the non-furries. The non-furries are being tormented. The majority of students are being tormented by this small minority of students. Oregon, who attended the walkout even though she resigned from the district last week, claimed that for too long, victimized students have been trapped in a no-win situation. It's this double standard, I believe, that if you don't have proof, nothing happened without proof, she said. However, if they pull their phone out and record something, then they get in trouble for recording it. Well, the recording showed nothing. I'm just waiting for a recording showing something that you're claiming, other than some, again, we've been over this. Some kids outside wore a mask, and then some other kids had fuzzy leggings, and one kid had a fucking paws or something. Because they are not a minority, their voices cannot be heard. So here we have the, the premise of this. The majority is the real oppressed. The majority is the oppressed in all situations. We gotta do something about this minority because they're oppressing the majority too hard. Kendallin, who told Blaze News that the school administrators are too scared to address the furry problem, feels emboldened by all the support she and her classmates have received from the community. I know I got all these people here to support me, Kendallin stated at the walkout she put into motion. I've got the moms, I've got the city to support me, I have my parents to support me, and if we need to, I'll go to another school, but we're standing up for what we believe in. Here we go, Matt Walsh.
He says that the school isn't taking the side of a single group, quote unquote. But what group are you talking about? I thought that he said that there weren't any furries at the school. Which group is he referring to?
Nobody said that. Nobody said there's no furries at the school. Right? Nobody said that. Even if we take his quote from the Blaze, which, we'll see. I don't know how much I can trust them, but they claim to have a quote of him saying that there's like no incidents of. I shouldn't paraphrase. I'll get this article back up again. Hold on. Okay. They say there have been no incidents of biting, licking, costumes, or animal behavior at school. That doesn't mean there's no furries at school. Anyway, there could be a group of kids, and it depends. Like, he might be the word animal costumes might be like, it's not a full costume. I don't know if him responding to the Blaze's email was in, the most accurate way that he could have. Because clearly, I don't know, if somebody wears like a fucking t-shirt that has a furry on it, or like the headband with fucking animal ears or whatever. I don't know if someone wants to interpret that as an animal costume, or if he's lying by saying that's not an animal costume, but he's saying that there have been no incidents as far as he's aware, but we don't know. We don't know what he's aware of, and we don't know exactly what the fuck's going on.
He said that there weren't any furries at the school, which
he didn't say that.
Is he referring to?
He didn't say that.
I thought the group in question doesn't exist at the school. So what's the fact check here?
Nobody said that. We looked through all of the sources. Nobody said that at any point in time. Why are you saying that as if they said that?
Is he saying that there are furries at the school, but he's not taking their side? Because that's a different kind of fact check. Is he confirming that there are indeed kids coming to school dressed like animals? This fact check and the dozens of others published by various outlets over the last couple of days who have claimed this is all some right-wing conspiracy totally invented. They've made it seem like the reports of furries were pure unfounded rumor, but that's not quite what you get from the spokesman's own words. And then there's this, quote, on Tuesday, the school sent another message to parents trying to clarify its original note. We have had several parents reach out to us over the past few days regarding rumors that are being spread about behaviors of a small group of students at our school. We hope our efforts to clarify misconceptions should be sufficient, but it seems we still have some misunderstandings. The note went on to quote the Friday message and concluded with an acknowledgement of rumored plans of a walkout protest on Wednesday. Well, there's again a reference to this group of students who, according to the fact checkers, doesn't exist.
Nobody said that at any point. You've said that like fucking 5 times in this video, as if somebody said that ever.
So how can a non-existent group of furries...
You've read it. You know you're lying. ...exhibit
any behaviors at all, given that they don't exist? Or do they?
You're arguing against a position that doesn't exist. Like, fuck you.
If they don't exist, then why did we see with our own eyes and hear with our own ears kids from that school on camera saying explicitly that their classmates are being permitted to come to class dressed like animals and act like animals too? $20 barely gets you anything.
Problem is, a substitute teacher from Mount Nebo Middle School contacted me and said this has been happening for over a year. And this one is actually really sad, and this person needs to be reprimanded. Rebecca Hunsaker Barney said, this is the school I work at. I'm embarrassed for the parents that just believed everything their kids told them, then staged a protest without even contacting the school.
Sorry, the person needs to be holy shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? The person that says, I work here and I'm embarrassed that this walkout happened based on no evidence. Oh my God. They need to be reprimanded for saying that. Jesus Christ. What happened to free speech? Sin is good. Thank you for the sub.
School to find out what is really happening. The truth is that a few kids dress as pets stay to themselves. They do not do any of these things these kids are reporting.
That's what it seems like.
However, they are constantly picked on and bullied. So the kid.
Wait, let's read the rest of it. Honestly, we had the most wonderful peaceful day yesterday because most of the troublemakers were out protesting a lie. The halls were quiet and actually cleaner without them there. So it sounds like a bunch of fucking bullies are trying to ostracize a small group of kids for being different even further than they already have been. Sorry, what is this article? Allegedly from a kid in the group wearing masks. All right, we're going to take another little detour here. Fuck everybody.
Against school officials and even students in the Mount Nebo School District tonight.
Nebo.
Those threats are related to a protest over alleged furries in school last week. News specialist Lindsay Ertz is in Payson with the details.
The threats came after a student protest last week where kids claimed that other students were acting like animals, even biting students. But the Mount Nebo School District said last week they had no evidence of that happening. The protest and
yeah, because otherwise we would see it.
Posts going viral online showing kids in animal masks at school.
This is a game that she likes to play. She likes to fit in with her friends.
And videos of kids barking at other kids.
But it doesn't look like, to me, it's an attack. It looks like a game.
But one mom.
Duh!
Named Alicia, whose daughter and 5 friends were shown in one of those viral posts, says she's no furry.
I know that her friends are making those masks and they're very, very proud of them. It wasn't ever she's confused about her identity. It was just something that a hobby that her friends had, and they like to share that together at school.
Alicia says,
duh!
All this attention has been unwelcome.
It targeted a group of kids that are already very different and already being targeted. And there was nothing to substantiate the claims of assault.
And she says the backlash has forced her to pull her daughter out of school.
saying I identify as a hunter. So yeah, they're gonna go hunt furries at school.
Video.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the video from the fucking Blaze. They're like, oh, I thought you people were animals. That's what we saw. It was the kids taking those videos were fucking being bullies.
Like this has been shared as proof of furries in schools. Alicia says she believes the video is just kids playing at recess.
Duh!
And that the versions that have been posted online have been edited.
To me, if you have to manipulate your evidence to say something that matches your agenda, I do not like your agenda.
And Payson police tell us they're still investigating those threats, trying to figure out where they may have come from. Reporting at Mount Nebo Middle School in Payson for KSL 5 News.
Sorry, somebody, whoever linked this article said, oh yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you. Damn. It's fucking sad. It's fucking sad. Like, why does every fucking conservative outrage seem to just exist trying to make people who already have tough lives have worse lives? Why does it seem like that's just always what's fucking happening? So yeah, somebody who works at the school, this guy reads her post and says she should be reprimanded because I don't believe her.
And bullied. So the kids stayed to themselves. But what about the video I just got from a concerned parent where this girl acting like a dog is going after these students?
Going after? How do they not see? Like, okay, you can just watch the fucking video. Oh, they're being... They're so hopeless. They're so hopeless. Also, the girl on all fours is not the one fucking making those screaming noises. It's the kids fucking running away. Going, "Rah, rah, rah." It sounds like they're playing. Nobody seems like they're in any serious danger. Nobody seems like they're being attacked. Nobody seems like their like consent is being violated in any kind of way. I hate this shit. How can you show this and not realize how fucking stupid it is what you're showing?
This gets even better. Honestly, we had the most wonderful, peaceful day yesterday because most of the troublemakers were out protesting a lie. Really? Because that doesn't look like a lie.
What are you talking? What do you think the video even shows?
The halls were quiet and actually cleaner without them there. This is a teacher at the school. This teacher's supposed to look at these kids in the eye, unbiased, and give them grades.
Unbiased?
Okay, well, that confirms it then. The furries being in school is not a
So
rumor.
yeah, the implication at the end is she's giving the furries better grades than they deserve, and the non-furries, she's making them fail the class. She's biased. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Facebook post from a teacher that works at the school that says the furries are a problem. Would you also say at the end, she's supposed to be unbiased in giving grades? Sounds like she's got a bias against the furries. Of course you wouldn't say that. What is that fucking argument at the end? She's supposed to be unbiased in giving them grades. You ever think that teachers maybe biased? What the fuck are you trying to say?
To look at these kids in the eye, unbiased, and give them grades.
He also doesn't know that unbiased is a word. He says unbiased.
Okay, well, that confirms it then. The furries being in school is not a rumor. It's not misinformation. And the left has been denying that this sort of thing is happening.
Nobody's saying there's no furries at school. Nobody's saying that there's no furries in any school. No one was saying there was no furries at that school.
Happening for years. They've claimed that this is all the claims of furries at school and kids coming to school dressed as animals. They've been saying for years that this is a total right-wing myth, completely made up. But here you have a teacher who is on the side of the furries, a teacher who doesn't like the kids who were protesting, admitting publicly that, quote, a few kids we're
like over halfway through your video, and every single thing you've said has been, they're telling you that there's no furries at this school. But there's furries at the school. No one said that.
As pets. And she says that like it's completely normal. Like she sees no problem with it. As if it's normal childhood behavior. I don't know about you, but when I went to school...
She didn't say it's normal. She said those kids were being fucking bullied for it. Obviously, they're not normal. They're being treated like shit over it. That's what she was saying. Read the fucking quote, you idiot.
We had precisely 0 kids dressing as pets at school. What? Well, she acts like she doesn't have a problem with it, and she doesn't, and that is the problem. Now, look, we can have debates over dress codes and how strict they could be or should be, but any halfway sane person should agree that the dress code should at least require that every student dress like a human. And
if you wear a fucking tail or ears or have the fucking paws on your mitts instead of like regular mittens, you're not dressing like a human, because those are human clothes. Those are human. A headband is a human headwear. The mitts are human mitts. They just have a different design that you don't like. Go fuck yourself.
At a minimum, dressing as a pet is not something that a child of any age should be doing on a regular basis. Okay, if my 4-year-old at home was dressing like an animal every day, I'd be a little concerned even about that. It's like, well, that's an unhealthy fixation for a child of any age. By the way, the same guy, Eric Maltzis, has also obtained these photos of kids at this school dressed in their animal costumes, which you can see here. So we've got some kind of velociraptor lion hybrid thing.
All right. Is this during a class? Because it seems like they have food. Somebody, again, like I said an hour ago, you know, some kid might have a thing that they brought in their locker, and between classes they put it on. Who cares? Who cares? What's the problem? Do you think they're actually like going to each class like this?
Hybrid thing. And then a bunch of variations of cats, I guess. And I think I see another.
Who cares? They're expressing themselves.
A lizard, or maybe there's a dinosaur back there. Kids are dressing like this at school.
At school? At school, they're dressing like this.
Coming to school in a full-on mask and just walking around the school? Their parents are letting them leave the house in animal masks?
Okay, that I don't think that they're doing that for the even furries at conventions don't spend the entire fucking day in fucking costume, okay? You bring it somewhere and then you put it on.
Well, this is happening. It has not been debunked. It is real. It's a real thing. But we have not yet gotten to the weirdest part of this story, somehow. The local ABC affiliate decided to provide context by interviewing a furry in costume and referring to the woman as her fictional character's name during this interview. Watch.
Who cares?
This is Strudel, a member of the furry fandom.
Okay, so if you got Lady Gaga on, are you gonna fucking, like, okay, what's Lady Gaga's real name? Wikipedia. Are you really gonna go like, the news referred to her as her fictional name, Lady Gaga, instead of Stephanie Joanne Angelina Germanata? Like, who cares? What do you mean? Oh yeah, that's really just playing. Oh, we've gone so far in society that the news is referring to the furry as their furry name. Who cares? Who cares? What is that? What do you even think you're saying?
Though they've been a furry for over a decade, they have their own opinions.
They refuse to call them by a name that they didn't give them.
It's crazy that it's escalated to this point where these kids are being so distracting to their peers that their peers want to stage a walkout, or to have, you know, the next generation kind of muddy our name.
It's not on her fucking ID card. It's not like she's going to the government. It's not like officers like license and registration, shows the ID. It's a fursuit head and it says Strudel. That would be an issue. Oh, on the news they referred to her as her furry name.
And not represent it very well. It is kind of disappointing
Strudel believes there should be some limits.
Why not? Who cares? Who cares if they call her Strudel?
Continue doing things you like, continue dressing up, continue making art, but maybe let's keep it outside of school hours.
No, yeah, they randomly interviewed a furry. It's not even one from the school.
Yeah, she doesn't want these kids to muddy the name of furries. They must not sully the reputation of the furries. They shouldn't do anything that gives the public the impression that people who walk around in animal costumes are, I don't know, weird, bizarre, deranged.
What were your comments about, like, children being fertile and that you should get pregnant at like 16 or whatever, Matt Walsh? Is that not a little weird and deranged?
Mentally unbalanced.
Or your obsession with trans people, is that not weird and deranged and mentally unbalanced? Your obsession with these fucking people?
That's according to Strudel, who the reporter refers to as Strudel, while also respecting the non-binary pronouns of the fictional character that the woman in the costume is pretending to be.
Sorry, what?
Who the reporter refers to as Strudel, while also respecting the non-binary pronouns of the fictional character that the woman in the costume is pretending to be.
Okay, they're non-binary. I didn't know.
Now, you may like to think that this...
If we're to trust Matt Walsh, I don't know. Maybe he just threw that word in there.
That this, what you just saw there, is the media's low point. That's as low as... It cannot get worse than that. It has finally hit rock bottom. It cannot possibly get any more embarrassing than that.
That's the low end of media, not anything that I put out on this program on a daily basis.
But unfortunately, you're wrong. I mean, there is no bottom, I'm afraid. Searching for the media's lowest point is like searching for the end of a black hole. It just...
I'm not the media, by the way.
Keeps going and going, and it gets darker and darker all the while.
He never found out what a woman is, no.
Now this, as many of us have warned for years, what you're seeing in this particular school, and it's not the only school, by the way, is the result of emphasizing tolerance and acceptance above all.
Oh, here's the narrative. If you're tolerant to people, then furries get to bite kids and they'll terrorize you. The tolerance leads to minority rule, not just leaving people the fuck alone, which sounded like that's what the email said.
It is not. In fact, ever since the beginning of time, teenage girls have been getting pregnant. It used to be more common. The peak, ever since they started keeping records of these things, which they only started doing recently, like in the 20th century, but ever since they started keeping records, in 1957 was the peak for teenage pregnancy. 1957. Not 2009,
well, back
not
then,
today.
All of them were supposed to have kids. Like, that's when you had kids.
That's my point, okay? So to all of a sudden act like this phenomenon of girls getting pregnant at a young age that we consider young, 16 or 17, to act like it's a new thing is ridiculous. It's always been that way. Even biologically, and this is me just stating, I'm just, right now I'm going to start by just stating facts.
I'm a fact stater.
Fact number one, it's not a new phenomenon. Fact number two, in fact, it's a phenomenon that was more common earlier in history, and for, first
less civilized
6,000 to 10,000 years of human existence, it was a normal thing. Fact three, girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yeah.
Okay? That's biological. That's a fact, all right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. But what happened recently, and this is the fourth fact, recently in the last 30 years or so, we decided that that's way too young to start a family.
Why?
And because now
divorce rates would probably go up, and once you're that young, you can't.
Oh, well. At about 16, you're an adult who is mature and can make decisions. You're that at 16. I don't care what anybody says. And if you're going to tell me it's different, well, then how come for the first 10,000 years of human civilization, that's the way it was? It's just recently where all of a sudden we're all renegade until we're 25. I mean, that's fun. That's a fun thing. So yeah, him calling other people, what were the words? Deranged? I don't know.
You heard it even in that email the school sent home. The problem, as far as they're concerned, is not that kids are coming to school dressed as animals, but that other kids are not sufficiently tolerant of it.
If the kids are coming to school and during lunch break or outside, they fucking put on a mask for like 5-10 minutes or something, and they're playing with each other, and that's the way that they find connection with each other, and they enjoy doing that, and they're not hurting anybody else, and they're getting bullied by other kids to the point where there needs to be an email sent out to tell kids to stop fucking bullying them. What's the fucking issue with that email? Oh, we're being too tolerant.
And this is the result of that. And I don't say it's the end result. It's not the final result. As I said, there is no end.
No, it's a slippery slope, and it started with gay marriage and not with sodomy in general. It started with gay marriage. Don't pay attention to the other things before that.
There is no finality. It can always get weirder and more disturbing, but this is a result. This is an inevitable stop along the way once you board the crazy train. And when
the inevitable stop along the way is telling kids not to fucking bully other kids for dressing different. Yeah.
Start telling people, kids especially, that they can be whatever they want to be and they can identify as whatever they want to identify as. Of course, some of them choose to be animals, obviously. And since you've elevated tolerance and personal expression, quote unquote, as the highest virtues, you now have no way of telling these kids not to behave this way. I mean, how can you?
Well, can you make an argument? Can you make an argument then? Is it harmful to other people? Do you care about freedom? Do you care about people being able to live their lives and not being like tyrannically told what to do and imposing dumb rules on people that if somebody's not hurting anybody else? Isn't that supposed to be one of your values?
They're expressing themselves. They're being who they feel they are deep inside. The school can't put a stop to this without backtracking on the entire woke program.
Oh, yeah, the school's in Utah. The school's in Utah. Not even like a main city, but south of Salt Lake. The schools of Utah are so afraid to back down on the woke program. It's really happening everywhere. You got to homeschool because it's happening everywhere.
That's clearly how they see it. And they're right. There's an interesting segment from that ABC affiliate's written report on this same issue. And their article also quotes Strudel, by the way, and calls her that in the report. But then it says this. According to WebMD, a furry is someone who has an interest in animals with human qualities and who sometimes dresses up as a cartoon-like version of an animal. Quote, I really like the idea of animals that walk and talk, so I'm going to dress up as one as kind of a fun sort of cosplay thing, Strudel said.
Mm-hmm.
WebMD said people are often interested in becoming furries to find a sense of community, though some of the drawbacks they may face are negative stereotypes and social stigmas.
All right. Is he going to say they deserve the social stigma? Let's find out.
Now, I have no idea why WebMD is being consulted for furry information, but in any event, it implies that the negative stereotypes and social stigmas against this quote-unquote community are wrong.
Well, you're predictable. Oh, my God. No, it's correct to have negative stereotypes and social stigma against a marginalized group of people that are just being weird and different, not hurting anybody. It's correct to have social stigma against people. Yeah. Also, 16-year-olds are fertile, and we should,
community are wrong, but they aren't. I mean, there should be a social stigma attached to walking around in a ridiculous costume.
Are you going to make an argument for that, or are you just going to act as if it's a fact that everybody should agree with inherently? Are you going to make an argument for why there should be a social stigma? I'm waiting. There's not that much left in the video. Can you make an argument, please?
It is normal for a person to treat such behavior as bizarre and antisocial because it is bizarre and antisocial behavior.
Antisocial is a weird word to put in front of it because, I mean, they're being social with each other. What do you mean antisocial? Sure, bizarre. Antisocial? What do you mean? Furries are, these kids are connecting with each other. Right? And again, seems like a bunch of those kids aren't even furries. Who knows how many of them are? I'm willing to believe at least some. What do you mean antisocial? It's literally them being social with each other. What do you mean antisocial?
A lot of what we now refer to as bullying among children.
Oh, no.
Some of it is actually bullying.
Oh,
but a
no.
lot of it is really just children acting normal and
What the fuck?
Responding to weird, unhealthy things in a way that conveys that the things are weird and unhealthy.
Yeah, like throwing food at people for dressing different. It's just their kids being normal. Staging a fucking protest. Trying to get them expelled from school. It's just normal. It's just kids being normal. What people refer to as bullying is just kids being normal. Go fuck yourself, dude.
The schools want to condition children out of that natural, normal response. They want your child.
They want your child not to bully other kids just because they dress different. Yeah.
To treat the furry as normal.
You don't have to treat them as normal. Just don't fucking throw food at them when they're eating their lunch.
And then after treating the furry as normal, eventually to actually see this sort of behavior as normal. And then eventually to become one himself.
That's the goal. That's the goal. If you don't throw your food at furries, they want you. The reason they tell you that is because they want your kids to become a furry. They always fucking do this shit. They're gonna make your kid trans and a furry. You're gonna make your kid. If your kid is told not to bully other kids, or it's not bullying, it's just being normal. It's because they want them to be a furry. That's the end goal. They're gonna make them a furry.
The furry as normal. And then after treating the furry as normal, eventually to actually see this sort of behavior as normal. And then eventually to become one himself or something just as or more bizarre. That is the process. That's the agenda.
Just as or more bizarre, like somebody who wants to impregnate a 16-year-old, right?
It's playing out at schools all across the country right now.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
If you'd like to see what else I have to
everywhere.
say.
It's a huge crisis that's happening right now. It's everywhere. All right, are we going to see Donald Trump Jr.?
And finally, I want to end on one of the weirdest stories of the week. A group of students protested outside of a Utah middle school on Wednesday. Why? Well, because the school is apparently allowing kids to dress up as furries. Like animals.
Dude, you do so much cocaine. Why are you criticizing other people?
They dress up as cats and other animals, and we have to treat them as such. From the news report, quote, the students said that there are attacks from the furries every day. Like they're getting bitten, okay? By kids that think they're animals because we are insane. But we're unsure.
Also, what's funny is I just realized the contradiction between the claim they wear masks all the time, they leave the house with their masks on, and also they're biting people. Which I'm not sure you can do with a mask on, but okay.
Of how many furries there actually are at the school, shouting out numbers ranging from 5 to 100 students who...
All the top comments are making fun of him? Why? All right.
Who identify as such. I mean, I think one of my kids had a furry in their school, and it's truly mind-blowing.
I think one of my kids had a furry at their school, and it's truly mind-blowing. I think one of my kids had a furry at their school. But what I think may have happened maybe was truly mind-blowing.
School's furry population is accused of biting, scratching, spraying air freshener on, barking at, and chasing other students. The local news even interviewed a local furry.
This is Strudel, a member of the furry fandom.
Next generation.
Strudel believes they're
up hours.
Okay, don't forget, folks. The furry is like the trans community. They're going to be totally protected. They can bark at people. They can distract it.
No policy exists anywhere that allows furries in schools or otherwise any scenario to harass others because they're furries. That does not exist. No such policy exists anywhere.
Because they think they're dogs and cats. We have to accommodate their insanity.
Where? Show me something! Show me it!
Now, if someone says something or pushes back, I guarantee you, the normal person that's trying to get an education, that's trying to learn in school, trying to be left alone from people who'd otherwise be certifiably insane if it wasn't for 2024, that person's the one that's going to get in trouble, not the idiot. Okay? Every day, the world somehow gets even crazier and more bizarre.
You got a source for any of this, or just a bunch of kids? Just a bunch of children. A bunch of children that were like bullying these other kids. Oh, the furries are biting me. They're just doing it for attention because they think they're so cool.
So before we get to tonight's interview with the one and only Michael Savage, a quick word from some of our incredible sponsors. Like I always say, the Patriot Counter Gear. Present from a
Is that it? Is that all you had to say?
Public Square Health, another. Birch, 9 more.
What a buildup.
Okay, that's all you had to say? Who cares? All right.
Continue making art, but
Look how concerned he looks.
maybe.
All right, so you're watching literally, you're watching a tweet from End Wokeness, by the way, that started, there was a 3-minute news segment, and you started at the end of it. They have the verification mark. They could have included the entire source, but they didn't.
Some students whose
They just cut to the furry being interviewed.
dress and appearance, they say, might be disruptive to the.
So you might be wondering to yourself, what the fuck is going on? Well, guess what? There are kids going to school now in furry outfits, and there are other kids that are protesting it because of how fucking ridiculous it is. Look at this. These are kids protesting the furries. I wonder if anybody ever asked the question, is it a good thing that middle schoolers were groomed into a sexual fetish that they're now expressing in a middle?
What the fuck? What do you mean? What? Oh my god. Asmongold. First of all, okay, so we saw from the interview with the mother, her daughter is not even a furry. They're just playing, and they're children. And even if there are furries at school, okay, is it a fetish for some furries? Sure. Is it an identity for some furries? Sure. There are tons of asexual furries. Tons. And if it is sexual for someone, being the gender that you are can be sexual for people, right? Like if you were to imagine, like, okay, you're masturbating. Do you imagine yourself as a dude or a girl, right? So it's like, okay, your gender, if you imagine yourself as your gender, that's inherently sexual, right? You feel more comfortable in the sexual scenario as what you are, right? So to some furries, you know, a big chunk of furries, they feel more comfortable as what they feel like they are or feel like how they would like to express themselves. But at no point is just expressing yourself with some sort of animal costume or accessory, at no point is that sexual, as in, oh, it's a fetish, and him just saying, oh, they were groomed into this. What do you mean groomed? Groomed by who? Groomed by who? The first furry to ever exist. What do you think that was? Right? Like, it started somewhere. You're saying it was like a chain reaction? The first furry just groomed the next person? You can't be a furry unless you were groomed into it. It started with one, and then just the furries were so good at grooming that since what, like 85, when the first furry thing existed? Since 1985, there's now hundreds of thousands of furries. It started from one, but you can trace it back. That furry groomed fucking 1,000 furries, and then those 1,000 furries groomed another 1,000 furries. The reason why furries exist is because it's a byproduct of us having imagination. It's a byproduct of us having the ability to empathize with and connect with and relate to human animal characters that would not exist if we didn't have imaginations and if we didn't have art and creativity. Those don't exist. Furries wouldn't exist if humans didn't have the ability to imagine. To stop furries from existing, you would have to ban all media that shows anthropomorphic animal characters. You would have to ban Disney films. You would have to ban The Lion King. You would have to ban Zootopia, right? And I don't think anybody's willing to do that, and I don't think anybody should do that, because why the fuck would you do that? The entire concept of children being exposed to media in which they can see something like an animal character, but there's human characteristics. There's human eyes. There's human features. There's human stories. There's human voices. There's human personalities. The entire concept of exposing children to that is a completely new idea since whenever fucking home video and television started, right? And we are seeing the byproduct of that. We are seeing the inevitable result of that. Like, I just what fucking crazy, insane idea of how human brains work do you have where you have to be like, oh yeah, if someone's a furry, they were groomed into it. And it's a fetish for everybody, even though asexual furries exist and there's tons of them.
These are kids protesting the furries. I wonder if anybody ever asked the question, is it a good thing that middle schoolers were groomed into a sexual fetish that they're now...
Why? I think it's fucking creepy as fuck to think of the idea of a kid wearing some sort of animal accessory and then think that's a fetish. That's creepy as fuck. That's disgusting, dude. Holy shit. Why are you thinking about them sexually? You fucking creep.
Now expressing in a middle school. Because if you asked me that question, I would say no. I think that's not good. In fact, I find it very bad.
I'm the Joker.
That's crazy. Wow.
Oh yeah, maybe I should show people that for people who aren't aware. Is there a picture of his room that he never cleaned? Oh my god. Asmongold cleans his desk. Oh my god. This is how this person lives, by the way. This is how this person lives while thinking about little children sexually, apparently.
Well, here we are, and we're actually going to clean the room very long.
Okay, we're not getting copyright claimed. But this is how this person fucking lives. They're a millionaire, by the way. They're a millionaire. And this is how they live. This is, if you just turn the camera, they're living in fucking filth. They're finally cleaning once a year or whatever. Yay! And it's such a huge achievement for them to clean that they live streamed it. This is how this person lives, by the way. Just an FYI. Asmongold stuns fans after cleaning room for first time in years. Oh my god. Twitch streamer Asmongold decided to give the room a well-needed clean. Fans couldn't believe the difference when he shared the results on Twitter. Being a streamer can sometimes mean spending long days in front of the camera with very little time to do anything else, including cleaning. Twitch star Asmongold has found himself under fire in the past from his chat, who have joked about the state of his room, seen hiding behind him during live streams. Dude, what did Jordan Peterson say? Oh my God. He's probably the type of person to look at like a furry convention and type, imagine the smell, not realizing that the smell is coming from inside the house. Anyway, show this to you. All right, what's this? When I was 12 or 13, I broke the light in my bedroom when my friends and I were being animals. Apparently a fetish when you were 12 or 13, according to you. Ever since then, I've just used a lamp because we were too poor or to afford to have it fixed. Finally got that fixed today. Shit fixed today after X amount of years. Ew. It's dried blood from when my teeth would bleed overnight. I just wipe it on the wall when I woke up so I didn't have to get out of bed. Oh. Oh, probably because you didn't brush or floss. So literally oh God, this is disgusting. So this shit is apparently dried blood because he doesn't brush his teeth either. And here he is commenting on children sexually. Kids expressing themselves. He's saying that they've been groomed into a fetish. Jesus Christ.
Disgusting, it is. Nick Merckx has something to say? Yep. Oh my God. Look at him.
Furries in schools, everybody. I'm live out here in front of Mount Nebo Middle School.
Look at this.
Where a bunch of kids have staged a walkout against furries. And there's been a lot of talk.
Being a furry isn't a sex thing, then not being a furry isn't a sex thing. Like, it's like the sex aspect of the furry community is only as much of it means to be a furry as sex means to being a human. Like, it means just as much to being furries as it means to not being a furry. It's equivalent. It's the same. Human beings have sex, but you don't go and be like if somebody asks you like, oh, what does it mean to be a human being? What does it mean to be a non-furry? People don't go like, oh, it's a fetish. Oh, it's a sex thing. Are there people who are human beings that have sex? Are there people who are non-furries that have sex? Yes. And they have sex as human beings and non-furries. Furries also have sex. Furries have sex as furries. Many of them, not all of them. There's a huge chunk of the furry community where they are either asexual or the furry thing is literally just a hobby, or just cosplay and nothing sexual about it. There's also plenty of people who don't identify as furries that jerk off to furry porn. There's a huge spectrum. And so for you to hear about, oh, there are furries in a school and their children, and his immediate reaction is like, they were groomed into a fetish. These kids are doing fetish shit at school. That's fucking disgusting, dude. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Like, honestly, it's absolutely fucking disgusting. You're a fucking creep. You're a fucking creep, dude.
Talk about furries in schools. Everybody says it's a myth. That's what the consensus was last time this came up in the news. But these kids are saying that it's not a myth and that there actually is furries being allowed in the classroom. They told me they're...
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Being attacked, they're being bitten, they're being sprayed in the face with...
Somebody needs to call animal control.
Never heard that before.
Febreze.
I will not comply.
What are you not complying with?
Based kids.
Okay.
Based kids protesting over furries. Based.
We just want to learn.
No furries?
Well, that's not true. But
Somebody was telling me that the furries were attacking you guys in class. Is that right?
Yeah, they bite kids. They bite people. They will bite ankles.
How do they bite your ankle? Why would they?
They walk on all fours, run down the hall, and bite people.
They walk on all fours, run down the halls, and bite people. The one video of well, I guess there's like 2 videos of the people on all fours. It doesn't seem like they're very fast on all fours, if those were furries on all fours even, and not just kids playing.
They'll sniff your shoes and then bite you. They scratch people, they bite people, and one kid got bit and then he kicked the furry and then he got suspended. They won't stop biting at us.
Wait. Did it say that one kid kicked a furry when it was biting him and the kid got suspended?
They scratch people, they bite people, and one kid got bit and then he kicked the furry and then he got suspended. They won't stop.
I believe this uncritically. I'm not even going to tease the idea that they might.
Yeah, it's animal abuse. True. Yeah, that's fucked up.
We're not allowed to wear masks on Halloween, but then they wear masks.
You're not even coming in it with any skepticism at all. Throughout my entire fucking video, I'm making all these fucking caveats being like, you know, it's possible that there is this thing that happened at school and one of the kids was weird and they did this. Like, I'm not saying it's not untrue. Asmongold is completely uncritically just absorbing children saying shit. Completely uncritically. No room for any skepticism.
What's the point of dressing up like a furry?
It's just I don't know.
Thank God they don't know.
They think they're so cool that they want to
get
be
a lot of
animals.
attention. I think they want attention. So people can come at them and just look at them and think that they're so cool.
Okay.
Also,
Think that they're so cool. I feel that kid might be a future furry if he thinks it looks cool.
You guys going to be in trouble for walking out of school today?
No, maybe. We might. If we go back on school.
So that's where we're at. And
I'm accepting this completely uncritically with no skepticism at all whatsoever. That's where we're at. You heard the kids. That's where we're at.
Come and like attack you, but there's like more. But there's 30 of them in all. I've seen at least like 15 furries.
15 furries? What the fuck?
Like 15.
And is this like an everyday thing?
Yeah.
Not too long ago.
Bro.
Not too long ago, they sprayed Febreze at me and my friends.
He's not even questioning any of these claims at all. He's whoa, you're telling me this? He's like Elon Musk in the fucking replies to any any far right tweet. Like, whoa, I can't believe this is true. This thing that I just read on the internet. Whoa.
Why Febreze? I don't understand that.
Because it's like Axe. You know what Axe is?
Yeah.
It's like
People are acting as though fucking furries are the downfall of society. I think it's quite not accepting information at face value and not even trying to be critical about whether or not the information that you're receiving is true. Not even questioning it. That's the fucking downfall of society. It's people like you.
Yeah, we have Axe. They have Febreze. They just been spraying at people all the time.
Febreze is probably
Wow, I can't believe this crazy claim that somebody made.
it's good to get the pet dander off, right?
Oh my God. This is crazy.
If it seems crazy, might be an excuse to be skeptical about what you're hearing.
One time we were at breakfast and they started being super racist to these kids.
One time we were at breakfast and they started being super racist. Typical, they say in chat.
I love how I just randomly click around in this shit and I just hear that. I believe it. Oh, I believe it.
Uncritically?
Calling them monkeys and...
Wait, wouldn't that be good? Because monkeys are furry. That don't even make sense.
These things that they're saying don't even make sense, but they're true.
Like, what do you mean?
Man, this is a commentary. This crazy claim I just heard. It really speaks ill of the furries.
They were like making monkey noises and just being super racist to these kids at lunch.
The furries were?
Yeah.
Look at his fucking eyes. For God's sake, what happened to his eyes? This is soy face if I've ever seen it. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, you're a walking Wojak. Fuck. He's so excited. He's so excited to believe this. See, he's role-playing harder than any fucking furry ever has. He's fucking drinking the Kool-Aid right now.
The furries were?
Yeah, the furries. And they were throwing food at us.
Hey, talk to this kid. He has a tragic story. I have a tragic story? Yeah. So it was one of the first days of school, and I was just walking outside, and these furries were just crawling everywhere in the front. It's kind of scary. One tried to bite me.
I was walking outside and these furries were crawling everywhere. It was kind of scary. They posed a legitimate threat crawling.
So, on the first day of school, there was not like this huge group of furries. There was just one. And now there's like
It's like COVID.
Yeah, it's like COVID. It's an infection.
It's like there's only one spreading. Yes. There's only one spreading.
Yeah, your teeth have seen some damage. Yeah. Must have gotten a lot of work done. Seems like there's a few missing.
Yes.
Who was wearing like dog pajamas, and she'd come up and start barking at people, but then she got 14 other people to join her and be furries, and she's not even the main one, like the main one.
The main one, like the head vampire? Oh my God. And he's accepting this completely uncritically. There was only one furry, and then she got the 14 other kids to be furries, and she's not even the main one. She's not even the head vampire.
14 other people to join her and be furries, and she's not even the main one, like the main one. She has like purple hair, and she will.
I bet she does.
Just completely uncritically. Completely uncritically.
I bet. Of course.
Like swear at you and be like so mean to you. She'll like just like come up and like start swearing at you and like saying all the B word and like the F word.
Oh yeah, just kids being completely silent and the purple hair could be possible. Could be possible. This weird the head furry could exist, and she just comes up to you and starts saying the B word.
B word and like the F word.
Oh yeah.
And she'll bite you. I've heard that she's the only.
I've heard. Oh, you just said the kid says all these things. She'll do this. She'll do this. She'll do this. I've heard. It's like, okay, yeah, you've heard the entire thing you're saying is just what you've heard.
I've heard that she's the only one.
Oh my God. Literally just a telephone game.
Oh yeah.
And she'll bite you. I've heard that she's the only one who has bit someone, but I don't know if the other ones have.
Okay, so now one kid is saying, I've heard she's the only one who's bit someone, but I don't know if the other kids have. So that completely, like, we're just a random part that Asmongold is watching, completely contradicting the other claims that The Blaze and Matt Walsh take at face value. They're going around biting kids. And this kid, why don't we believe this kid? Why don't we believe this kid? Why do you believe the other kid and not this one? He's in the crowd protesting. Why don't you believe him that she's the only one, that the head furry vampire is the only one that has ever bit a kid? Why don't you believe that kid? Why are you acting like it's an epidemic?
She's the only one I've heard about who bit
Oh
someone.
my God.
How come that quote's not being repeated? That there's only one kid that has ever bit someone once. How come that wasn't in the Blaze article? It's in the video.
We're the students. We get in trouble.
Like
We can't have any altercations.
Has anybody heard the phrase "we the people"?
It's so LARPy. We the people. We have to stand up against the furries who are not people. This is just middle school LARPing. It's just school LARPing.
Someone heard the phrase "we the people." Yeah, it doesn't apply to furries.
Yeah, they try to appease the minority, but yeah, just trying to make just them happy or whatever. There's lots of rules, like even if they're like messing with you, you can't do anything or say anything.
That's a rule? That's a rule? Do you want to share that rule? Was that in the email? That wasn't in the email.
It's just like, really, like they can say anything they want and you can't do anything
Well,
about
I mean, like when I was in school, if I bit somebody or scratched them or hit them or sprayed chemicals in their eyes, you know, I would be in trouble for that.
Yeah, they just don't get in trouble, I guess.
Why do you think that is?
We get in trouble.
Minorities are privileged.
Not to get sued.
You think the school's trying not to get sued?
Yeah, I think they're just scared that like the parents are gonna be like, you won't let my kid identify as a dog or whatever.
I think that's true.
Oh, that's a great clip. I think that's true. Based on what? Based on what? Why do you think that's true? Why do you think that's true? I think that's true. Yes. I don't brush my teeth and I wipe the blood from my gums on the walls and then just don't clean it up. And it's a massive event every 2 years for me to clean my fucking room. Jesus Christ, dude.
I think that's the reason. I think he's right.
It's because they don't want to get sued, because obviously you'd get a lawsuit. If a kid was assaulting another kid but they're a furry, you'd get sued if you punish that kid, obviously. That's the reality that we're living in. I go outside. I'm not terminally online to the point where I never clean my room.
But like if you identify as a dog, then
As a fucking millionaire too.
go be a dog, but not at school.
What's
like,
the point of identifying as an animal?
They're crazy or something, mental issues, I don't know.
Honestly, they need therapy.
Yeah, like
They need something to help out with.
You think kind of you might be just giving them the attention that they want?
Yes.
By protesting?
They just want attention. We're protesting.
Yeah, they're getting more attention, but also hopefully they can stop and be not allowed in school. Like if they keep acting like that, they'll like officially, like the school will actually get involved and say they can't be doing that stuff.
Okay. That's what I want to know.
No, you don't.
What do you mean?
You don't want to know that.
What?
As somebody who does know that, I'll tell you, you don't want to know that.
What?
Human, be a human.
Yeah.
What? I gotta rewind to understand what the fuck he's talking about.
Attention, but also hopefully they can stop and be not allowed in school. Like if they keep acting like that, they'll like officially, like the school will actually get involved and say they can't be doing that stuff.
Okay. That's what I want to know.
No, you don't. You don't want to know that. As somebody who does know that, I'll tell you, you don't want to know that.
This Asmongold is one of the dumbest fucking people on the internet. he's literally one of the dumbest.
Yeah.
They think it's cool. I don't know why.
It's trendy.
The school doesn't do anything though, because like Halloween we're allowed to wear masks, but then on regular days they're
This is crazy.
That's funny. You know what's funny? Okay, so let's listen to what this kid just said.
because like Halloween we're allowed to wear masks, but then on
Halloween we're allowed to wear masks, but then on the regular days. Earlier, I don't know if you can. It was within when I was watching this this clip that he's watching earlier in the video. Fucking 10 of those kids are saying, even on Halloween, we're not allowed to wear masks, and yet the furries, and they're all like, yeah. They said, even on Halloween, we're not allowed to wear masks, and now there's kids saying, on Halloween, we're allowed to wear masks, but then on other days we can't, but the furries can? So it's like more, should we try to find more contradictions in this video? I'm really curious about the entirety of this original source video. I think I might continue to go through it, because this is fucking insane.
regular days
This is crazy.
This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. You're fucking crazy.
This is crazy. I am This is in Utah.
Yeah. You think you might be skeptical about the fact that it's in Utah and not like fucking San Francisco?
This is the guy that made the video. He's just a random small guy. I'll link you guys the video. He's only got 600 subs there. Give it a like. Give him a sub if you like it. Nothing ever happens in Utah? Isn't that where all the Mormons are? Can't the Mormons, like, come and just, like, take care of this somehow?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Can't they just expel all the furries? What do you think is happening? What do you think is more likely for this thing that seems to only be happening at this school in Utah that's not even the capital city, not even a major city in Utah, but south of Salt Lake? What do you think is more likely? That the school is so woke that they're allowing furries to bite people and they're afraid of being sued and that's why they're doing it? I believe that. I believe that. What do you think is more likely? That or more of a continuation of shit that has been documented of this weird satanic panic where everybody who wants to believe something reinforces themselves about other people that they don't know anything about, other people that are weird. I heard the furries are doing the furry thing. I heard the furry. I showed the head furry that converted all the 14 other furries. There used to be only one, but then the head furry converted the 14 furries, and she's not even the main furry. The main furry has purple hair. I don't know if that means that she doesn't go to the school. The main furry has purple hair. She's the one that bites people. What do you think's more likely?
Like, they've got to be able to do something.
What do you mean? Based on what? Think about how a system runs. We have Matt Walsh's video. We have the Blaze article. All of the videos, they showed a couple kids running around, some kids on all fours for like 5 seconds. One kid said, I sprayed someone in the eyes, but we don't even know which kid that was, and we don't even know the context of that. And that's it. And some kids were wearing masks. What do you expect them to do? What do you expect them to do? Like, they got to be able to do something. What do you expect? What do you mean? What can they possibly do?
I'm the only one brave enough to say this. Joseph Smith was a furry.
True.
Yeah.
His magic underwear had SPHs.
What? I don't know. Like, oh, jeez.
They got to be able to do something about this. What?
I don't know. Like, they've got to be able to do something. Is a response article from the school district?
They got to be able to. Why aren't they doing anything about this crisis that these kids are saying exists? Why aren't they doing anything?
Oh, right. I just, like, what the fuck happened? Go to 335 in the video?
What kind of animal costumes are they wearing?
Cats, dogs, foxes,
Like,
anything.
what do you mean, like a full-on bodysuit or what?
They're like tails, ears. It's very sexual and inappropriate. They're wearing butt plug tails.
They're wearing butt plug tails? No. They're wearing butt plug tails and every kid can see it. I've seen it. Someone's seen it. No one's taken a picture, though. They're wearing butt plug tails. It's noticeable that their tails are butt plugs. It's very sexual and inappropriate. No one's been able to take a picture of this. Every kid that constantly has their fucking camera phone in front of them at all times, walking through the fucking school, no one's been able to take a picture of this. But, you know, it's very inappropriate and sexual. They've got butt plugs. Watch him. Look at his fucking face. He's like, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Dude, you're fucking gullible as shit. You're so fucking dumb. How do you not realize how stupid you are? He's so dumb. How do you upload this? Like, this is from his channel, right? How do you upload this with that edit? This is from his channel. How do you upload this with that edit? Like, are you not critical about anything you say? Do you care about what reality is? Do you care? Oh my God, some people are literally NPCs. It's crazy.
Underneath like skirts, they're wearing dog collars to school with leashes hanging off. It's just not okay.
Like, we did this in high school, but like that probably wasn't okay either, number one. And number two, butt plugs. Yeah, there were a couple of people that did that in my school, but my school was really bad. And we had the leash thing. Yeah, we did that because the teachers just thought it was funny. They didn't really know what was going on. Why do you keep saying we?
Are you sure that actually happened at your school, or did you hear just like, even when I said that people did weird things at my school, I followed that by saying, I don't know, because I heard it through someone else. And I'm aware of how the fucking telephone game works. I'm aware of how misinformation spreads. So I'm not willing to just say like, oh yeah, that was a thing that happened, because I don't know. I'm willing to say at the end of the sentences that I say, I don't actually know. There's some skepticism there, right? But apparently he heard another thing at his school. Oh yeah, we did that. We did that in high school. We wore butt plugs. You? Did you do that? It's possible. You know, some kids are fucking weird. Some kids are fucking weird. I don't know. But to act as though the school is like, oh yeah, they'll just let the furries wear butt plugs. Like that's the premise here, right? That's the premise. Oh, just let the furries wear butt plugs. I don't think that's happening.
I just meant like friends of mine. I never did that shit, no. Fuck no. Their school was weird, not bad. Oh, it was both. It was really weird and really bad.
Both with an L? Both?
Cap? No, I never did that. But this is what's so fucked up about this. Every single one of the kids that's doing this was groomed by an adult to do this on the internet.
What?
My son is homeschooled due to furry sexual harassment. It is real, and I'm from a small town in North Carolina. The furry is male and was touching my child.
Yeah, that's also a very bold statement. Every single kid was groomed into doing this by an adult. What the fuck are you talking about? What was patient zero? There's hundreds of thousands of furries, if not millions. At least people, I'm wondering how many. The largest attended furry conventions this year in like America have like what, 13,000 furries attending. That's a fraction of the amount of furries that exist. That's a very small fraction of the amount of furries on the internet. Those are the people willing to go outside, first of all, and that are available during those dates at a convention and able to get like a hotel room or whatever. Furries started as a thing, at least with any sort of recorded history, like in the 80s. So you're saying that furries are so good at grooming kids that like the amount of furries existing, every single one of them was groomed by an adult. That's a crazy thing to say.
Leash thing. Yeah, we did that. Oh, their school was weird, not bad. Really bad at Cap. No, I never did this. Every single one.
Wait,
Cap?
let's hear him say
No,
it.
I never did that. But this is what's so fucked up about this. Every single one of the kids that's doing this was groomed by an adult to do.
Why are you saying that? How do you say that so fucking confidently? What age are these kids? Like 13? 13, 15, something? What do you mean groomed by an adult to do this? They had no agency over wearing an animal mask to school.
But this is what's so fucked up about this. Every single one of the kids that's doing this was groomed by an adult to do this on the internet.
Do you have anything to back that up? Do you have anything to back that up, or is that just an assumption that you're making about people?
My son is homeschooled due to furry sexual harassment. It is real, and I'm from a small town in North Carolina. The furry is male and was touching my child, classmates, illegally, thought it was funny. My son was also touched under the table, licking motions to his face, kisses blown at him, and the furry would say, "I love you," out loud. Classmates laughed at my child daily. My child is now just recovering from depression and anxiety. My kid is in 10th grade. This makes me want to convert to like
the far right.
like go to the Vatican, convert to Islam. Like, I feel like I
literally what this makes me want to convert to Islam.
need to go to confession just because I saw this video. I do. I feel like I have to go to. This is bad. Go on a crusade. Yeah,
I feel like women should have to wear burqas now. We've gone too far.
This is bad, man. I've never seen a stronger argument to bring prayer back in schools than this.
What, like forced prayer? Like mandated prayer? Kids aren't allowed to pray? Bring prayer back in school. We gotta make the non-believers pray. We gotta make all the kids follow one religion, and I've never seen a stronger argument for this than watching a bunch of children say, "I saw the furry once and they touched somebody." We're not allowed to do anything because they're probably because they want to be like so cool wearing the fursuits. They think they're cool, and they're scared they're gonna get sued, and that's why we can't throw our lunch at them.
I was 100% being too nice cutting him out of that last video. I think I should probably post that after all.
You know, Olivia, I honestly predicted that one day I would watch another Asmongold video that would change your mind about him. that was on my list of things to happen.
Life.
Why do you think
he's one of the dumbest fucking people on the internet?
The principal hasn't put a stop to this?
Because her daughter is a furry and she supports it. And if we get bit or something, they get mad at us.
We get suspended, not them.
It was not a guess. It was an inevitability.
They ask us to do anything, we get suspended. They scratch, bite.
And she's also afraid of getting.
I can't believe that the furries are just allowed to bite and harass and assault all these people, and if they fight back, then they get suspended. And the furries don't get punished at all. These 15 kids, and then all... Wait, earlier in the video, they said there were like 100. All right, I don't know.
Where are they getting these ideas, you think?
Their parents. Their parents.
Why would their parents...
No, it's not the parents, it's the internet.
Want them to dress up as an animal.
I don't know. But they're not supporting
It's the internet. They talked to somebody who was an adult, and they groomed them.
They get it from YouTube because they see furries and they think it's cool.
Their parents aren't doing anything about it, and it's wrong. They deserve to get in trouble.
What did you say?
I can't believe harmful ideas would be spread on the internet, as I do my live stream that I do.
I have scratch proof that they scratched me. Their parents have mental illnesses and they're giving it to their kids.
Damn, dude. Those are the gums of a person who has never flossed. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, dude. You shouldn't be criticizing the lives of others. I'm sorry. Holy shit. You got some problems.
She's so right.
Kids to believe that they can act like this when they're humans. They believe they're animals and they're not.
Okay.
She's
scratch
so
on your
right.
elbows from a furry?
Yes.
Interesting.
She's so sorry. She's right about what?
She's so.
I have scratch proof that they scratched me. Their parents have mental illnesses and they're giving it to their kids.
Their parents have mental illnesses, and he goes, Of course. She's so right.
She's so right.
She's so right. She said their parents have mental illnesses. She's so right.
Kids to believe that they can act like this when they're humans. They believe they're animals and they're not.
Okay.
So
She's
scratch
so
on your
right.
elbows from a furry?
Yeah.
Now, there's a chance that it could be fake, right?
Thank you. Very end of the video.
And I really hope that it is. But this is stupid enough for me to believe that it's real.
What? Okay. That's a I really hope that it is, even though like throughout the entire video I was so so excited doing soy jack faces the entire time about every single thing these kids said, and I constantly said, she's telling the truth. She's right. She's right. And saying, I believe it. I believe it. I don't want it to be true. Probably after getting enough pushback by like a couple people in the chat just being like, are you dumb? There were like a couple people in the chat. They were like, dude, this is fake. He might have gotten self-conscious. I'm going to pee again. We're not done. This is forever. This is the forever video. I'm sorry. This sucks. This is so stupid. All right. What else we got here?
The LGBTQIA++++ ideology is being pushed on.
What is Sky News? Sorry. The title, Lefty is losing it. Furries have free reign to intimidate other students. That's a very bold title. That's a very bold title for an unsubstantiated claim. Jesus Christ.
The LGBTQIA+++ ideology is being pushed on children much younger than that under the banner of diversity and
pushed on children. Do you mean children are being told not to fucking throw their lunch at other kids that might be from that demographic, or what do you mean?
inclusion and whatever nonsense they use to justify drag queen story time for toddlers. But some kids are fighting back. These school children from a middle school in Utah staged a protest because they say the principal isn't doing enough to protect them from furries. These are the kids who identify as cats and dogs and other animals, and apparently they're in the habit of biting and scratching.
Apparently.
They bite people. They will bite ankles.
And how do they bite your ankle? Why would they?
They walk on all fours, run down the hall, and bite.
Scratch people.
I hope these kids grow up and reflect on what fucking monsters they were.
Choose and then bite people. They scratch people. They bite people.
Principal doesn't make them get in trouble.
Yeah. All the principal says is just be kind, be nice, and then.
What's the point of?
Why is she reporting on American shit? I mean, you could hear it in the intro. The LGBT plus minus equals divided by sign, not a valid thing to be. That's why.
Up like a furry. Okay.
These poor kids are holding up signs saying they just want to learn. These kids say they are not only being terrorised by these furries pretending to be a variety of animals, but they also complain about double standards. They say they're not allowed to wear masks, even for Halloween, but these furries...
But then we just saw Asmund go... They say they're not allowed to wear masks even for Halloween, but then in the clip we just saw of Asmongold reacting to the exact same source video, the kids were saying, oh, we're allowed to wear masks on Halloween, and then they're like, yeah, but... the furries get to wear masks all the time. They can't even fucking... You're only... The kids are saying 8,000 different contradictory things, and you're only reporting on... You're only treating the ones that back your ideology, the thing that you already believed before going into this. You're only believing uncritically that one, and you're only reporting on that part of it. Why don't you have that? Why the kids say this? They also said a completely opposite thing in the video. Why didn't you include that?
Furries are wearing masks.
They're not even allowed to wear masks on Halloween. The other kid we just saw in that source video, they said they are allowed to wear masks on Halloween. You're not being honest.
School every day, and they can't just say anything they want to the furries, but the furries have free reign to intimidate the other students.
What the fuck is this? I I can't believe what some people think news is. I can't believe this. This is, they're acting like furries existing, or some kids that dress up having like small animal accessories on them and hang out with each other. They're acting like that's the end of the fucking world. This type of reporting and misinformation and uncritical bullshit is way more harmful. Way more harmful.
We're not allowed to look at them, go near them within like a 10-feet circle. Otherwise, the teachers will come and get them.
How do you include that in your report? We're not allowed to go in within a 10-feet circle of them. Are there the furries' desks have a 10-foot wide perimeter on both sides? Really? You included that in your fucking report? This is supposed to be news? We're not allowed to go within 10 feet of them. You don't think that that's crazy? You don't think the kid might be exaggerating?
The other students.
Oh my God.
We're not allowed to look at them, go near them.
We're not allowed to look at, how do they, this is a highlight. The video was like an hour long. The source video was over an hour. And they chose this part. We're not allowed to look at them or go within 10 feet. What the fuck? Are you that dumb? What?
We're not allowed to look at them.
This is the highlight. You edited this down.
Go near them within like a 10-feet circle. Otherwise, the teachers will come and get mad at us.
We're not allowed to look at them, go near them within a 10-feet circle. Otherwise, the teachers will get mad at us. It sounds like maybe maybe a bunch of kids were harassing the furries. Maybe they said, don't go near them. Maybe that's what they said. Stop picking on them.
Why do you think the principal hasn't put a stop to this?
Because her daughter is a furry and she supports it. And if we get bit or something, they get mad at us.
We get suspended, not them. Even if they weren't us to do anything, we get suspended.
Are people this fucking dumb? Are people this fucking dumb? What do you think is more likely? Have you not observed anything that's ever happened in any environment, schools or otherwise? Have you not observed anything in your entire life? Oh yeah, the 15 furries at the school are terrorizing everybody else. We're just innocent. We don't bully them.
There's a petition against the furries. It's already got 1,800 signatures. There was 1,800 signatures late last week. But the school district says these kids are just making up stuff. They're
18. Okay. That in the same sentence seems to imply that the amount of signatures is an argument against it being made up. That's an internet poll website where anyone, 1,800 people. Do you think the 1,800 people were even from that school? Fucking so stupid. Literally change.org. It's literally change.org. There's 1,800 signatures, but they're saying it's made up. But they're saying there's 1,800 signatures on it.
There's a petition against the furries. It's already got 1,800 signatures. There was 1,800 signatures late last week. But the school district says these kids are just making up stuff. Their claims are unfounded. There is no scratching and biting and other tomfoolery. And
you'd think that, okay, if let's say there was scratching and biting and assault, if let's say that was happening, and I'm open to the idea that such a thing might be happening. I don't know what context is behind it. Maybe some furries at some point have scratched or bit or assaulted somebody. If the school is saying that's not happening, if the school is saying they have no evidence to substantiate it, it's because, like, what, you can't just have a kid saying, like, they scratched me, and that's it. You can't just do, like, I mean, I have been to schools where someone just said something and people got in trouble for it. What's your name? Fuck. I forget her name. She said that I like hit her at recess and I got in trouble for it, and I didn't. She was mad because she killed the fucking. It was a dumb story. There was like the class we like caught a little ant. This was in elementary school. We caught an ant and we put it in like one of those. There was like a holder that you like a plastic container that you would use to store like those clickable pencil ends, graphite or whatever. We caught an ant and we named him Joey. And then I think her name was Ollie, but I'm not going to say her last name. I don't remember her first name. It's something similar to that. This is all way back in the recesses of my mind. I'm just now rediscovering it. And she fucking stole him and she stepped on it. And we're like, you killed Joey, you killed Joey. And we like chased her for a bit saying, you killed Joey. Cause we were like actually upset because she stepped on him for no reason. We were pissed. And then I get called to the principal's office. I think that day. And she's like, you pulled her hair and you smashed her head into the ground and you kicked her. I'm like, I didn't. Like, I literally didn't do that. We just, maybe I don't remember articulating it in that exact way, but I was treated as if I did it based on literally just her saying that I did it. I remember the aunt's name though. I remember it was Joey. But yeah, she literally fucking lied. And that principal hated me for like literally no reason. That sucked. It sucked. She made me wait for like 2 hours. I missed like several classes for no reason. I was being tortured for like nothing. That was dumb. Where were we? Anyway.
That we expect.
Anyway, how a school should operate is not just a kid said something and then you punish another kid, is my point. That's how a school should operate so that kids like me who didn't do anything get accused of like assaulting other kids and then get in trouble. Yeah, that was dumb.
Students to be respectful towards each other while we are here at school. Nice sentiment, but this is the same school district that last year gave students disgusting insects to eat as part of an English assignment on climate change.
This is so loaded.
It would save the environment. So yeah, I'll just reserve my judgment there. Let's hear from a member of the...
Well, how is that relevant? They said something about climate change and eating bugs and all these other conspiracy... all of these other buzzwords that we know that people on the right are like itching to hear.
Furry community. Strudel is her name. And she's not happy with the kids damaging the good standing of the furry community.
I'm just going to send a message out here to all furries. If the news wants to interview you in a fursuit, they're probably looking for something sensationalist. Now, this particular original news coverage of this furry was way more respectful than most outlets would be to furries. But if you're trying to communicate yourself to an audience of not furries, you should talk like a human being, not be in fursuit. They might ask you to be in fursuit, but if they're requesting that, it might just be because they want sensationalism and they want something that people click on. You're not going to speak to the average person in fursuit. You're not going to. If people see you in a fursuit, they're going to discount everything that you say. And as we've witnessed, as we've seen, the mere idea of you being interviewed and having a fursuit on is reason enough for people to laugh at you and mock you. And it doesn't matter what you say. And people are just going to attack that about you at all on its own. If you want to be a furry and you're interviewed by the news and you're coherent, you can speak thoughtfully and say intelligent things. Do it. don't do it in fursuit. People aren't going to take you seriously. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of the situation. That's my PSA to all furries.
You know, the next generation kind of muddy our name and not represent it very well. It is kind of disappointing.
Hilarious. And here is more indoctrination.
Sorry, what was hilarious? The fact that she's in a suit? Or what are you saying something about what she said?
Community.
Are they non-binary? I don't remember.
You know, the next generation kind of muddy our name and not represent it very well. It is kind of disappointing.
Hilarious.
It is funny. It is funny how this fursuiter drank the Kool-Aid. Or maybe they were just told that by the people interviewing them. I don't know. But it seems like a bad idea for them to have gone on because it's making the situation worse.
Hilarious. And here is more indoctrination. Here is a video 4th graders were shown in Georgia.
Here is more indoctrination. Here is a video 4th graders was shown in Georgia.
Hilarious. And here is more indoctrination. Here is a video 4th graders were shown in Georgia.
Oh, were shown. Okay, yeah. It's the Australian accent. I heard something different.
That is supposed to show the importance of tolerance for dogs that think they're cats.
Sorry?
I like to clean my paws like this.
Obviously, this is about trans people, and they're just communicating it in a way that children would understand, not to fucking bully people over their identity. Obviously. Oh, libs of TikTok.
Clean your face.
Why are you putting this in the furry segment?
Yeah. Or we could practice purring like this. Purring? Yeah. And we could try to meow.
I do want to see the source of this video. Can somebody link me the source of this?
Like that. It's great fun. You should try it.
Why not?
Yeah, let's go.
Excuse me, would you?
And of course, the dog that is troubled by this canine craziness is soon set straight.
He thinks he's a cat.
He thinks he's a cat.
Yeah. He's over there talking about yarn, purring, woof, and licking.
Well, that's okay, isn't it?
Well, I think you should talk to him.
About what?
Well, about being more like a dog.
Gulliver, you're really struggling with this.
It's weird.
It's not weird, just different. I couldn't ask Barry to change who he is. That would make him really sad.
Now, just consider how backward this all is. Remember?
If someone isn't harming other people... Do we really have to go to libs of TikTok to find the source, though? Where did they get it from? If someone isn't harming other people, and like obviously the argument here is like, hey, if it's weird and not hurting anybody, and the only argument you have is just like, why can't they just be normal? Why can't they just be normal? Is it wrong to is it wrong to just treat people like not being an asshole to them? Is it wrong to do that? That's the argument, obviously.
He thinks he's a cat.
All right, anyway.
He thinks he's a cat.
Yeah. Woof, and licking.
Well, that's okay, isn't it?
Well, I think you should talk to him.
About what?
Well, about being more like a dog.
Gulliver.
You gotta be this exact way that everybody else is. That's the idea. That's the idea, that they're trying to be like, hey, it's okay if people are different. That's it. Durr.
Really
It's
struggling
indoctrination.
with this.
It's weird.
It's not weird, just different.
It's different. They're acknowledging it's different.
I couldn't ask Barry to change who he is. That would make him really sad.
Now, just consider how backward this all is. Remember when we were growing up and we were told gender stereotypes were bad, they were harmful? Now, gender stereotypes are science. If you're a boy who likes pink and dolls and ballet, then you must be a girl.
That's not what the fucking science says, and no scientist has said that ever. No scientist has said that ever. No scientist has said that ever. What the fuck do you think people are saying? You are misrepresenting people's arguments. Oh my God, you're so stupid. She has to know what she's doing.
We were told gender stereotypes were bad, they were harmful. Now, gender stereotypes are science. If you're a boy who likes pink and dolls and ballet, then you must be a girl. You can't just be a boy who likes the colour pink, dolls and ballet. Give me a break.
Nobody says that. That is an entire misrepresentation of reality. That's fucking so stupid. All right, what is this other thing? Okay, we're going to watch the source video from Libs of TikTok. I am forced to watch a Libs of TikTok tweet. This sucks. I'm doing this all night. I hate this.
Hi, I'm Gulliver, and this is Emmett.
Hey! Oh, hi.
All right, so we're going to actually... Hold on, before we even watch this. This extremely bizarre video was shown to fourth graders at Bramlett Elementary School in Georgia. It depicts a dog who thinks he's a cat to promote LGBTQ inclusivity and acceptance. This is what they're teaching your kids in school, pure propaganda. The school did not respond to our request for comment.
I'm Barry.
Oh, hey! We are so excited.
The school deleted the OG? Okay.
We could use another dog.
Oh.
Nice collar.
Oh, thank you. I like it.
So, what do you want to do first? Find a chew toy? Oh, chase our tail? Oh, I know. Let's sniff.
No, actually, I like to play with yarn. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. Or I like to clean my paws like this. And you clean your face.
This is funny.
Yeah. Or we could practice purring like this.
Purring?
Yeah. And
here's one argument that I might agree with conservatives. Is I think that we should be careful when trying to... So the entire premise of this is that we should be educating kids to not treat other people like shit. We should be educating kids to know that if you're different or someone else is different, that you shouldn't just treat them like shit over it, and you shouldn't expect them to conform to what you expect out of them because things have just been a certain way for forever, or you expect a certain thing because society is a certain way. That's something I agree with. But I do think that it should be considered to not try and paint a picture in a way of like, ooh, you know, if you feel like, I don't think that it should be implying like, oh, if you feel like you want to play with yarn, that you're a cat. Or if you're a boy that likes pink things, then you're necessarily a girl. Because there's an entire spectrum. There's, non-binary people. There's people who are just gay and just like being girly. There, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you want to be careful not to instill this idea of like, oh, this means you are that, right? So in that sense, I agree with that concern, because you don't want to be, painting a picture and have someone even more confused about their identity, or have someone who thinks they're trans and isn't. I don't think it's as much of a crisis that conservatives will paint it as, but I will also say that making kids content is fucking hard, and people don't understand how to do it because people don't understand how kids' minds work. You see every fucking movie that exists out there. People will write dialogue for kids. They all sound like adults. They all sound like fucking adults. Nobody knows how to write dialogue for kids because every single person on the fucking planet forgets what it's like to be a kid. And so people are trying their best. And I don't think that the people that made this have any malicious intent and are being like, oh yeah, because we want more kids to be trans, or we want them to turn into a cat, or anything like that, which the right is claiming. I think that the intent is to just have people not be bullied, right? Pretty obviously. I think that that's the intent. But I will say that, like, Christians, conservatives, liberals, anybody, right? Nobody's perfect at trying to educate kids or trying to instill ideas to kids that are helpful, and no one knows exactly how to do it in an effective way. You know, you look at the DARE program, drug use went up after that. You know, the video that I made about in my Nanoland video, I talked about how there were PSAs on Canadian television, and one of them was about like, oh, you shouldn't watch TV all day, you should go outside. But I was like, while watching that, I never got that message out of it because of how they presented it. I was like, wait, what? TV is cool and can do all this cool stuff? You know, they did the House Hippo ad. The entire premise of that ad was to say, be skeptical of what you see on television. I don't remember getting that idea out of it. I remember being tricked as a kid into thinking that house hippos were real, and I just didn't absorb that part at the end where they were like, oh, here's what you should actually think. Right? So it's difficult. People are trying their best. Most people on the planet are not malicious. There's not a giant group of people, you know, controlling media and controlling schools that are trying to turn your kids trans and furries now, I guess, is the new one. That doesn't exist. People are trying their best, and people are trying to instill an idea of not discriminating against others. And a way that, you know, has historically been appealing to children is to have, you know, animalistic characters, cute, big eyes or whatever, and have that presented in a way where, you know, it's kind of a metaphor. I think that you need to be more explicit about what you tell children. I think that the messaging needs to be more explicit, but at the same time, kids don't get explicit messaging either, right? Like you can literally say out loud, like, "Oh, some people are trans, maybe don't bully them." It's still difficult to get kids to be engaged in and actually care about a subject, which is why, you know, Christians in every single religion specifically make religious children's content, right? It's like, oh, religion's actually fun, Jesus and blah, 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 right? It's because people are trying desperately to try and figure out ways to present ideas to children in ways where it's like, oh, okay, we can maybe make kids not bully somebody or, you know, groom them into religion. I don't think Libs of TikTok is pointing out that kind of grooming, but I don't really think there is a there is a lot, like maybe like I don't even know if there's any examples of it really, of media aimed at children trying to get them to be trans or gay. I think that most of what conservatives take issue with is media that is trying to get kids not to bully kids or anyone else that might be trans or gay or different. I think that that's what the effort is. And then sometimes, you know, you can have your concerns about whether or not that could make a kid think that they're trans or gay. Who knows? Statistically, there doesn't seem to be very many cases of, you know, people who think they're trans and then detransition. There doesn't seem to be a significant amount of people. And there also doesn't seem to be a significant amount of trans people in the first place. So anyway.
It's weird.
It's not weird, just different. I couldn't ask Barry to change who he is. That would make him really sad.
But...
Gulliver, accepting people for who they are is a very important skill. We accept you for who you are.
That's different. I'm a dog who acts like a dog. That's normal.
Not normal, just more common.
I mean, that's the definition of, I mean, you could say that's normal.
More common.
I don't understand.
It's okay to have questions. Questions are good if they help you to accept someone for who they are.
Why is this an edited version also? I want to see the source. Why do we only see a fucking 2 minutes? You have verification on TikTok. You could post the whole thing. Did you not get the whole thing, or did you edit it down? I want to know what the whole fucking thing was. Anyway, I don't think the message of that is harmful. I don't think that kids being shown that are going to start identifying as a cat because of that. You know, anyone who is a furry is someone who is exposed to anthropomorphic animal characters at a much younger age than being in school. And that is already kind of just something that is in their brains, right? That is something that has been already absorbed through the subconscious. So I don't know. Whatever exists in a school is not going to turn your kids gay or trans or furry, I don't think. There doesn't seem to be any evidence backing that up. So that seems to be people just trying their best to not have other people be bullied. All right, let's see. Dad.
Imagine going to school and getting barked at. Not by your teachers, but by fellow students. Well, kids from Mount Nebo Middle School in Payson, Utah walked out on Wednesday because of furries. Yes, you heard that right. Furries, people who dress up in costumes of animals, are apparently distracting other students at the school. Not only do their classmates go to school clad in animal getup, but they act like it too, licking, biting, and scratching other students.
You should have said allegedly to that last part. You should have said allegedly, because that's not proven.
75 students and parents from the school took part in the hours-long protest that was triggered by a petition demanding a stricter dress code per several reports. A Change.org petition titled Students for Humans at School, Not Animals.
Sorry, let's just admire the title of this. Students for Humans at School, comma, not animals, aka furries. That's the funniest fucking title for a petition. Thank you, Sherry Richardson. You're a genius.
Furries went live on Sunday. And it's so... Now, Amber, I was in school when people did wear those big ears. It was kind of a part of like emo fashion at the time. It wasn't explicitly like furry stuff, but it's just...
Thank you. Thank you. Someone's saying it. Like, it's not new.
Oh, there's the weird cat girl who wears the cat and tail, like cat ears and tail sometimes. It wasn't like a big deal, and it wasn't explicitly like... Oh.
It wasn't used for fucking political points by dishonest actors like Matt Walsh. We weren't hyper-politicized on the internet at that point. It's not new.
Oh, she must be a furry. That is a sexual thing. But I think now more people know what furries are. But it seems that this may have been blown out of proportion.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe. I'm glad we had the same experience. It must be a public school thing because we also had the cat girl, and then we had a fox girl who wore a tail and the ears. And the cat girl would actually lick her hand and use it to like clean her face like a cat would do. Really bizarre stuff. And obviously it was sort of an attention thing. And these kids, there's a video of them after the walkout talking about some of the things that
You found the source of the puppet show? Oh, hell yeah.
Experienced and what the principal's response was. And they claim, I mean, this school resource officer is disputing it, but they do claim that they were allowing the kids who were dressed up like animals to actually lick them or bite other students.
That seems
and
untrue.
When they complained to their teachers or to the principal
allowing
about it,
them to do
they
that.
said, oh, well, we have to be inclusive of everybody. We have to be nice to each other. So, you know, just keep that in mind when you're choosing how to respond as opposed to disciplining the kids who were licking and biting others, which is obviously beyond bizarre. There's also an interview that the local news did of a local adult furry. And this interview is incredible. I wish we could play it. We don't have permission, but the video shows this person dressed up as like a cartoon dog or a wolf or something. And they actually say that there's a time and a place for being a furry, and school is not it, and that the school should not allow kids to basically dress up like they are or to act like they are, and that kids should keep their hobby to outside of the classroom lest it become a distraction. So, I mean, to me, it seems like the dress code that they're trying to advance seems like it would be kind of an obvious way to address this without targeting any specific student. They can just keep it to, you know, we're going to wear these specific clothes that don't distract from the learning environment. We're not going to wear animal regalia or what have you. And it seems like that would probably solve a lot of the problem. But if it is true that the principal was telling these kids that they had to sit there and take the behavior for fear of not being nice to another student, it's just a dereliction of duty, really. The whole point of having a principal is that you have an adult in the room who is able to make sure that he's fostering a good learning environment for the students there, that he's solving these disputes that often pop up between young people. They're unable to solve themselves, and he needs to really just act like the adult and say.
I like that their reporting is, if that happened, then blank. They're at least somewhat skeptical about this. Like, holy shit, this is refreshing.
But I do think as someone who went to public school that there's something good
about not bullying, but the kind of social pressure you have to understand the cultural and societal norms of where you live. There's a reason why there's these kinds of sentiments about people who went to private school or homeschooled that were sheltered to the extent of having trouble being social. There's something good about going to a public school with a lot of students and having that kind of social pressure so that you can more easily make friends and be with other people. It's an important part of your life where you learn how to interact with people. And there's something that just sets you apart as an outcast if you choose to wear something as extreme as cat ears and a tail and like lick your hand and rub it. There's something good about being in a public school where people are like, hey man, don't do that.
Yeah, no, you have an important point there because there's obviously some instances where in public school, people who are just a little bit outside of the norm do get bullied for unfair reasons and kind of have to develop that backbone to be willing to express themselves in a healthy way. But there's also people who are just being plain antisocial, engaging in behavior that is unacceptable in any society, let alone in a public school. And I think in modern society, we've gotten so far away from the idea of being able to call people out when they behave inappropriately. We call it, shame culture or bullying, when sometimes kids have to regulate each other that way, right? Like they have to be able to be willing
Interesting.
to talk to each other about what is and isn't appropriate and kind of draw those lines and distinctions for themselves because that's part of growing up to become a healthy adult. And
People call it bullying, but it's just kids enforcing norms.
so I kind of jokingly say, like, we need more shaming because people are acting
Wow.
out of line in all kinds of ways these days, and it can be a useful social tool to have people behave in a manner that is respectful and appropriate for other people, and being in school and having that exposure to other kids.
So what if kids... Okay, imagine the world... The first goth kid existed. There was a time where there was a school where no one was a goth, and then the first goth kid existed. Would you be using these same arguments? Like, oh, there's some people that express themselves in different ways, but this is so abnormal that I feel like kids should be enforcing these norms. When goth kids started, and then the head vampire infected the other 14 kids at school to also dress as goths. There was I'm not going to say, was there some sort of moral panic over it? Because there was. It was called the Satanic Panic. This shit has literally happened already. Look it up. The Satanic Panic already existed. It's just because it's a newish thing, just because there's less people doing it, doesn't mean kids should be bullied over it.
A lot of people learn what is and isn't crossing the line.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a negative thing.
Different generations have different ways of expressing themselves.
Have to be shaming. It could just be, we're social. We recognize that when someone wears cat ears and a tail to school, everything's probably not all right at home. Then maybe we need to have a conversation with this kid. It's a signal, if not a cry for help, to be that extremely different. And for some of them, maybe it is just a fashion choice. The ears are cute, fine. But for those that it's clearly antisocial, and you can tell by the behaviors like you described, the licking, that's a lot. I think, yes, it's good that we're social enough that when we see that, we're like, something's not right here, and kids aren't good at expressing their emotions, they might say, why are you being weird? Stop being weird. But the point is that this is a person who needs attention, and that should be on the school administrators and the guidance counselors to talk with the kid and figure out what might be behind the cat persona.
Maybe.
Complex trauma, perhaps.
It's funny that it exists in Utah because Mormonism is a very new religion, right? At one point, there was the first Mormon at school, right? Mormonism is very recent. So it's funny that happened in Utah. To people that might not be, especially at one point in time, might not have been as accepted from other cultures and communities for being different and having different beliefs and, I guess Mormons don't traditionally wear silly things to class, but there's plenty of different religions where people wear silly things on their heads. I want off Mr. Bones' wild ride. All right, so this is the original video of that thing that they clipped on Libs of TikTok, which has 5,000 views, posted 6 years ago. When was the Libs of TikTok link from? Like recently, right? So this is from 2017. They created this theoretically to just not have kids be bullied. This guy looks like Matt Walsh, which is funny. Yeah. So this is focused on not bullying kids that are queer in some way. But let's see some of these. Here's what I don't understand about all this fear-mongering over something like this. Is that if you're the parent of a child and you don't want them to be trans, do you not have the ability to counteract all of this information? If let's say worst case scenario, there's information out there that has the potential to turn them to be trans or a furry or gay or something. Let's say that there's the potential for that. Let's say that you can literally turn a kid trans, gay, or furry by the point that they're already in school, which is after the point where that would already be a part of someone's brain, even if they don't understand it until later. Let's say that that's a possibility. Do you not have the ability to counteract that as a parent? Do you not have the ability to send your kids to church? Or, like, give them whatever Daily Wire children's programming? Like, you're in control of their internet. You can set restrictions on their phone over what type of content that they can access. You can, theoretically, as a parent, talk to them. And if you really want to tell them, like, hey, look, there's some weird... Even if you want to show them a thing with fucking Muppets in it, being like, dogs have to be dogs. Do you not have the ability to do that? Like, what about this information? Are you convinced supersedes the information that you would be able to give them? Or is it the situation where you're like, oh, well, obviously being trans is the winning argument. We just can't have them being exposed to that idea at all.
Let me guess.
Can you guess?
He's a dog?
No! He's a dog! A dog! Oh.
Great.
Another dog!
Just what we need.
It's funny that this was included in that segment on Sky News. It's funny.
We could use another dog.
Oh. Nice collar.
Oh,
These voices are funny.
So,
see, in the same sense that I watched the fucking House Hippo thing, like, I don't... Are kids really absorbing this in the way that they, first of all, understand the metaphor? And second, even if they don't, that it's going to stick on them, like, in a... Already at school age, by the way. Already at school age. Which... The identity of someone is already fucking pretty much defined internally, subconsciously, maybe even, before that point. Right? If you're gay, trans, furry, whatever, like, it's not something that happens to you after the age of 6. These things are, like, unchangeable about a person, right? If it's literally that key, enough of a key part of your identity, then it was already fucking there. They'll remember something about this, but yeah, like, if this type of shit shown in school can make someone, like, gay or trans, then I should have been straight. Because everything I was exposed to was literally just heteronormative, 1000%. Every single thing that I was exposed to was straight good. And then at any point that gay was even mentioned, it was gay people are bad. That's what I was exposed to. So I should be straight, given that logic, right? If that's how it works.
It's weird.
It's not weird, just different. I couldn't ask Barry to change who he is. That would make him really sad.
But
Gulliver, accepting people for who they are is a very important skill. We accept you for who you are.
That's different. I'm a dog who acts like a dog.
This is not a bad message to be giving to kids, right? There's nothing harmful about this. This is literally just, hey, if you see someone that's different and they are a certain way, you shouldn't try to chisel them into being you just because you're you. Just let people be who they are. That includes fucking Christians. That includes Mormons, right? Just let people be who they are. Let people be who they want to be. Like, what the fuck? All conservatives talk about this idea of, like, freedom and liberty. Just, what's wrong? What's wrong with people just being who they are?
The new guy is great. He wanted me to ask you if you have any milk.
Milk? Dogs should not be drinking milk.
Barry will have to wait till recess. Gulliver, don't assume there's only one way to be. You were so
Exactly. Like, let people be who they want to be.
excited.
This is only harmful if you believe that being gay or trans is bad. This is only harmful if you believe that, like, the small percentage of the population that doesn't fit into this rigid idea of what you think everyone should be like is a bad person. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? It's such a weird thing to be fucking pissed about. It's such a weird thing to, like, obsess over. Scoot reacted to this. I don't know if I need to see that. Do I need to watch the same thing again with Scoot commentary right now? Oh my god. Oh, he saw the news clip. 1 day ago.
I like to clean my paws like this.
Is he gonna say something cat supremacist here? Is he gonna say yes, cats good?
You're just a stupid dog. Look at where they got this from. Do you see? Oh no, it's being covered by the goal. This is from Libs of TikTok. The source.
Ah,
of,
what do you
know?
There we go. Or we could practice purring like this. Purring? Yeah. And we could try to meow. What? Meow. Meow. Like that. It's great fun. You should try it.
I fail to see how this is grooming, especially like if we are to believe that the accounts on Twitter and the usual suspects of right-wing commentators, etc., actually care about grooming, then they would be saying it about religious people. Like, where they don't start at school, they start at your fucking baptism as soon as you're fucking born. Right? They start at birth. If they actually cared about it, they'd be saying something about that, but they don't. They don't care about it. Right? Like, human society, we all have ideas about, you know, what sort of social concepts should be presented for a functioning society. And inherently, how to create a functioning society, you have educators, you have people talking to kids, right? And if one of those concepts is, hey, don't bully other kids because they're different, who gives a shit? Come on. Meanwhile, everybody not being criticized by these people that are calling all queer allies groomers. Everybody not being criticized includes, people instilling the idea of eternal damnation on children. Sending them to fucking conversion camps and shit.
Why not? Yeah, let's go.
Excuse me, would you?
And of course, the dog that is troubled
And
by
that's how we get trans people.
canine.
All right. Oh. Scoot didn't say much about that. This one had an interesting title. These barely have any views.
That makes us different and unique. That's what makes this world so colorful and beautiful. But for some transgender people, the differences are the only things some people focus on, which can take away the ability to fully connect with someone. And that's why it's so important to first always seek understanding.
I would like to point out that so far, the videos that I've seen from this channel or this organization that might be having some things in some kids' schools is speaking to kids as though they are the person that is not trans. They're speaking to kids as though they are the person that expects someone else to behave the way that they are and that they are the norm. They're not saying... They didn't make the video with the dog being like, oh, you should be a cat too. right? That wasn't the premise. Was like, oh, they're being a cat. You should be a cat too. It's actually better to be a cat. They were just saying, don't treat them like shit. Like that was the premise of the video, right? And as you know, this person speaking to this audience of presumably children is not saying, oh, understanding trans people, maybe you should be trans one day, and maybe you should do this. They're saying, hey, maybe ask them questions. The assumption made on the viewer is that they are not trans.
Hey, who's that?
Well, that's me, and my mom, and my brother, and my Mama Elliot.
When'd you get a second mom?
Well, Mama Elliot is actually my dad, but she's now Elliot with a she. Mama Elliot is transgender.
What does transgender mean?
Well, transgender means that your brain does not match how you look on the outside.
What does that mean?
Gulliver, don't ask questions.
It's okay to ask questions. Questions are good, as long as they're not questions about your private parts. That isn't anybody's business. Some people think there's only one way to be born. You can be a boy, or you can be a girl. But there's lots of different ways you can be a boy or girl.
Like boys who want to play with dolls, or girls who want to be superheroes.
Sort of. It's not just our bodies that make us boys and girls. It's also what we feel in our hearts, or what we think in our minds. Just because you look like a boy doesn't mean that you feel like a boy.
So, your dad didn't feel like a boy?
His brain and his heart didn't match how his outside looked, so he changed his outside.
Oh, so your dad became your mom? That must have been hard.
Not really. They're still my dad. They've always been the same person. We still do all the same things we did before. They are exactly like everyone else, except for this one part. Everyone has one part that makes them different.
So this is one where I can understand, like I said earlier, the concern.
Questions and conversations about differences are wonderful, if done respectfully. Always keep in mind that you're talking about a person. It's important that you're
Because you don't want to paint it as if... You don't want to paint the picture in a child's mind of like, oh yeah, like, you know, you don't want to like steer them in a direction that they otherwise wouldn't be. You know, trans people are people that they feel that way on the inside, regardless of whether or not they were shown any kind of video or content like this.
We did before. And Emmett, you have feathers.
I do. Both sides became a girl?
No, some adults don't understand.
But again, we're talking about like a really delicate attempt at trying to get kids to empathize with and understand people who are different. And I don't think that there's anything malicious about this. I don't think that there's anything like, oh yeah, they're trying to like make your kids trans, which is what the right-wing narrative is. But I could see some parts of this video being like, okay, I can see why that's concerning to people, as in you don't, you know, to try and imagine this as a child. You don't want children to be necessarily, I wouldn't call it groomed at all. You don't want children necessarily to be imagining an idea that isn't already like a part of themselves and being like, oh, you know, maybe someone with like certain social problems or something might think that that's the answer to it. I understand that concern. I don't think that it's happening on a level that conservatives are claiming, and I don't think that there is the malicious nature or intent that conservatives are claiming.
Just because you look like a boy doesn't mean that you feel like a boy.
But again, it's one of those things where it's like, how do we communicate an idea to children? It's a very delicate thing that's not very many people are good at, and there's a lot of people making kids content that are just not good at it. In the same way that most movies are bad.
Or you look on the outside.
What does that mean?
Gulliver, don't ask questions.
It's okay to ask questions. There's only one way to be born. You can be a boy, or you can be a girl. But there's lots of different ways you can be a boy or girl.
Like boys who want to play with dolls, or girls who want to be superheroes.
Like, this is all true. It's all true.
Except for this
I understand the concern, because being trans, you know, you're setting... trans people experience a lot of discrimination and pain. And non-binary is also valid, I agree. And so you want to be delicate about how you approach these issues, and I don't think that there's a single... I couldn't imagine that there's a single body or entity approaching these issues in a way that's perfect. But I think that people are trying their best, and I don't think that there's, you know, necessarily... There's not an epidemic like conservatives claim, and there's not like a... There's not a, oh my God, what the fuck? Why does this one have 300,000 views? Sorry, excuse me. Some of these have tons of views. I need to see these. Hold on. Yeah, we're trying our best. We're trying our best. Everybody's trying their best. And the amount of like actually malicious people on the planet is not that significant, is not that high. If you were to listen to conservative sources like Matt Walsh, like Ben Shapiro, they would have you believe that there's like an entire conspiracy and cabal to infect your kids with transness or gayness or something. And also take with a grain of salt the fact that libs of TikTok posted this and said this was taught at one school in one video and blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Most of these have under 1,000 views. Overwhelming majority of these. I don't know if these are being shown from YouTube or... It seems probably likely that if they were teaching this, this would just be like, oh, they put on a YouTube video and not like what, a VHS? Like those don't, those aren't as common in classes anymore. It's one of those scenarios where it's not really happening to the degree that they claim. And even worst case scenario is not, I mean, whatever we define as worst case scenario. It's I don't know what their worst case scenario is. It's like, oh, everyone's going to be trans. I don't think that's ever happening. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's even possible. If let's say that was the goal of teachers and educators and like some sort of big Jewish conspiracy or whatever. If let's say that was even the goal, I don't think that would be possible. I think that even if people were trying their fucking hardest to make everybody gay and trans and furry, that it wouldn't happen. Because I don't think that that's something that you can literally just impose on somebody. I think that it's a fraction of the population and will continue to be so, even if there are trends moving in a direction that, you know, it's more of a percentage of the population. I think that it's still definitely an extreme minority, no matter what.
Well, worries make your brain think that there is something to be really scared of when there isn't.
Yeah, and bendy thinking changes that by focusing on the good things instead of the bad.
Bendy thinking is a funny fucking way to put it.
Try it.
That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious. That's a weird one. They're trying their best. Like when you're a person trying to make children's content, most people aren't even good at making regular content. And I think most people making children's content are people that failed at making non-children's content.
Oh, hi. Today we want to talk to you about the importance of being an ally.
The importance of audio in the left channel.
An ally is someone who stands up for a group they are not necessarily part of.
Well, that's right. For example, I am not a rabbit, but I'm an ally to rabbits.
An ally is a person that considers themselves a friend. Allies create opportunities for everyone to feel accepted. It's important that everyone feels that like they belong and have opportunities to succeed.
Yeah. Everyone is capable of being an ally.
What's so weird, like, it's so weird that, like, conservatives would be against this messaging when it literally, like, it includes them. Right? Like, if conservatives are a minority, which they're... I don't know in the U.S., If let's say hypothetically Christians were a minority in the US, which they're not, definitely, that includes them, right? Because like according to the hyper conservative ecosystem, right? Like they're the ones being oppressed, right? So wouldn't they apply this to them? Right? Be an ally to Christians.
Rabbits are the best.
Oh, thank you.
Stand behind Christians. Why not? It applies to them too, right? Because according to them, they're being oppressed by the, tyrannical, furry, trans, Jewish, whatever, right?
Why should furries be banned?
Because they dress as like they're literally humans. Like, why are they dressing as dogs and like animals? Like, you're all born a human, so like just say a human. You know?
What if you wanted to dress as like a witch for Halloween?
Well, that's Halloween. That's different.
And you wanted to wear like a big
That's different.
Nose mask.
Well, that's Halloween.
They prohibit you from wearing masks. They don't
Yeah.
They only let them wear the mask.
Yeah, they only let them wear the mask. The
So these kids are wearing masks in class?
Yes. And they wear like their little
No
that?
photos or videos of it in
And they're
class.
chewing on sticks?
Yeah, they have their little ears and like they have their little tails and like they get on their knees and hands and they literally bark at us.
Why are they chewing on sticks in class?
They're trying to be a dog.
Animals. And it's just there's this one girl with
The leading conversation in question, too. It's exactly like The Hunt 2012.
with red hair.
Why are they doing this?
It's red hair, and so during the after-school club, she went outside and grabbed a stick and came in chewing on it, and the teacher did nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
one reason why she's nice is because the principal has the furry, so she allows everybody them
So the
to wear the
principal's
mask.
own child is a furry?
Yes.
In class?
Yes, and the thing is, but
it's a rumor. We don't know that.
Oh, that's a rumor? Okay.
Fuck! Skip to a random part in the video, and then one kid's like, actually, that's a rumor. Oh my god. So even the principal child furry thing is like completely unsubstantiated according to the kids themselves? Oh my god. Oh my god.
because the principal has the furry, so she allows everybody them
So the
to wear the
principal's
mask.
own child is a furry?
Yes.
In class?
Yes. And the thing is, but
it's a rumor. We don't know that.
Oh, that's a rumor? Okay.
But the thing
They're repeating it throughout the video.
is, like a month ago, I told my mom about the furries, and she started posting it all on Instagram. And
A month ago, I told my mom about the furries, and she started posting it all on Instagram.
there's a group chat
Sounds like Joe Rogan shit.
between like. They suspended me for barking at the furries. This shouldn't be allowed.
They suspended me for barking at the furries. This shouldn't be allowed.
You got suspended?
Yes, for 2 days for barking at them.
So why did
I was harassing the furries, and I got suspended.
you bark at them?
Because they were barking at me and they were chasing me around the halls. They chase everybody
Okay.
here around the halls. So my brother's in the high school, and like a year ago, the high school got sued because they didn't have litter boxes for the cat people.
Yeah, what? A year ago, the school. Oh my god, that's such. That's not true. You're just saying things. Oh my god. I can't. These news organizations posted clips of this. Theoretically, they listen to this, right?
I hope not.
That would be public information if that happened. A school got sued because they didn't have litter boxes. That would be public information.
So my brother's in the high school, and like a year ago, the high school got sued because they didn't have litter boxes for the cat people.
Is that real?
Yes. Yeah, in Salem.
Several kids say, yes. Yes, that's real.
Salem. They got sued because
They got sued. There would be a way to verify that.
they got sued.
Hey, you guys are in high school?
Yeah.
Is there furries are you in Payson High School?
Yeah.
So these kids are walking out because they say the furries are attacking them, biting them, spraying them in the eyes with Febreze. Is that happening at the Payson High School?
Not really. You know, people are just more mature there, you know.
Okay.
There are furries.
There are furries?
Yeah.
So they're not attacking people, but they are acting as furries.
Yeah. Not yet, though. You don't know if they'll start biting us.
Okay. What's the point of acting like a furry in school?
I have no
Attention.
idea.
Okay.
The furries are trying to brainwash other kids to be furries.
The furries are trying to brainwash other kids to be furries, they say.
My dad has been telling me that he called the school and said like the people identify as animals, and my dad said that he's gonna make me a wooden club and he's gonna send me to school as a caveman and say that that's how I identify, and that we smack animals over the head with our clubs because that's how.
What? My dad said he's gonna send me to school as a caveman to smash furries over the head with a club. That's a crazy thing to say.
Okay. Would you think you'd be allowed to be?
Man, it's so crazy. You know, I initially saw those clips, those like highlighted moments that the news posted, being like, why would you post those parts? Now I'm realizing those were the best parts, actually. Those were literally the most convincing parts, because every other part is just saying shit that is like nobody would believe. No, yeah, because another school a year ago, they got sued for not having litter boxes. Did that happen? Yes. My dad's going to send me to school as a caveman with a club to beat the furries.
Caveman in school, though?
No.
Yeah.
So why can both of my parents have contacted the office. Other school districts have banned furries. Why can't we ban the furries?
Hey, which other school districts?
There's one in my mom saw on Facebook. One in Germany.
My mom
They
saw on
banned
Facebook.
the
Okay.
furries because they were so many.
I don't get it. If they're allowed to be furries, then why aren't we allowed to be like a superhero? Why aren't we allowed to do whatever we want if they're furries?
So
I don't get it.
You're not allowed to wear a Superman shirt?
Every like week or so, they'll like the teachers will say, "Remember to roar," and that's like be respectful, optimistic, and kind. But then like all the furries are just
Literally on Monday, we had the furry petition, and Mr. Mortensen got up in my face because I told him legally he can't take it away from us because we're not disrupting class.
And also, he went into every class and sent an email to each class.
About signing the petition?
No,
it's
about accessories and like unnecessary.
Mr. Mortensen literally got into me and Tayson's face and yelled at us, like screamed. He literally screamed at us.
Wow, that's crazy, dude.
He literally screamed at us. Thought, prayers, action.
They banned it.
In Florida? Broward?
They banned non-human accessories.
Oh, okay.
They banned all.
Yeah, why can't we ban it?
Yeah.
I've been
hissed at.
Okay.
I've been bit.
Okay. You've been bit?
Yeah, I got bit on the arm a few years ago by one. I was like, I'm not doing this again. I've been scratched. I've been hissed at. One of my friends got bit, and I got bit earlier.
Mm-hmm. They're biting everybody.
Wow.
I was like, no.
Okay.
I'm not doing this again.
Well, I'm sorry that happened to you.
It happened. I was like, why can't we just like let this happen?
Let me get these other signs over here. Hang on. This one says, "We just want to learn." Okay. And okay. Who's being taught a lesson on this? The admin.
Everybody.
Okay. Step on the sidewalk, guys.
Everybody's learning a lesson from this.
Hey, people have started calling the principal Miss Trunchbull because of this. It's really funny. But like everybody.
They're calling her what?
Everybody calls her Miss Trunchbull because she's so mean about the furries.
Wow. Okay. Okay. All right.
I was speaking my mind.
Interesting.
Because it was just like common sense.
It's just going too much.
Like, do you think that is?
Are you here from the high school? Yeah? You here from the high school? Is this going on at the high school too? I mean the furries. You haven't seen any? Okay, good. Those other kids said there was.
Sorry, according to Asmongold.
Furries.
He got groomed by an adult to do this, according to Asmongold. Oh my god. Asmongold, why aren't you stepping up?
You haven't seen any? Okay.
Why are you okay with these kids who are in a fetish club protesting on the sidewalk?
Good. Those other kids.
He just did something sexual. Asmongold, where are you?
There was, but they're not. All right, I'm gonna get a backup shot of you guys. Okay.
This is so stupid that this became worthy of news coverage. I hate this. Stop brainwashing us. No paw on that sign.
So are you guys gonna go back to class after this or what?
No.
How long are you gonna be out here? You think KSL's gonna show up?
Yeah. Hopefully.
You think so? I hope so.
This is a big enough thing that it should be on national news.
National news. I guess he got his wish.
And how they've been acting.
I've never seen one. I'm not in school.
No, I didn't. Actually, I did.
That sounds insane to me.
Would you feel comfortable if your kids had a boy in the girls' bathroom?
No, I wouldn't. How about you?
I would not feel comfortable with any opposite gender in my bathroom.
Okay.
Why do you think that furry should
Do you think
not
that's
be...
related to this furry situation?
Yeah, it is actually.
How so?
Because a lot of girls been going into the boys' bathroom that I've seen.
Why?
Yeah.
Because they just think that they could do anything. Like.
Okay.
But my opinion is
whenever Mr. Morrison, he literally got so mad at us because he got mad at me and this kid in Boston because we were saying that.
Could you imagine some dumb fucking, how old are these kids? 12? Some 12-year-old bullshit that you do at school making like national news.
We are petitioning.
Other countries, Sky News in Australia. Matt Walsh talking about it. Fuck.
Because we're not disrupting class.
It's so dumb.
And he got all up in my face and he said, I'll legally take it away and you kids gotta stop telling me what I can and can't do.
What was that?
Huh?
What was taken away?
He said that he will. What is this?
Okay.
How would you feel?
So was it a physical paper petition?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have a petition. It was right here. It is a petition.
Did you guys sign the one on the internet?
I have not signed the one on the internet because I don't have a phone.
You don't have a phone?
No.
Good for your parents, dude.
I actually used to have one and then I lost it in Mesquite.
And you don't get another one, right?
This is it.
You lose it, you
It
got
is
it.
a physical
Wow,
form
that's got a lot of signatures on it, actually.
I was the 88th person to sign it.
I was the 115th.
You were the 115th person to sign it?
Yes, you have to put their name, their school, and their email or some way to contact
What's the point
them.
of signing the petition?
So that the furries go away.
So that the furries go away.
This is the reason.
If we get 500 signatures, the school said that they'd ban them, but then
The school said they banned them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least that's what I've heard.
That's what I heard.
From everybody.
There's no, like, kids don't care about what's true. They literally just hear things and repeat things. There's like no skepticism. Everything is just like, I heard this, it must be true.
If the Kevin Bacon thing was so big, how is this not? This is a
If the Kevin Bacon thing was so big, how is this not?
national thing, and this should be televised all over the world.
So you're wondering why this isn't as big of an issue as Kevin Bacon coming to Payson?
No, like the former movie star, yes.
He's saying that all the
Sure, hang on a
newses
second.
are going to the high school for
Yeah, they
Kevin
are.
Bacon
They are.
instead of coming here when this is way bigger than
This is
anything
way
else.
bigger. This is a worldwide thing.
Who is Kevin Bacon?
He's a famous actor that was in a movie that they filmed at Payson High School.
From Footloose.
I thought he was just supposedly like people were going over there and they locked every single door in the school.
They locked the doors?
Apparently, so nobody could get back in the school.
Apparently.
I thought it was just a guy named Kevin that cooked bacon.
Yeah, he probably does cook some bacon.
I asked multiple parents how did they feel about a boy walking to the girls' bathroom, and they said that that it shouldn't be allowed and it's disgusting.
No, it shouldn't be.
I mean, just imagine. That is just a pervert. Like, that's not acceptable. Like, if you're gonna walk into the bathroom, just go to your own bathroom.
How's that related to the furry situation?
Yeah, how?
I don't know. You started
Are these about furries? I'd like to make a comment. I think the furries are weird, and like when they bark at me, I feel uncomfortable, and I want to go home when they bark at me.
I mean, just imagine.
Why do they bark at you?
Where do they?
Why?
Why?
For being near them.
I think they're trying to communicate. I don't know. I think they're weird.
How does it affect your mental state?
What kind of animals are they dressing up as?
I see dogs. I see cats.
I see birds. There's one deer.
They gallop at
There's
me.
a deer?
Yeah, they have like
They gallop
they have
at
a
me.
brown mask and they painted like blue on it and they have deer horns.
Do they know that deer have hooves?
Yeah.
I don't think they know much at all.
They're pretty stupid.
It's open season.
Playboy
There's a
Karate
dinosaur
Music
furry?
2024.
Whoa.
But in
What did you say?
class,
I said Playboy Karate Music 2024. I hate furries.
No matter what we do, furries are just gonna come back.
These are the average furry haters on the internet, by the way. This is who is behind the keyboard.
Walking into an ordinary middle
middle school, and then just seeing people on all fours chasing each other in the halls. Okay, then that'd be disturbing. Yeah, it is. It is so disturbing.
So are you a concerned parent?
Yeah, I am.
What have you heard about this? What caused this?
A bunch of the kids dressing up as animals, and my son had taken some videos and showed me. So when I called the school that afternoon, Mr. James had told me that he wasn't aware of any of them wearing masks. And when I told my son that that's who I had spoke to,
He was
One second.
that told me to stop talking to him.
To stop recording.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They didn't want you recording the furries?
So when I went in the next morning to talk to him, I was like, well, I thought you didn't know about them. Then why were you the one that told my son to stop recording? He's like, oh, well, I thought they were wearing like masks they made at school. So I pulled up the pictures.
Oh my God. Could those have been masks that they made at school? Because that was one of my hypotheses. Because it's not like they're wearing like a fursuit or even a fursuit head, like based on the videos that we saw from the Blaze and shit, right? They looked like arts and crafts shit.
In the next morning to talk to him, I was like, well, I thought you didn't know about them. Then why were you the one that told my son to stop recording? He's like, oh, well, I thought they were wearing like masks they made at school. So I pulled up the pictures, and I pulled up the one of the Velociraptor. It's obviously one bought at Walmart. You couldn't make it.
The Velociraptor one looked maybe homemade, actually.
And so he was like, well, I wasn't aware. We've told him to leave them at home. And I was like, well, then it's just ridiculous. Like, my son got suspended for 2 days for roughhousing with his cousin. Like, they weren't even like fighting. They were just like, but the kids didn't feel safe, which I supported. Like, if you made kids not feel safe around them because they thought they were really fighting. But these kids don't feel safe around these kids because they're biting them, they're scratching them, they say profound things. I have videos of them saying nasty things that no 13-year-old should be saying.
And then at my brother's school, there's these furries that say that they don't have to wear a shirt.
What do you think's causing this?
I don't know.
At my brother's school, there's these furries that say that they don't have to wear a shirt.
It's like YouTube, social media, huh? Really, Trayton?
Do you allow your kids on social media?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
They don't. If they watch YouTube in my home, like it's on my living room when I'm present, I don't let him. He doesn't even have an internet browser on his phone. He won't have Snapchat. He won't have Instagram. I don't allow social media.
You support the social media restrictions that the legislature's trying to enact?
Which are
they're trying to make it. They're trying to put restrictions on social media companies specifically related to kids, and a lot of people are pushing back against it, saying that this
Yeah, ban kids off the internet, honestly. Fuck kids on the internet. Fucking get them off there, honestly. I hate how compelling this is and how I need to keep watching it.
free speech issue that.
Thanks.
I mean,
Bing
me as a
Bong
parent, I don't
De
support my
Niro.
kids being on social media. I think it causes a lot of the issues that these kids are having. They're comparing themselves to other kids. It's a really bad outlet for kids to be bullied. You know, like.
Why do you think the district hasn't put a stop to this?
Because of the principal's daughter.
I just think that I honestly don't know.
So the last time they mentioned principal's daughter, a bunch of kids said, that's unsubstantiated. They said, that's a rumor. We don't know. And then even more of them said, like, yeah, don't say things we don't know. And then some of them are just going back to it, the rumor, just saying, the principal's daughter. So at one point in this, I thought that was a possibility, but now it seems like it's bullshit. Thank you so much, Bing Bong. I don't know where you're getting your information from, Romeo to Juliet, but I wouldn't believe that there's no furries at the school.
Stuff because they won't come out. They're sending out kids.
Huh. There's furries at every school. There's a small portion of the population. If your school has like some 1,000 kids in it, there's going to be some furries.
Yeah, look. She's trying to freaking punch him, bro. It's crazy. Look, just wait.
Okay, so I'm watching a video right now.
Oh yeah, that's Dragon. I got 2 theories with her.
She's like the alpha.
Yeah, she's the alpha male.
She's the alpha.
She's the alpha
this
male.
One right here?
Yeah, that's that one. She's gonna try to punch you. Hold on, just wait.
Oh, that's Jocelyn. That's the one I sit next
Why
to in
isn't she wearing a mask there?
Because they got banned like yesterday.
Why isn't she? They're showing him a video. I wish we could see this on camera. They're showing him a video being like, look at the furries. And he's saying, why isn't she wearing a mask there? They're like, because it got banned yesterday. Wait, what? Why are you protesting?
She was wearing ears. Let me see that again.
And then she took them off, but she's wearing her
Oh, got it.
So in class, teachers do not see anything that they're doing because in class they'll just do the normal stuff.
I want to confirm that that's what he said.
Oh, wearing a mask.
That's Jocelyn. That's the one I sit next
Why
to.
isn't she wearing a mask there?
Yeah, why isn't she wearing a mask there, he asks.
Because they got banned like yesterday.
She was wearing ears. Let me see that again.
And then she took them off, but she's wearing her
Oh, got it.
I read that article. The article doesn't even claim that there's no furries there. That's not what that article claims. I read that earlier.
So in class, teachers do not see anything that they're doing because in class they'll just do the normal stuff. But then as soon as class gets out and like
One of the representatives of the school district says there have been no incidents of like scratching, biting, and animal costumes, whatever we define that as. So he might be saying, oh, no one's in a full fursuit or whatever, but there appears to be people wearing some sort of animal accessory sort of thing.
They'll just act like animals and
they'll
be
just
threats.
go out and just start barking at people, whoever they see, and just want to.
My dad called
it.
And like if a dog started barking at me, honestly, I would like kick it away. But like if we kick the furries, then we get suspended for like.
If a dog started barking at me, I would kick it. But if we kick the furries, we get suspended.
We'll get expelled.
Yeah, it's why is it our fault for their responsibility for them to scratch us? Bark.
I have a furry. The girl who tried to throw punch that guy. I have her in 2 classes.
And
she has furry ears and like these leg things, and she's been like hanging out with these other furries who's been racist to me because they keep on squinting their eyes at me because I got squinty eyes and they keep on making racist jokes to me.
So they're making fun of your
What's
your
up, brothers?
appearance?
Yeah, I'm like not even that much Asian. They're just squinting their eyes, and this one girl who has a Harry Potter backpack.
Oh yeah, because you got like skinny eyes.
Yeah, I got skinny eyes. Ching chong.
Okay, the kid next to you was very racist, but you'd laughed it off, and that's fine. All right.
I know, it's like a whole deck. But yeah, this one girl with the Harry Potter one, she's been being super racist to me because she keeps on squinting her eyes, and she barked at me a couple of times. And whenever I get around her, she keeps on squinting her eyes and she won't stop.
And they get mad at us for us to joke around them, but then we get expelled for that. But when they joke about us, they don't get in trouble for anything.
We get expelled for that? What? That's a new one. We get expelled for that. There's kids that have gotten expelled for joking about furries. That's a new one. That's definitely not an exaggeration.
How do they joke about you?
Well, like.
Please answer the question. How do they joke about you? How do the furries joke about you?
How he was saying, it's mostly about racism sometimes.
Racism.
But when we
It's mostly about racism sometimes.
talk about like them having tails or ears, we probably get suspended for that.
Do they joke?
When we talk about them having tails or ears, we probably get suspended for that. I hate this, and I hate that I'm continuing to watch it, but here we go.
About you?
Yes, all the time.
Not
They call
me,
fat, they
but
call
I
me
seen my
lazy.
friends.
They call me obese. Everything.
Really?
Yeah, and it makes me so like uncomfortable that I just. This is the one.
It sounds like they're all hurling insults at each other, and they're being reciprocated. You're calling them names, and they're calling you names. Who cares who started it? Why are you doing a fucking walkout over this?
The only reason that I'm fighting for equal rights because
Equal rights.
It's the same thing
swear
because
at you and
It's at this
bark
point
you.
where they should just leave.
And so their costumes, they have masks and they have ears and they put these things on their arms that have fur on them and they put them on their legs too. And they wear white boots and they draw little claws on the bottom of them.
Do you think they really believe they're animals?
Who cares?
No, they don't believe it, but they act like it.
I think they want to be, but
They want to be, but they don't. They know they're not, but they want to be.
They try hard.
Yeah, they try hard. That's why they bark at people.
Like
And they even crawl around.
My dad called the school.
Okay, so you're showing me a video. They are wearing masks and they're crawling around on all fours.
Yeah.
Okay.
My dad called the vice
What
principal,
on earth?
and the vice principal said that the furries are no different than us football players getting down on all fours and doing our bear crawls. Yeah, because it's very different. Because we're playing.
Sorry, and doing our what?
Yeah, because furries are no different than us football players getting down on all fours and doing our bear crawls.
They said that furries are no different than us getting down on all fours and doing our bear crawls. Us football players, I think he said. So like an exercise. So like, yeah, I mean like in the context of playing outside, in the context of just fucking dicking around and being a kid, it's not any different. It literally isn't. Like what more harm is there by crawling around on all fours and saying I'm a furry versus crawling around on all fours and saying I'm not a furry? It's literally no different. Yeah. If the vice principal had to tell you that, it's probably because you were bullying the fuck out of them.
Around on all fours.
Yeah.
Okay.
My dad called the vice
What
principal,
on earth?
and the vice principal said that the furries are no different than us football players getting down on all fours and doing our bear crawls. Yeah, because it's very different. Because we're playing a national sport. Yeah, but it's still weird.
Also, they'll get down on.
He couldn't finish it. He's like, it's different because we're playing a national sport, but it's just like, and he lost his train of thought. He couldn't like rationalize it. Like when faced with the challenge of trying to rationalize why it's different, he just stopped. And now somebody else is talking.
Oh, so
in his mouth in class.
Wow.
Oh, that's the
Chewing
picture
a
I
stick
took.
in his mouth.
I took that picture.
Okay.
I wish he would finish his sentence of why it's different. He's not going to.
Oh, but so they'll get down on all fours and they'll come bark at you. So if they come up to you, then they'll start then they'll be on all fours. But if you go up to them, then they'll get off of all fours and start swearing at you and barking at you.
Wow. That's insane.
That's what the cat ones.
So one time we were at lunch.
We're all hurling insults at each other, but they bark when they do it, and so they should be expelled.
One time we were at breakfast and they started being super racist to these kids. They were calling them monkeys, and they were like making monkey noises and just being super racist to these kids at lunch.
The furries were?
Yeah, the furries, and they were throwing food at us.
Hey, talk to this kid. He has a trap.
The furries are particularly racist in Utah. None of these other kids are racist, despite the display of racism that we saw like 5 minutes ago.
I have a tragic story.
Yeah.
So it was one of the first days of school, and I was just walking outside, and these furries were just crawling everywhere. In front. It's kind of scary.
One tried to bite me while you were getting school.
So on the first day of school, there was not like this huge group of furries. There was just one
And now there's like
who was wearing like dog pajamas, and she'd come up and start barking at people. But then she got 14 other people to join her.
She
and
groomed them.
And she's not even the main one. Like the main one, she has like purple hair, and she will like swear at you and be like so mean to you. She'll like just like come up and like start swearing at you and like saying all the B word and like the F word, and she'll bite you. I've heard that she's the only one who has bit someone, but I don't know if the other ones have. Like she's the only one I've heard about who bit someone.
Well, it's hard because we're the students. We get in trouble.
Yeah. Like
we can't have any altercations.
Have anybody heard the phrase "we the people"?
Yeah.
We the people, not the furries. We the people, not the animals.
Exactly.
We should actually act like we are.
If you want to be an animal, don't go to school. School's for humans.
Bro, like go to the pound or something.
No, don't.
When you were telling me about being bitten and scratched and sprayed with Febreze in the eyes, are you reporting this, or like are you telling your teacher when it happens, or what?
We've brought it up to Miss Taylor before. She can't really do much, and nothing's changing. So we're gonna take it to the state school board.
Okay.
There's only like one.
Do you think the state school board's going to listen to you?
Yes.
What's your plan there?
Do you have any evidence?
I can't really disclose too much information, but let's just say it's a pretty decent plan, and we have a good feeling that it's going to work.
Okay, cool. All right.
I don't even know the plan, and I'm confident.
Yeah, same. Same. If she came up with it, we're all good.
Yeah, she's the one that started all this, and she got the news here. So
If I'm really being honest, this stuff is just really inappropriate, and it shouldn't be allowed.
yeah, like humans should be humans.
Humans should be humans.
You go up to them and start talking to them. Like they wear collars too. Like they'll wear collars and they're like, my collar is so cool. And then if you're like, it's not cool, you're just acting like a dog, then they'll start getting mad at you. And like that's why you don't.
They'll say their collar is cool, and if you insult them, they'll start getting mad at you.
Don't go up to them because there's a group of 15 people that'll come attack you if you.
There was literally animal control. One of the furries animal control actually came to our school and told the furries to stop.
Literally.
Animal control actually came to our school and told the furries to stop, says a kid. This is literally just a fucking game of telephone. What, like, this is such bullshit. You don't have to watch much of this video. You don't have to watch much of this video to just hear people saying things that are obviously untrue. Animal control went to the school and told the furries to stop. No, that didn't happen.
Are you guys in the middle school? You guys aren't in middle school, right?
No, he is.
You are?
They're 7th graders.
Oh, you're 7th graders.
Yeah, kids never lie or make things up, especially when they're in large groups.
Cool. So have you seen these furries?
Oh, yeah, I have. I mean, they've always kind of been rude, and like they're like really weird, and like they always are like on. Like I remember one time this was at school, but like they're like walking around and all force barking at us, and like you know animals belong at home, not at school.
Yeah.
Okay.
But one time, like the furries were trying to like fight each other, like all of us, and they were like trying to start fights, and like they were starting fights. So like one of my friends went to get his cousins, and then his friend came like to protect us, and then like the furry was like, "Come on, I'll fight you right now." And they're trying to
we were all recording this too. Like a bunch of people were recording it, and then
show it.
And then after it got done, like they were like trying to pick fights. And after it got done, they called us all into the office and made us delete the videos.
They're trying to get
because they're just trying to make us. They made us delete all the videos of them.
Oh.
They're trying to get litter boxes.
How do they make you delete them?
They're like, you have to delete that picture off your phone, or we're gonna.
The administrator does?
Text it to your friend.
So if you record it in class, they make you delete it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And if you like record a fight or something, you'll get suspended for even recording.
Yeah, you're not even supposed
Even
to.
though that's like the evidence to prove like who started it, what actually happened, since the admin is never there. And if there is a fight, admin takes at least 5-10 minutes to get there and stop it.
Okay.
And anybody who is watching, most people who are watching will just run away when the teachers get there. But if they stay there, then everybody who is watching normally gets suspended.
When they made us delete the video, they said you have to delete the video or we're gonna confiscate your phone.
Yeah, they sent out this thing, and it's like
when they say that,
I was
tell them
scared
you're
to
gonna
even
file a
come to this
report for
because
theft.
the school said there's
They tried to take my phone once I said, you're not touching my personal
everybody that comes. So I was scared to do this, and my friends were Jacob's here. That's like
my phone is shattered anyways. I don't have it.
But also, so when the teachers do see it, like they won't do anything about it. There's only like 1 to 2 teachers who actually care.
Okay. Okay.
There's no teacher.
And not only that, there's like more and more furries coming.
Oh yeah, there's up to 20 now.
There's more and more furries coming. There's up to 20 now. It's a crisis. They're taking over.
Who like got mad at them and said, "Go act like a human," and then there's
They got mad at me when I said, "Go act like a human."
So what do you think about, you got a good turnout in the protest?
I think we definitely had a lot more kids before they started threatening to suspend kids. I know we would have had over 200 students here, but then they started threatening to suspend us, and a lot of them wanted to go back to class.
At the start, you guys had a few more.
Yeah.
A lot of. I saw some kids walking.
How's this stream still going? Because I'm pissed. And because I feel like it, you know, as a person that obsessively cares about, you know, whether or not what I'm experiencing is like accurate or whether or not I have the information. This is the source video. And so I feel like I should watch like all of it. I think I missed like maybe a minute here and like a minute there. But I'm doing a better job at this than fucking Sky News, Asmongold, and Matt Walsh. So
A lot of kids are leaving because they either only wanted to come because they wanted to go to Walmart, or they're leaving and coming back because they're getting food and drinks.
Okay.
But
all right.
Hey, I think if you come here for the cause, you should stay. Not.
Yeah. But this morning, when I got here, there was like 500 plus kids there, and now there's only like 200 people. There's like 150 here. Okay. I feel like
Thank you for all the gift subs, Bing Bong.
A furry protest. We don't like furries here.
Yeah?
We don't like furries here.
People don't want furries in here because they're weird. They're weird.
They're weird?
At least he's honest. People don't like furries here because they're weird.
Good job, Nick.
Yeah, I talked to them.
So there are some furries who will just leave people alone and go play out the far side of the field during like recess and stuff. And those ones are like okay, like they're nice. They won't like bother you or anything. But the problem is the ones who are. The problem is the like group of 15 furries who will bark at you.
Well, it's not even that. There is some furries that they don't even know that they're out of elementary school. So those ones, I understand what they're doing because they don't realize what they are doing. But then there's the ones that are of age, are mentally here, know what they're doing, don't have any kind of mental illness disorders, like medically.
Just being mean.
But they are doing it because they just want attention, and it's a problem.
You know,
Okay.
I'm surprised.
Why are you giving them attention? Fucking leave them alone.
None of them showed
And they're
up.
trying to brainwash us is what they're doing.
What did they go up to you and say you should be a furry?
I'm surprised that there's no.
How so?
They're trying to make it seem like this is okay. They're trying to make it seem like these kids barking at us and all this and biting us and scratching at us. The admin is trying to make us be like, oh no, this is okay. We have to accept everyone for who they are. No, we don't. Don't push it upon us. We have our own opinions, and we're gonna speak it. We're gonna make it happen and show what we want to happen. And honestly, I believe that if it was the furries and LGBTQIA plus community doing this, the admin would be supporting them and
So
not
you're
pushing
saying if
against
they were
them.
the ones protesting.
Yeah, if they were the ones protesting because we are being rude and disrespectful, then the admin would support them 100% and we would get in trouble. But since it's us and we are going against them and our school is very leftist, I feel like we're the ones that are going to get the pushback. We're going to get in trouble because we're supporting what we believe in and what we've grown up to believe in and just what is right. We wouldn't have this much support from the community and all of Utah and all these students if it wasn't right.
Do you think this is interfering with education of
Yes.
Everybody in class?
Yes.
Absolutely.
It is very distracting and it's inappropriate behavior. It really is.
Also, like, my mom said that, like, if I came up to her and said that I believed that I was supposed to be an animal, she would check me into, like, a mental hospital.
They belong in mental hospitals. They're not okay.
They should be in it. Like, if they think...
Well, this is your legacy, and you look pretty similar to Abby Shapiro or whatever, right? So.
If they think that they're animals, then they need to be in it.
We want to be respectful. We want this to be peaceful.
But if
We don't want any
they're bothering us,
problems.
then they need
But
to be in a mental
if it's affecting our learning, it's a problem. They can't be forcing this
If it's
upon us.
affecting our what do you mean by that? It's affecting our learning.
At school.
Okay, that makes sense.
If you guys want to do this, do it in your own home. You could do online school. You could just don't force it upon the kids that just want to go to school to learn.
How are you not? What do you mean? All the videos are like outside of class. What are they doing in class? Like, are they the teachers about to teach math? And they're like, excuse me, bark, 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 bark. And the teacher's like, you know, if another student was interrupting, I would tell them to be quiet so I could teach the lesson. But since it's a furry, gotta let him bark. Is that what's happening? What do you mean you can't fucking learn? God damn it. These kids are so dumb.
And also,
As kids are.
if you're a furry and, like, you want to be a furry, you should just be homeschooled, like, honestly.
If you're a furry and you want to be a furry, you should just be homeschooled, like, honestly. Compelling statement.
It'll keep them from getting bullied, and it'll keep us from being...
It'll keep them from... She admits it! She admits it that they're bullying them! Oh, she let it slip! She let the mask slip! She said it out loud. It'll keep them from being bullied. Oops.
Like, honestly.
They should be homeschooled. It'll keep them from being bullied. Bullied by whom and for what reasons?
It'll keep them from getting bullied, and it'll keep us from being
bullies.
Have this.
It'll keep us from bullying them.
Like, you want to be a furry, you should just be homeschooled. Like, honestly.
It'll keep them from getting bullied, and it'll keep us from being have this forced upon us.
From us having this forced upon us. It'll keep them from being bullied, and it'll keep us from having them being forced upon us. I think we found exactly what. By the way, this was the girl that started the petition. In case you're new here, this is the girl that started the petition. They should be homeschooled. It'll keep them from being bullied. It'll keep us from them being forced upon us. This is exactly what I thought it was. And unlike fucking Matt Walsh, and unlike fucking Sky News, and unlike fucking Osmongold, I watched through the whole fucking thing. Okay? And I started with a lot more skepticism than I'm ending it with, as in I start not understanding things as fully, and I continue and I search, and then I form an opinion, and that's what it really fucking seems like is happening here. Is a bunch of little shits bullying some kids that, who knows, and again, there's my skepticism, who knows, might also be starting some shit, but Jesus Christ. You're being fucking awful.
And also, if you're a furry and like you want to be a furry, you should
You're being
just
awful.
Be homeschooled, like, honestly.
It'll keep them from getting bullied, and it'll keep us from being have this force upon us. Yeah, it'll keep us. We'll be able to learn without having to worry about getting barked at, getting scratched, getting growled at, having to argue with these kids, and then getting yelled at by admin because they literally said that we cannot have any altercations with these kids. If we look at them, we get yelled at.
If you look at them.
If we record them, we get yelled at.
Oh, is that what you mean? Record them?
Like, right? Because like when they threatened to come and like bite us, and they were barking at us and stuff, and then we all just grabbed our oranges and chucked them.
Why would she say that? Why would she say it would prevent them from being bullied? Unless it's like unless she accepts that in her mind that they're being bullied. If the narrative was true of like, oh, they're terrorizing everybody and we're just acting in self-defense, the word bullied would not have fucking come out of her mouth. There would be no moment. There would be no moment where she would even consider them being bullied. The fact that she said that is a fucking mask-off moment. That was incredible.
And one of them hit them. They turned around and said, "Who threw that?" and started yelling. And then the teachers came around and tried to find out who it was.
Okay.
And so like they were threatening to bite us. So then they threw oranges. So it's like just normal. Like this is during breakfast. This is during like morning breakfast, the morning, lunch, and after school clubs, and anytime after school. And we have like a kind of.
Yeah, she kind of knows she fucked up.
After lunch, and during then is like when I see them the most.
Okay.
And in the morning.
They have this little
Here's a funny thing.
school clubs, and anytime after.
See, listen to this.
This is during like morning breakfast, the morning, lunch, and after school clubs, and anytime after school.
Morning, lunch, breakfast, after school clubs, and anytime after school. Listen to this.
And we have like a kind of recess thing after lunch, and during then is like when I see them the most.
So it sounds like they're doing this all in between class. Every time you just described is in between class. Morning, lunch, recess, after school clubs, and after school, and then during this thing in between class, I see them the most. But they're distracting us from learning. They're preventing us from learning. It sounds like it's all happening in between class. Okay.
And in the morning.
They have this little, but that's like the most, but they have this little corner thing. And the teachers say we're not allowed to pass the 9 square thing because there's a little thing of 9 squares going around that forms like a 30 circle behind them, and that's where they hang out at. And if you step on the 9 square thing, a teacher will come up and get mad at you.
If you try to go and harass the other kids in their own little group, finding comfort in their own smaller circle because you're being shitty to them, and you have a history of doing this to the point where a teacher would need to tell you not to go near them because the only reason you're going near them is to harass them because it's gotten to that point, go fuck yourself.
It's unfair.
Why would you want to go near them? If they're the ones attacking you, let's listen to this again.
Going around that forms like a 30 circle.
Yeah, so they hang out in this one spot. They hang out in this one spot. They're harassing and attacking everybody and barking at everybody and chasing them. They hang out in this one spot, but if we try to go there, these kids that we're also scared of, these kids that we're terrified of, and they're the aggressors, but we try to go there, and the teachers will get mad at us. Not like we have a history of bullying them or anything. Fuck yourself. This is becoming so much more clear every fucking second I watch this. They have a little corner that they hang out. They hang out in. These kids are fucking monsters. I hope you grow up, and I hope you reflect on this. I hope you reflect on this, because this is pissing me off. Those other kids don't fucking deserve this bullshit. Maybe some of them do. I don't know them. But it sounds like you are fucking bullying the shit out of them. Why would that rule need to exist? They hang out in their little corner, but if we go up to them, these kids that are apparently terrorizing us, if we want to go up to them and instigate, go fuck yourself. This is pissing me off.
And
I hate this shit.
We have like a kind of recess thing after lunch, and during that is like when I see them the most.
Okay.
And in the morning. They have this little, but that's like the most, but they have this little corner thing, and the teachers say we're not allowed to pass the 9 square thing because there's a little thing of 9 squares going around that forms like a 30 circle behind them, and that's where they hang out at. And if you step on the 9 square thing, a teacher will come up and get mad at you.
It sounds like you have a history of harassing these kids that are in their own little fucking spot. And it sounds like the teachers will get mad at you if you try to go after them and record them and start fucking going, oh, it's a furry. Little pieces of shit. Go fuck yourselves.
It's unfair. And we just want everyone to
How many signatures you say you had on your change.org?
On change.org, I think we have...
Why do you think... like... It's pissing me off. If they want to convert you so bad, why would they not want? Let's try to break this down. Imagine, why would that rule be in place? Why would that rule be in place? Why would a teacher not want you, or some sort of administrator or something, some sort of parental figure working at the school? Why would they not want you to go up to the furries? I thought the furries were trying to convert everybody. I thought they were trying to convert you. I thought they were trying to turn you into a furry. Right? That's what you were saying earlier. That's what a lot of these kids were saying earlier. Why would the furries not want you to go up to them? It sounds like they've been fucking harassed by you. It sounds like you're all fucking bullies. Jesus Christ.
300 and...
Sounds like you're making their lives miserable. And somehow adults like Matt Walsh and fucking people on Twitter are on the side of the bullies.
The actual petition, I think we have got about 200 signatures.
Okay.
I think it's opposite because yesterday me and my friends went on to the...
We checked it. There's about 300.
And again, on fucking Matt Walsh's thing and even The Hill, they're like, they call it bullying, but I don't really think that people should call it that. It's just kids enforcing social norms.
Total, we have about 500.
Okay.
500 to 600.
Cool. Nice work.
Thank you. But after Kristen posted that on Facebook and my brother showed it to me, like, there needed to be a change.
Okay.
So that's why I started all this, and obviously I've had a lot of help.
Before I wrap up here, what's your goal here with this protest?
To make a stand and prove a point, and
what's the point?
We just need this to change. We need the school to listen and either start enforcing the dress code so they can't show up to school in collars and headbands and tails and furry boots or whatever. So that, plus their attitude, how they act at us, how they bark. And she used to be a teacher here.
Their attitude.
And so she's seen it like all with what they do to us as students, and it's unfair and inappropriate, and we just want it to stop.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't want to get sprayed in the eyes with Febreze, that's for sure.
No. It's so
That's what they do unprompted, not because, whatever incident that happened, if somebody sprayed someone with Febreze, did not get brought on because we were fucking harassing people over wearing different clothes or wearing something that represented themselves. That's not what happened. They're the aggressors, obviously. They should be homeschooled if they don't want to be bullied.
Cool, well, thanks for talking to me about this.
Yeah, of course.
Good luck with everything, guys.
Thank you.
Who are you with?
Main Street.
I'm with MainStreetMediaUtah.com.
Okay. Main Street Media. Okay. So you guys are all here today so you can finally be heard?
Yeah.
Just about the furries?
Yes.
Only the furries?
Yeah.
This is about furries?
What's wrong with the school?
Yeah, kind of.
I'm trying to just get an answer.
Some of the other kids were talking about boys in the girls' bathroom and vice versa.
Happened even to my daughter.
Yeah?
Yep, my daughter right here.
When did that happen?
That was a few months ago. But there was a particular student. She went in to use the bathroom, and there was a particular student in there who's no longer at this school, but he was in the girls' bathroom having an argument with his girlfriend. And she came out and reported it to the principal, and the principal one of the principals looked at the video camera and was like, oh, yeah, okay, well, we'll tell him not to be in there. And she's like, I can't feel safe walking into a girl's bathroom if that's all the more they're going to do is say, don't do that.
Yeah.
Or just be nice.
Just be nice.
What? But I love how she got fed that by the child that was talking about something completely different. She was talking about a singular personal experience of like, oh, there was a boy that was having an argument with his girlfriend in the bathroom, and they told him not to do that. And she said, I don't feel comfortable with my daughter going to that school if they're just going to tell him not to do that and not suspend him, I guess. And then the other kid's like, or just be nice. She's like, yeah, or just be nice. I love how easy it was for a child to like just have her agree, like create that reality when that's not what she was saying. That was the kid was talking about something different, but then she agreed.
So I resigned a week ago.
Really?
I did. I was a teacher.
Did they actually say just be nice? Is that actually what they said about the boy having an argument with a girl in the girls' bathroom? Are you sure they didn't just give him a warning and say, are they sure they didn't tell him, hey, don't do that or else you're going to get expelled or something? Or else you're going to get suspended? Are you sure that didn't happen? Because it didn't sound like they just said, just be nice to that boy in the girls' bathroom. I don't think that's what you were saying happened.
In September, a success coach, not a certified licensed teacher, but I left because I was not being heard.
Oh, are you the person that talked to fucking the Blaze, the certified life coach but not teacher?
Because there's so much red tape, and my purpose in being there was to help the kids be successful. And at every point that I meant to help these kids to be successful, with their grades, their attendance, and everything like that. There was so much more red tape that I could not purposefully do my job anymore. And so I chose to resign because that's not really what they want, is what I felt. And so I resigned a week ago, and I said, I'm going to still help support the students in any way that I can, to be heard, to have their issues be heard, to have my own daughter feel safe here, and hopefully get somebody somewhere, be it district or state board or somebody, to start listening to these kids and to the other teachers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like, teachers and students need to be heard. Parents need to get involved and also be heard.
Gotcha.
But it falls on deaf ears, and that's one of the main frustrations that these kids have to put up with on a daily basis, is they don't feel like they can go to admin or another person and say, hey, this situation is messed up and we can't do anything about it. We just have to suck it up and deal with it. Or we're told, just be kind, get to class. And it's real things that are causing real emotional and academically based, like everything. Like, these kids, if they could just feel heard and understood, then I feel like a lot of the issues could be resolved.
Do you think there's maybe another group of kids within this school that wish they could feel heard and understood and maybe not bullied?
Easily. But it's the red tape that they don't have time to fight with, because kids are going to be kids. They're going to always complain. They're always going to whine about something, and you can't please everybody.
Well, I mean, that's just
which
kids.
is true. It's true. You
One of the
can't
things
please everybody.
a lot of these kids have said to me is that they've been bitten, hit, attacked, chased around, or sprayed in the face with Febreze or Axe. And they're told that they have rabies.
When they're the animals.
What's up with the double standard there in the school? Why are they not enforcing? That's obviously assault.
Right.
So why is the administration allowing one group to do that and suspending other kids that retaliate?
Oh, it's not just even about the furries. It's always been that way. That the person that finally stands up for themselves is the one that gets suspended. Because they're not being heard when they say, this kid, this person, this group is bullying me, and so I finally stood up for myself, and then they're the ones that get suspended.
I'm sorry, wait a minute.
Stands up for them.
Look at these huge earrings here.
Himself is the one that gets suspended. Because they're not being heard when they say, this kid, this person, this group is bullying me, and so I...
Look at this on her nose. What, if it was a paw print, that would be wrong? We're not allowed to wear things at school. We're not allowed to dress weird, and the furries are. Looks like other kids are allowed to express themselves.
Finally stood up for myself, and then they're the ones that get suspended. Now, I never claim to know all the details of every single side, but
we saw what was essentially a dog collar earlier, but because it wasn't furry branded, I guess.
It's not just with the furries. It's everything, and the violence and the language and the just complete
disrespect.
Yeah, the disrespect of students and teachers and like everything. It's so much deeper than just what this is. This is just, the furries are the straw that broke the camel's back.
Okay.
But I saw assault. I saw verbal assault. I saw written assault. I saw so many things over the 6-month time period or whatever that I was here trying to help these kids to be successful, feel safe, and feel like they could be academically purposeful. And it was just nonstop. And
from the furries?
It was just a complete disregard to any rules and any consequences. There are no consequences. There's slaps on the wrist, and you might end up, okay, so if you do something...
Sounds like she's talking about something a bit more general here. Because she was talking about like, oh yeah, like this has always been the case, and kids aren't properly reprimanded for violence. As she's speaking in this, it might sound like to some people she's talking specifically about furries. I don't even think she's intending to. I think she's just saying that there's violence at the school and the administrators aren't properly dealing with kids that are starting it. So I don't even know if she's talking specifically about furries. I don't think she's even intending to.
In my 6th period class, the furry who's like the leader of all of them, she's in that class with me. And the teacher, so he was saying stuff. I think it might be true, but I personally do not think it's like the actual thing, but it could be true.
So there's a furry leader?
Yeah, there is. It's the one with the purple hair.
So would she be the leader of the pack?
Yeah, but in the 6th period, he says, I think that this whole furry situation will just pass by. Like when I was a kid in school, we all like picked on the gay kids because like that's what it was. And for Generation Alpha, I feel like that what it is the furries. But what he doesn't understand is that the furries are biting and scratching people. The gay people were just being gay.
Oh my God. What a quote. The teacher in my 6th period class said, there are minorities that are being ostracized from every generation, and it might be different. But what he doesn't understand is the furries deserve it. Because they're biting people and they're scratching people. The gay people are just being gay. You know what? Back in the day, they accused gay people of doing a lot of shit too. Right? They would accuse black people of doing a lot of shit. They would accuse any fucking minority of doing a lot of shit. Doesn't necessarily make it true. And I'm not saying that it's definitely untrue. And I'm not saying there's no possibility that furries have bit people at this school. But it sounds like they're being fucking bullied here. It sounds like there's reciprocal name-calling and violence, as does happen in any school ever. Because you're children.
Okay.
He doesn't understand.
All right. All right, guys. Well, thanks for letting me interview you. Good luck with your protest. You have been?
Yeah, my friend got bit the other day.
So when they say, oh, it's not really happening or something, I was personally in talking with a student, and they said, like, they were just disregarding what I had to say, and I'm like, okay, well, this is what we're here to do, and they just barked at me. I'm like, okay.
I was personally barked at.
Yeah, I'm live right now, but I'm recording.
I was personally barked at.
A media group.
And it's a problem to be barked at instead of a kid yelling at you. That's not as much of an issue. But the barking is a crisis. So we watched the Matt Walsh video because this commenter... Scratches. There are photos and videos of the furry kids in school. Okay. Butt plug remark. By the way the student said it, it makes it seem like she's very concerned about sexual behavior and is not just spouting rumors. I just think we should take these allegations very seriously. How do you take allegations seriously with them being unsubstantiated?
Weird. Are you done?
Like, what do you want them to do about it?
What grade are you in?
I'm in 11th, so I'm a junior.
And so you came down here from the junior high? From high school?
From high school, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just really crazy. I'll get a ton of pictures from my brothers, like kids with claws and like telling me how his friend got bit and stuff. And it's just insane. Like, kids should not go to school thinking they might get attacked by some kid acting like an animal. Like, it's crazy.
So they're getting bitten?
Yeah, he always sends me videos and stuff and like pictures of like the kids like acting like animals, like crawling and like barking at people.
Is this in class or is this in between classes?
I think, I'm not actually sure, but it's all of them.
Yeah.
All of them just all the time, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you think they allow it?
I like how he just
think they're
repeats
really
it from
just,
the
like,
other kid.
I don't know, trying to.
No, the principal is furry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, our school.
Yeah.
They keep saying that earlier there were other kids. They were like, that's just a rumor.
I can't remember what it's called, but there's something like they try to, like the minority, they try to like just make that like.
Try to appease them?
Yeah, they try to appease the minority, but yeah, just trying to make just them happy or whatever. There's lots of rules, like even if they're like messing with you, you can't do anything or say anything. It's just like really like they can say anything they want and you can't do anything.
Well, I mean, like when I was in school, if I bit somebody or scratched them or hit them or sprayed chemicals in their eyes, you know, I would be in trouble for that.
Yeah, they just don't get in trouble, I guess.
Why do you think that is?
We get in trouble.
I don't know, just try not to get sued.
You think the school's trying not to get sued?
Yeah, I think they're just scared that like the parents are gonna be like, you won't let my kid identify as a dog or whatever. Like
That lawsuit has definitely happened. There's definitely case law for that. Yeah, that's a real thing that would happen.
Like if you identify as a dog, then go be a dog, but not at school.
They would get sued for not having the kid be allowed to bite other kids. So they're scared of getting sued, so they have to let a kid bite other kids. Yep.
What's the point of identifying as an animal?
They're crazy or something, mental issues, I don't know.
Honestly, they need therapy.
Yeah, like.
They need something to help out with.
Do you think kind of you might be just giving them the attention that they want?
Yes.
By protesting?
Part of it, yeah, they're getting more attention, but also hopefully they can stop and be not allowed in school. Like if they keep acting like that, they'll like officially, like the school will actually get involved and say they can't be doing that stuff.
Okay.
You
That's what I want to know.
You were born a human, be a human.
Yeah.
They think it's cool. I don't
Yeah,
know
they
why.
think it's cool to
Is it?
The
It's
school-
trendy.
The school doesn't do anything though because like Halloween we're allowed to wear masks, but then on regular days, they're
So yeah, she says Halloween we are allowed to wear masks. No consistent narrative here.
still allowed to wear masks, but we can't.
Yeah,
They have
they're
special
allowed to-
rights just
they
because they're
get to put
furries.
accessories like
people.
So you couldn't wear a goblin mask to school,
No, I'd get suspended.
but you'd get suspended.
Yeah,
Well, if they do, they
So
they
a bunch
make
of these kids showed me pictures and videos on their cell phone of kids wearing
Yeah.
the furry
Thank you
masks
so
in
much.
class.
They make masks in
So
class
why are
and
they
then
allowed to
start
do
wearing
that?
it, right? It's
because they don't want to like make them sad or whatever for being.
So you think the
teachers-
administration doesn't want to make them
yeah,
sad?
they feel like if they go up and
Like the furries will do something.
like if they go
Okay.
up and talk to them personally, they feel like they're gonna get sued or something. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
It's not fair that they
And
can wear
honestly, it's
everything
pretty
and we
dumb
can't wear it.
because now with like because of them like whatever they're called earrings and necklaces and certain hats and stuff aren't allowed because of them. Yet they're allowed to do those kind of
Because
So
of
they-
them?
So they changed their policy to kind of.
So
yeah,
you're not allowed to dye your hair now any like exotic colors.
Because of
Your hair's
them?
kind of a pink color.
Yeah.
So,
I
so
honestly
you're not allowed to
don't
do
care.
that anymore?
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that anymore because the furries would do that to act like animals.
Yeah, and they wear like creepy masks like that.
Whoa! What is?
They're saying you're not allowed to do that anymore because of the furries. Like what? So the policy was put in place for the furries, but they're exempt from it? Like that doesn't make any sense.
What is that?
It's like a fox, but they wear those.
And then they go up at, like
Okay.
they go at.
Here, let me hold this up here.
Oh, I know
So
her.
here's one.
Oh yeah, Kaya on the bus. She's like.
Let's see if we can see that here.
She has like
No.
a hard backpack.
It's kind of hard to see in the
Oh,
camera
but
there.
the furries dye their hair too.
But we got a picture of a kid wearing a dinosaur mask.
Again, outside.
They wear that like fox masks.
Someone was telling me too, they have like they had like claws, like straight up Wolverine-looking
Yes.
claws.
Yes.
Like,
You know,
yeah,
like
that's straight up a
homemade
weapon,
claws.
like-
You know how people can make claws out of paper? Sometimes they'll paint them. They'll like paint them and then put them on, and then they'll use it to attack people.
Well, sometimes they brought like plastic.
No, yeah. Somebody brought
Sharp
like
plastic
people just
claws?
bring
Somebody
plastic
brought
claws.
like a werewolf glove thing with
They're
like,
attacking everybody.
like sharp claws, and they were like using it to scratch people.
Like when I was.
And if people.
And sometimes at lunch they'll lick each other.
Yeah, they'll lick each other in school.
Yeah.
And then
What is the point of that?
We don't want to eat anymore. It just makes us.
The other day, my friends were getting in a fight with them, and they came up and crawling and bit one of my friend's shins.
Really?
It was crazy.
That sounds crazy.
They just come up and they just think that they run this world. They think that they run this world, getting to walk around everybody. And
So what do you guys want? What are you doing out here?
We don't want furries because no more furries. They're messing like not like that.
How are they messing with your education?
Well, just because of everything that's been going on,
it's distracting.
It's distracting.
Yeah, they bite us.
So we can't do anything.
They bite you?
Yeah, they bite us. So
Like how does that happen? Like what leads to a kid?
I don't know. How's that happen? I don't know.
Crawling on the ground.
They're crawling on the ground?
They'll start just crawling on the ground and playing like little 2-year-olds, and then they'll just come up to you and start licking you.
So have you been bitten?
You. No, I've seen people getting bitten though.
Okay.
I've been attacked by one.
Somebody showed me scratches.
Yeah, they throw orange. They throw stuff at you, and they spray stuff on you. Yeah.
What do they spray on you?
Normally it's Febreze or perfume or just anything
anything they can find. Anything they can find.
Ranch at you. Yeah, and then at lunch or at breakfast they throw oranges or apples.
Why are they bringing Febreze to school?
I don't know. I don't know. Human repellent.
Human repellents?
I guess.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
LARPy children bullshit.
Huh?
Do you think that KSL will come?
KSL? I don't know.
Hopefully.
Who knows? It depends on if they think it's newsworthy. All right, what's up? What are you out here for?
I'm out here for the furry protest.
Okay.
Because I don't think they should come to school just like animals.
Why not?
Because it's distracting. Because if we can't have our
How does
hair
it distract
colored,
you?
Because of their tails. Their tails are huge.
Oh,
And
really?
their masks. Yeah, their masks are huge.
So how does that distract you from learning?
It does. They meow, yes.
She had to wait for somebody else to feed her that. How does that distract you from learning? Because, and then someone else is like, they meow. Oh yes, they meow.
Masks. Yeah, their masks are huge.
So how does that distract you from learning?
It does. They meow, yes.
They meow?
They meow and bark.
So they're making animal noises.
Yes, they're making animal noises.
Why does the teacher allow that?
I don't know.
The teachers think it's just cat ears.
Yes.
They don't even know what it is.
And they don't allow masks at school because
during class they will take off their masks and just wear their cat ears. That way the teachers think they're all
We heard it right here. During class, they'll take off their masks and just wear the cat ears. So I don't know how it's distracting you from learning.
But then, later,
Just like I thought. They're not wearing it during class. Well, that sucked. And I'm going to go to bed soon. But, I remember from school. I remember being young. There were some fucking troubled kids, and there were some kids that were bullied and had fucking problems. And in that type of environment, especially with everybody being so fucking young and stupid, it makes sense that there would be, verbal and physical altercations coming from both sides. But a lot of these troubled kids that don't fit in properly, they might have some sort of autism. They might just have some sort of weird atypical personality. And I could imagine very easily, because I saw this when I was younger, a kid like that feeling the need to defend themselves and feeling the need to, I don't know what the fuck happened with that Febreze thing. I don't know. They're all stupid. Kids are fucking stupid. But the picture that is painted here after seeing, 6 hours worth of shit, really, really just feels like, for the most part at least, there are some kids who may or may not be furries, or at least hang out with each other and bond over some sort of like animal attire. And it sounds like the rest of the kids are bullying the shit out of them. And sure, there might be instances of them fighting back, or, you know, like I'm sure, because it's kids, I'm sure there's unprompted either harassment verbally or physically from either side on this. It's kids. They're all fucking stupid. But in terms of making this an issue of taking a small group of people who are already having a hard time and acting as though they need to be ostracized even further, it's just disgusting. And really seems like this is just another satanic panic style hysteria. Dumb kids in groups, like adults are stupid in groups, right? People in groups is already dangerous with what people are willing to do and what type of misinformation can spread. Children, it's even worse. So the people uncritically just believing like, oh yeah, furries are disgusting. Asmongold, you're a gigantic fucking idiot, and you're a huge piece of shit, and you're a creep. You're disgusting for thinking of those kids sexually. Clean your fucking room, brush your teeth, dude. You're absolutely a disgusting human being. Huge creep. Fucking weirdo. Anyway, yeah, that was awful. That was awful. I hated that entire experience. And I hope that these kids just leave each other alone. I don't know exactly what the school administration can do. Because it literally just seems like the fucking either furry or not furry, I don't know. Some most definitely, but others, who knows how many are just their friends. Seems like the ostracized, socially outcast kids are being treated not very well.
Hey, it's Olivia. Thank you for watching as usual. It's May 2024, so let me list off my wonderful $5 and up patrons. Michael Bradley, Wet Shrunhole, Jordan A, Sam3824, Clarice Carlson, Nico Fuentes, Joel999, Speak of the Joker, Lobsterite, Mayro Geek, Mead Marmalade, Silverwind, Toby White, Skanadon, Happy the Knife, Coolest Shirt, www.openclassactions.com, Emil Blank, Judah the Kinslayer, T King, Sliv88, Electricus, and Ordinary Bad Gamer, Yup, The Super One Player, Zachary Kane, Monkshood, Psychosis, Gabriel Herrera, and Lemonade Warriors participating in the hit game Among Us and is considered the encroacher. Fucked up on Gabriel Herrera. Oh well. Thank you for all the support. It means the world to me. Take care.